Wish we have time to bury them fellas.
Hell with them fellas. Buzzards gotta eat, same as worms.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? The show starts in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Fat, drunk, and stupid is no way to go through life, son.
What's up, guys?
What's up?
You're back, guys. So, episode 9, 76 to 80. We wasn't really planning on doing this tonight until a few days ago. I thought I was going to be unavailable. I became available, and these guys were great enough to still hold on to the night. So, kind of had to cram this in last minute, but I'm pretty happy with my picks. I think I got some good ones. You know, the ones that are definitely my top 5. So, what about you guys? Any problems here? This is a tough set of years for you.
Oh yeah,
No, I've had this.
Well, that was easy. Yeah, this one was.
Yeah, there's a lot more here than I thought there would be for these years.
Yeah, this
me
too.
was the hardest for me, I believe.
Yeah, I thought the last one was going to be tough, and I was kind of surprised that this one may have actually been worse.
There
was-
it's like Brian was saying, there's a lot in here that I don't think a lot of people, don't get. Like last year, there's a lot in this one too.
Mhm.
So yeah,
Yeah.
there's a lot of stuff in there to fish through. Yeah,
I definitely had a harder time with the last set of years. This one was tough too, but the last one was the hardest set. Was the last stream for me.
And again, nostalgia. A couple of my picks, nostalgia got tossed.
Yeah,
Shit didn't hold up.
That's a great point. That was my problem too.
I was like, damn.
And I had a lot of movies where I was comparing one to the other.
Yeah.
And the one that I, that like this is the movie I grew up with and loved, but this one's beating it out for weird reasons. So
Right. Yeah.
You get old, you get weird. Who knows,
ain't
man?
that the truth?
It's and it's funny, man. I'm such a big fan of horror movies, especially in this year time frame. But if this was a top 5 horror movie stream, my list would be totally different. But being a top 5 movie stream,
right?
There was a lot there that I'm like, how can I leave this out? But it's like, come on, man. I don't know. I struggle with that a lot.
Yeah.
So
They're
like
all
I said,
they're
that's
all top 5. They're all top 5 horror streams for Dirk.
Oh yeah. Pretty much.
Yeah.
Regardless.
Exception of one.
All right.
I gotta say this time.
All right. Well, I can't wait to see what it is, man. Let's check out the chat, see who's out there. What's up, Wild Wrangler? So,
Yeah, man.
hello to everybody. Ken, what's going on, man? Cindy said, "What's up, everybody? Let's go." Yes, it's Taxi Driver, Raisin Bull, Halloween are definitely my top 3 for sure. Solid picks, man.
I hear about that.
Wild Wrangler, watch the episode of Del Toro's Cabinet of Curiosities. Good.
I heard
I
that's
haven't
good.
watched that.
Huh.
I'll look
Go
it
move,
up.
I guess. That's what
Yeah.
you're talking about, right?
Yep.
Hell
Yeah,
yeah.
Magic
I'm a
Hands,
fan
what's
of
up,
you.
everybody?
I've become a pretty big fan of Del Toro, man.
Yeah, it's like an anthology series that he produced or writes. I don't know what he does with
I
it.
think he produces it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude's got some talent, man. He really does.
Yeah.
Yep.
He definitely does.
He's a big fan too. Big fan of other horror. Well,
Right. Who will pick Halloween 1978, man? I have to wait around and check out, man. Maybe all of us, maybe none of us. Who knows?
Right.
Gotta love Airplane. Yeah, man. Airplane's
yeah.
a classic, man. It's a classic. Empire Strikes Back will probably be my number 4, says Ken. Wild Rhino is my favorite, Smokey and the Bandit, man. Yeah, I grew up on Smokey and the Bandit, man. It's campy as hell. It's dated, but it's just, I don't know. I think if you live like north of Tennessee, you don't get it.
Right.
But if you live as far down in the south as I do, man, it's like church.
I love that you felt the need to point that out. Like we didn't all know.
Brad beat me.
Hey, that's the only time I see my grandfather laugh is watching fucking Jackie Gleason. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, Jackie Gleason is great, man. He's so fucking funny in that movie. I had a hard time picking what Jackie Gleason scene to put in there, and I wanted something that had both of them in it. That's why I picked that scene. But yeah, he has so many good lines.
You should have done the Sheriff Branford scene.
Yeah.
Yeah, that don't hold up too well.
Make that fucking scene today.
Yeah.
Right. You talk
Yeah.
about trying to
It's
remake
definitely-
40-year-old version.
Yeah.
What's up, Alan?
Hey, yeah,
All right,
man.
Coco, what's going on? So what's up,
Hey,
guys?
Coco.
Hey,
Go,
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 bro.
go.
Tony, what's up, buddy? Even gents, hope everyone is good.
Yeah, man. Doing pretty good.
Philip Randolph, what's going on? What's going on, Philip? KB loves movies. What's going on, man? Hey, Pops and Game.
What up, man? What's up?
Miss Caveman, what's going on? How you doing?
Yeah.
There's Caveman. Smash that like button. Hey, y'all, what's up, Caveman?
What's going on?
Okay, man.
And there's
Guy.
Gizmo. Hope you have a jolly in the pics, and I hope you have seen Showgirls at least 2 times today. No, I can't say that I have.
That's my retirement plan, Giz.
What's up, Cronenberg fans? What's going on, Anthony?
Yeah.
Yeah, guys, we got 13 people out there. We'll go ahead and get started with our first pick. Brian, if you're ready, buddy.
I'm ready, man.
Oh, damn, I already got a first sex spot. We ain't even started yet.
Oh,
Gizmo came in, so
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
That's what
it is.
happened.
they follow Gizmo.
he sent me to a site to buy some titles that I wanted. I was just like, I know my computer's gonna be worthless tomorrow.
You might as well just throw it out, Brad.
Yeah, this credit card, it's gonna be mad.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. Ryan, start us off, buddy. What you got?
Hit her in the head with it.
Here Alan made a great point. If this was just
Hold on, I'm working on it.
Oh,
All right.
there you go.
All right. Yeah. There we
I
go.
just got dizzy.
Me
If
too.
it was just a top 5 or top 10 horror movie, it would be a lot easier. So it's really strange for me to start off my top 5 pick with this movie because it's not a horror movie. But when I went back and started really watching some movies from this period, this movie had to be in there. It's a 1979 action thriller directed by Walter Hill, and that's The Warriors.
Oh, yeah.
If you've never seen this movie, the story of this movie is fantastic. And so basically, you're set in late 1970s New York, and all of these gangs are coming together. And there's one gang leader who has the ability to kind of unite everybody. And his plan is to get all these gang members together, and they'll be stronger than any of the mafia, than any of the police, than any of anybody that could control New York. It would be them. And then he gets murdered. And basically the gang that murders him blames another gang. And the whole story is the gang that's been blamed trying to get back to their home turf. It's a great action movie. It's got a lot of underlying socio-political commentary to it, I guess, from back in the day. But really at its heart, what it is just the struggle of these dudes to try to survive. It sparked a lot of violence and controversy at the time when it came out. But I'm not really sure why, because there's not a lot of violence in it. But watching these guys, you connect to these characters. And the reason why it's in my top 5 is because it's exactly what I like in a movie. It's good storytelling. I mean, I love a great horror movie. I love a zombie movie. But really exceptionally, what I like is somebody that can actually engross you and get you connected to a character. And you feel for these guys and you want to know what's going to happen to them. And it really kind of changed the theme and the tone for gangs, because up until this point in time, most movies through the 50s and 60s was kind of more not anti-gang, but they portrayed him in a little bit different light, and you get kind of a feel for these guys that are growing up in the inner city boroughs of New York in the 1970s. Filmed entirely in New York, which is kind of a rare thing for movies. It's dark. The ideas are dark, and it's filmed at night, and it's back, it's the pre-Giuliani days of New York. And I've been fortunate enough to live in New York at a couple of different times in my life. And it's interesting to see New York, what it was like when it wasn't this tourist destination to go to. If you've never seen it, it's a great movie. It's based on a book called The Warriors by Sal Urich. A lot of people in this movie. It's the dude, in case if you don't know who Walter Hill is, he went on to direct the 48 Hours movies, 48 Hours and another 48 Hours. Just an all-around fantastic movie. In fact, the first time I was in New York was when I was in the military. This was pre-Uber days, so I was in a cab, for those that don't know what a cab is. But we were driving through, I believe it was the Bronx. And to this day, you can look it up on Google and find it. there's still people that go out and graffiti the names of the gangs from this movie in New York because it resonates that well with New Yorkers. And it should be. The other thing that makes this movie, my last piece of this is, it should be campy as fuck. These gangs, they all have like costumes they wear.
Yeah.
There's one on like roller skates.
The baseball. What were they called?
They face
Buggers or
paint,
something?
you know.
They have like face paint on. There's one that look like a set of clowns. And if you just saw this movie with like came in the middle of it, you would think it was just this stupid campy
musical.
Yeah, a musical, right? Yeah, exactly. And it's not. It's this very intense survival story. So I'm starting it off without a horror movie, but it is what it is.
Hey man, that's a great pick, man.
Oh yeah.
You know,
only one gang member in one gang has a gun.
Yep, exactly.
Right.
Totally realistic.
Yeah. They're just gonna beat some ass.
Yeah.
You know? Everybody back then. But
it's got that nice classic. There's like a 70s black disco jive jockey that like she's the one that's putting out the word where everybody is, so you've got to have that element.
Yeah. And then you got the classic Warriors,
right?
Come out and play. Bottles and shit,
right?
Yeah,
great shit, man.
Yeah, I got that imprint release. I hadn't watched the imprint release, but I did watch the movie probably 3 months before I bought that. I didn't rewatch that release yet, but I hear it's a pretty good transfer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I'm not seeing that release yet.
I want to pick up the imprint. Yeah, that'd be nice.
Oh yeah,
that's a good pick, man. All right, Dirk, you on the clock, buddy?
All right, man. Well, you know anything about witches?
A little bit.
Yes.
You know how to get a witch pregnant?
Pretty sure.
Fucker.
Yeah. But it's gonna be Suspiria, man.
I was expecting something about a broomstick, Dirk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is part 1 of the Three Mothers trilogy. I'm pretty sure everybody knows about Suspiria. This is the release I got. It's an Italian release.
That's nice, man.
I thought it was a German
Italian jobs.
Yeah, it's got the soundtracks here. Everything's backwards with the shit.
It's like an old 45 record. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, right.
But there's only 1,000 of these. I got it off eBay. But it's great transfer, man. But besides all that, I think technically speaking, this is probably Argento's best film. I mean, that's an a great argument between that and Deep Red, But the colors, the vivid 70s style fucking colors, man, and the set pieces, the fucking the interiors of the school. I mean, it's fucking just insane, man. And this is the first Argento I've seen, and when I seen it, I was like, shit, man, I got to check out all his shit. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, let's see. The remake don't hold a candle to this one. I mean, it's good. I appreciate it for what it is. At the end, it's kind of, I don't know. Took a big old shit for me.
It has an ending, is what you mean to say.
Yeah. but this is part 1. Like I said, this is part 1 of the Three Mothers trilogy. So when you watch this and then watch right after this, watch Inferno, and then watch Mother of Tears, you get a better understanding, But I do anyway. And
yeah. And I agree, man. I think a lot of people that rip on this movie, it's because they don't understand it is part of a trilogy. They think it's just some Argento mysterious storytelling, and he wraps it up. I mean, Mother personally is my favorite, but I think a lot of people don't give it due credit because they don't put it in the context of the other 2 movies.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, and they say it don't make sense, and then they, it's just. But I mean, the strange thing, like I didn't realize about this shit as I'm doing this, digging on this movie. Argento wanted to use 12-year-old girls instead of I was like, what the? But that explains like child. It explains the childlike dialogue You know,
Right.
like in some of the scenes that are like,
I mean, they're dancers, a dance academy. I mean, they're going to be probably young, like that.
Right.
Yeah. But his dad was like, no, it's going to get banned automatic because all the high violence that's in this movie.
And I kind of thought the whole point of that was to show just how damn naive she was anyway, was all the childlike, that's why these witches were able to sort of run the school the way that they were, is because these.
Well, like that one part where the girl's sticking her tongue out at the other girl, and she's talking about everybody with the name S, starts with that name S as a snake, and they're all like in each other's face. It's like kids,
Yeah, it is very kid-like, yeah.
So I was like, but I thought it was kind of cringe, but if you know Argento, I mean, he's kind of strange cat. I mean, he put his daughter, he's got shower scenes with his daughter and shit, and in other films, but anyway,
totally normal thing in Italy.
Oh yeah, the woman playing Helena Marcus was a 90-year-old former prostitute. And she's not credited. Her name's not in the credits nowhere. So didn't know that shit either. I was like, whoa. Anyway, Argento found her off the damn street in Rome, So you want a job?
She retired before 90? I'm
Found her.
Right?
Found her.
Right.
The same way Dan O'Bannon found all of his actresses for
and he played the goblin music full blast to unnerve the actors while he was making this movie. But it said he was inspired from Daria Nicolodi's grandmother had stories, because she was from Germany, and she had stories that this was going on where she was at in a dance school. I thought that was pretty crazy. But
that's interesting.
Anyway, there's at the end, like the quote from Helena Marcos, she's like, who is it? Who's there? I've been expecting you, the American girl. I don't know you. I knew you'd come. You want to kill me? You want to kill Helena Marcos? Hell is behind that door. That fucking scene is like, that bitch comes out with them fucking pins in the eyes and the eyeballs, and man, that shit fucking. When I first seen that shit, I was like, I gotta see all this man's shit. You know what I'm saying? But,
yeah.
But
Suspiria, the Cajun cut.
Yeah. But that's my number 5, man. Great movie. You never seen it? I don't know what the fuck you're doing.
That's an awesome release, man.
Yeah. I need to get the.
I was just looking for it.
Synapse, but it's a great transfer. I mean, all the bad thing about the special features, it's all in fucking Italian with no subtitles.
Yeah.
Oh shit. That sucks.
You don't have that.
Great pick, man.
That was awesome. Pick.
All right, bro.
Hell yeah.
All right, for number 5 for me, I'm going for 1980 Christmas classic, Christmas Evil.
Okay.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
Movie.
Yeah, I even got the shirt on.
Got the fucking slip too, you bastard.
Oh shit!
I was just gonna say,
you got the slip, you bastard.
What?
What the hell?
You mean you guys don't have this?
What are you gonna say, Ryan?
Huh? Nothing. No, I'm not on. What?
Oh, okay. The thing that sucks though about
Look at Alan looking.
Alan's going, wait, do I have this slip?
I think I sold that one to Wes. I did too. I think Wes bought that from me.
Before I talk about the movie or whatever, the slipcover and even this art are not the original artwork. I wish they had the original artwork with it, but oh well. Christmas Evil basically is a story about this guy named Harry who he grows up kind of fucked up. He comes down to Christmas morning one morning and sees his mom basically getting felt up by Santa Claus, and it kind of scars him. She's like rubbing
lick on that thing.
Yeah, he's like running his hands up her stockings and stuff like that. So basically, the guy's scarred and whatever. but he still like obsesses over Santa Claus. I don't know why, but yeah. So he grows up and starts working at a toy factory, and that's his job. And he gets belittled like every day from his coworkers and stuff until one day he just like kind of snaps. Really good like character piece here. I love the character that plays Harry. This is a movie that I remember getting back in the Trauma DVD days, early 2000s, and checking out for the first time. And I thought it was like a Lloyd Kaufman directed film or something like that, but I was dead wrong. This movie's just a blast. And it's nothing like any other like Trauma movies. It's just one of the ones they produced. It's funny that reading up the trivia on this, though, the director, Lewis Jackson, came up with the basic idea for the film after smoking marijuana one night during the 1970s and seeing a vision of Santa Claus holding a knife. So, yeah. I don't know if that does anything to you. But
ever since then, Brian's been trying to find that strain.
Yeah. And John Waters recommends this as his favorite Thanksgiving and Christmas themed film. So
sold.
Yeah. But there's some crazy stuff in here. It's a little bit batshit, especially the ending.
The ending is priceless.
I love that ending. The ending is like a love or hate type thing. I mean, you can really you can really just hate on the ending, and be like, what the fuck did I just watch, or just love it.
I love that ending. I think it sums it up perfect.
Yeah, I do too. I know people hate on it, but I don't.
There's a scene where he's like outside of a church, and it's like one of my favorite scenes in the movie. He just fucking goes nuts and starts like killing people left and right. But most of the time, it's just like an American Psycho style like character piece. I think a lot of stuff that like Bret Easton Ellis and other writers have taken stuff from this movie. I think, anyways. Just like Halloween took a lot from Black Christmas '74. So
right.
But yeah, this is one that a lot of people don't talk about. A lot of people love Silent Night, Deadly Night, which I do too, but this one just gets overlooked a lot and needs to be on everybody's radar more. And pick it up during the Vinegar Syndrome sale this Black Friday. Check it out.
Yeah.
And I'll show off my fucking shirt.
It ain't gonna have the slip.
Hell yeah,
that's way better. That's badass.
That is badass. I like
that. It's Devin Whitehead, of course, as always.
Yeah, it's an unraveling mind. That movie. It's really great.
Yeah, I really like it. And it just grows me every year that I watch it more and more.
Hell yeah.
Great pick, man.
That was an awesome pick, man.
Well, number 5, made in 1980, written by Medak. Done a bunch of 70-some movies, but it's The Changeling.
Oh yeah,
with George C. Scott.
It almost made my top 5.
Yeah, this is
love that movie.
This is a badass.
I wouldn't have
movie.
expected that, Brad.
Yeah, it's I don't like ghost stories, haunted house, all that shit. It doesn't really do anything for me. So that's probably what it is. But this is top level. I mean, this is quintessential ghost ghost horror, in my opinion. It's done perfect, done really well. So the movie takes place in the Seattle area. It's mostly shot in Canada. Back then, there was like huge tax benefits and financial benefits for shooting in Canada, and this movie took advantage of that. The movie follows John Russell, played by George C. Scott, who's an orchestral, I think is the right word, music composer. His wife and child, which it's odd because he's got like a 30-year-old wife and he's like 68.
Right.
Well, that's how they did it back then.
Yeah, back then, you waited till you were 69 and then you had a brand new baby and a drinking problem, and then a 30-year-old wife. That's the way it worked. And God had a problem with it, obviously, because they get like turned into road pizza in the opening, basically.
Right.
And they also put phone booths out in the middle of fucking nowhere back then.
Yeah, so phone booths right in the middle of rural Canada.
right in the middle of the goddamn road.
Yeah. So they get killed in this traffic accident in the opening, and he decides the best way to get over the grief is to bury himself in work. So he moves to Seattle. He rents a mansion. And he's a composer, so he's just going to spend his nights banging on the computer or banging on the piano, writing music, and just like bury himself up to his eyeballs and work, and try and forget about the whole thing. Of course, the house is haunted. It's this creepy ass mansion that he moves into. He rents it dirt cheap because nobody fucking wants to live there because it's obviously haunted. Nobody wants to buy it, so they try and rent it. So, you get all the typical, haunted house type occurrences happen. Loud banging, strange noises, that kind of thing, which gets but it's not done in like a hokey way. It's done serious, and he's not like immediately like scared, which is what I really like about it. Like he's not freaking out. This isn't Paranormal Activity. Okay, this is a grown man. He's seen some shit. He's like, listen, let's find out what's going on. Okay, is it the fucking furnace, or what's happening here? It takes him a while to even be convinced it's supernatural.
Yeah.
So it evolves into this really dark mystery. George C. Scott's character becomes obsessed with finding out what the hell's going on. It's like I said, it's a mystery, so I can't really go into it. But you kind of think that his family might be involved as ghosts and all that. It goes a bunch of different directions. It kind of twists and turns. So I won't spoil any of it for anybody who hasn't seen it. The atmosphere they create in this movie is insane with the imagery and, like I said, the tone, the orchestral score, all that
sound
stuff.
Design.
Yeah, sound design. Awesome. I mean, it's great looking stuff. All of it. I mean, every he finds hidden rooms, and just the way the movie breaks down at the end, it's incredible. It's a very limited plot, but like I said, the way it evolves and goes through is great. The standout scene for me is the seance scene. They got this old hag. She's like creepy as hell, and she's like scribbling on this fucking paper, like she's a medium through what the ghost is saying, and all that shit. All this weird stuff happens during it. I mean, that's the most effective seance scene I've ever seen. That woman turns from like the nice old lady into this insanely creepy fucking hag in like 30 seconds.
Yeah.
George C. Scott had a really long battle with alcoholism, and in his later years, all he could get is horror, and thank God for that, because you got his best work at the end. You got a supremely talented actor to be in horror movies that would normally get any old fucking bum off the street to play this. So it's really well acted. It's really well done. It's light on the gore, but it's high on the tension, and I would recommend this for anybody. This is a new 7 release. It's a kind of a copy and paste 4K. It looks pretty good, but it's pretty loaded with features, and this might be the best title they've ever had, really. But once this thing goes on sale, I'd say pick it up, or the Blu-ray you can probably get pretty cheap. But this is a great one. If you don't have the
I wouldn't recommend the Blue though, because I watched the Blue not long ago, and I was really surprised, man. I thought it was. People were saying how great the Blue was, and it didn't look that good to me. The Blu-ray.
There was some Blu-rays that had a quality issue that had a disc replacement. You might have got one of the bad ones. It's possible.
Well, that's probably what it is. Then I'm gonna eventually get the 4K though.
Yeah.
But yeah, George C. Scott's what the fuck face through the whole movie. I mean, priceless.
Oh yeah, yeah, man. Like I said, he's very stern about the whole every movie he's in, but the ghost shit starts happening, and he's pretty unconvinced the whole time. He's just like, all right, what? It's a fucking old house. They make noises, Explain it, and before you know it, he's tearing down fucking walls and shit. He just gets way too into it, and I love that.
And unlike other ghost stories, I like the subplot of this one. Like I love Amityville Horror, but the subplot is just so thin. It's although it was a horror. It's based on a true story and it was horrible. It's very thin, and there's just not much meat to it. Whereas the subplot to this one, they did such a great job with about why he's living. What's going on with this haunting. And Scott, I know he was hammered, but we've talked about this before with James Remar and James Caan. You forget this is George C. This is Patton.
This is Patton, yeah.
Yeah, and he's just this regular, dude that was a orchestra conductor that's trying to deal with this horrible tragedy.
Yeah, it's I love how serious it is, and you said it could be really hokey, a ghost story, but it's done really well. And like I said, you were talking about the subplot. Well, the subplot becomes the main plot. You think the whole time spoiler. His wife and kid die at the beginning, and the ball and all that stuff. You're like, it's got to be his family, and then you go, well, maybe it isn't his family. What the fuck is going on? And like, I just love that there's a nice mystery story. I'm like an old man with my mystery stories. I love that shit. So
you better leave me alone so I can have my mysteries in my easy chair.
yeah. Don't disturb me. Yeah,
but it's a ghost story that stops being a ghost story, and it's I love that movie.
Turns like detective type.
Right. I think there's a lot of movies that drew from it going forward. Obviously, people could say The Conjuring. I don't see The Conjuring as much as I see like The Witch, not The Witch, The Ring. The Ring is what I meant to say. The Ring definitely, I think, pulled from that movie.
In fact, I think I wrote the original Ring. I think I saw an interview with the Japanese guys that were like they directly reference it several times.
Yeah,
they reference it in Scary Movie 2 also.
Right.
The ball bouncing down the stairs and shit.
The ball that comes down the stairs.
Yeah.
And then he
I know nowhere has a fucking wheelchair been creepier than in the Changeling.
Yeah.
It's just a fucking wheelchair. People are running and shit.
When they released that Blu-ray, did they have like a did they give you can get the red ball?
Yeah, you get
the red ball for the movie.
You can still order it. I think it's like $3 or $4.
Get it. It's on clearance. It's been on clearance forever, but there's
no you order that ball.
That wheelchair is fucking terrifying.
Yeah,
you get the red ball.
Yeah,
that's a good.
You ordered it. You ordered a red ball.
No, I didn't order a fucking red ball.
Johnny
I'm big on collectibles. As you can see, I got collectibles. I got collectibles coming out of my ass. They're all behind me here, and
All right, man. Good pick. Let me get my number 5 up here.
See how long it took Alan to take me off. Alan's over there shuffling shit. He's over there going, I don't know. Is it going to be this one or that one? The inner turmoil.
This one probably should have been higher for me. I rewatched it earlier this week, and it holds up. It's so fucking good. And it's going to be my man, Clint Eastwood. And it's going to be Outlaw Josie Wells, which is right there.
That's my favorite Eastwood, man.
Yeah,
man. This is quintessential fucking Clint Eastwood. I'm gonna start off with one of the interesting bits, just to give you an idea of why this motherfucker's so badass. He was having a hard time filming this movie with a horse. The horse he was fucking with was giving him a hard time. This motherfucker punches the horse in the jaw during the movie, and after that, supposedly the horse straightened right up. You're a bad motherfucker if you punch a horse and the horse just gets right in line. So animal lovers out there, whatever, Clint Eastwood's a badass. You talk to him about it.
That's funny, man.
Is that a movie where they say the animals were harmed during the making of this film?
Right.
All animals were harmed by Clint Eastwood in this movie.
Now all I'm thinking about is that scene from Blazing Saddles when Mongo punches him.
I'm curious as to know how many sexual claims that were filed against Clint Eastwood in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, probably even today. It's just
there's no telling.
How many were settled out of court?
My least favorite actress of all times was fucking him at this time, Sandra Locke. I hate Sandra Locke. Everybody knows that.
That's right.
This is the 6th movie they did together, and she's horrible in this. She's the worst thing about the movie. I wanted her to die the first scene. She didn't.
You need to put shades on every time a bitch is on the screen.
Yeah, I hate her guts. But anyway, there was another director that first started off directing this movie. I didn't write down his name, but basically he backed out. And Clint Eastwood was starring in the movie, whatever. This was kind of unheard of at the time. Clint Eastwood wanted to direct, which they ended up letting him do it. Whatever it's called, the Hollywood, whatever the fucks, had a hard time with that. And they basically initiated a rule after this. They actually called it the Eastwood rule. That once a movie has started, if somebody that's in the cast of the movie, if somebody backs out, nobody in the cast can come up to direct. Now, I know there's people that direct and act up their own movies, but maybe that's because they planned that from the beginning. I don't know. But they have something called the Eastwood rule that was based from this movie here. This is the only Clint Eastwood movie he's ever directed.
It's why Kurt Russell isn't credited for directing Tombstone.
Okay.
Yeah, that rule.
But this is the only Clint Eastwood movie or Western movie that he's ever directed that wasn't rated R. This is rated PG. The movie was based on the life of a guy named Thomas Atticus Hawks, which is a Missouri farmer. So it was based on a real dude or whatever. And It's based on a book. It's based on a book called The Rebel Outlaw Josie Wells by Forrest Carter. I didn't know there was a book out there. I'd like to find that. I'd like to read that. What else do I got here on as far as notes goes? This is included in AFI's 1001 movies you must see before you die. I would probably put this definitely in my top 5 westerns of all times. Clint Eastwood really carries this movie. It's got a pretty decent cast, whatever, but this is a Clint Eastwood movie. Every time he's on the fucking screen, like in most of his movies, he just eats up the fucking dialogue, eats up the scenes. The scenes. He's just an epitome of a badass in this movie, and I just love everything about his character. Everything I love about Clint Eastwood is from what he does in this movie. This is quintessential Clint Eastwood for me. And I'll probably go back and watch this one when I'm in the mood to watch some Clint Eastwood. I'll throw this one in, 9 times out of 10 when I'm in the mood to watch some Eastwood. It's just it's a fucking great movie. The basic plot is the movie starts out, he's a dirt farmer in Missouri. The Civil War had pretty much just ended, but basically a bunch of assholes come through and ends up killing his wife and kid. This is the opening scene, and he basically breaks off whatever to get revenge, and he turns out to be this outlaw wanted pretty much from both sides. You have bounty hunters coming in left and right, and they learn pretty quick this is the dude you don't want to fuck with, and he has a lot of his iconic lines are in this movie. It's just I can't say enough about it, guys. It's just badass. The movie had a $3 million budget. It made $31 million. $31 million in the States, and the same amount globally. Stars Clint Eastwood, the horse Andrew Locke, and Chief Don George. And supposedly the chief, which is played the
horse.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about her, but the guy in the movie, the old Native American in the movie, basically, his name was credited as Chief Don George, and he's such an old guy. Whatever, he wasn't a professional actor. But he was a really good storyteller, and so he had a hard time remembering his lines. And Clint Eastwood was trying to help the old guy out, whatever. So when they were doing a scene, Clint Eastwood was actually mouthing the guy's lines to help him out. They finally had to tell Clint to stop doing that because he was fucking up the scenes. You can see Clint's mouth moving, saying what the guy's supposed to be saying. So the guy finally got through it. Clint would basically tell him to tell us one of your stories. The guy would go to tell him one of the stories. He'd get his mind going, and he was able to do his lines. But the old Native American in the movie, he's great. He's obviously not a great actor or whatever, but for the role he played, he did a great job. You have a lot of people in this movie that's from some other Clint Eastwood movies. You guys seen Any Which Way But Loose. The leader of the Black Widows, that actor, whatever, he's in this, whatever, is one of the bandits. He does a great job in this. And something else interesting about this is when he walks into the bar and that little town he goes to in the movie, the bartender that serves him drinks in that bar is also in Back to the Future Part 3. When Marty McFly goes back in time, whatever, he tells everybody his name's Clint Eastwood. When he goes up to the bar, and the bartender that serves him as Clint Eastwood is the same bartender from this movie.
No shit, that is
really
cool.
Okay.
Pretty awesome.
Damn, I guess I never put that together.
Right.
Yeah, me either. But
how many has he had? That's his first one.
Yeah, give me a milk chocolate. But yeah, guys, it's fantastic. It's one of my favorite Clints. One of the reasons why I love Clint so much. I watch it probably twice every couple of years at least. But,
you're gonna make me watch this shit when this is over with.
Dude, it's so fucking good. I mean, there's so many quotable lines in this movie, man. He goes around and just spits fucking tobacco on everything. There's this old mangy dog that kind of follows him around. Every time the dog gets next to his horse, he spits on the dog. You see in the opening video there, he spits on the corpse. It's just kind of one of those things in the movie. He's always spitting tobacco on people. Right. It's just, you got to see the movie. It's kind of funny.
What's your favorite scene? I think mine would be the Gatling gun scene, man. I mean, I don't know why, but that always.
Yeah. My favorite scene is probably when they're crossing the river on the raft. That's right before those guys jump on whatever. And buzzards got to eat just like worms. I love that scene. I love it when he's in that little bar, that little town, the bounty hunter walks in and motherfucker says, he said, "Are you a bounty hunter?" He said, "Man's got to make a living." And he says, "Dying ain't much of a living, boy."
Right.
He said, "You can just walk on out." The guy walks out for a second. He comes back in and he's like, "I had to come back." He says, "Yeah, I reckon you did." He blows his ass away. So that guy that comes in that plays the bounty hunter, he's just as iconic to me as Clint Eastwood is. That whole interaction, the whole scene. Yeah. The guy's so fucking eerie looking. The bounty hunter that comes in, it's just a great fucking scene.
I gotta go back.
Guys, that's enough about that. But
you got all kind of fucking movies to watch. Now I gotta go watch this shit again.
Take the week off, Dirk.
We're all fucked up here. Hold on, guys. Try to get y'all back in the right order. There we go.
There you go.
All right. Well, let's read the chat, guys. See what's going on. Oh man. Yeah, goddamn, I love me some
Great pick, man. Great pick for sure.
If y'all ain't watched me, y'all check it out, man. It's a really good. Even if you're not a big Clint Eastwood fan, still a great fucking movie. Good one.
Even Yankees like they should like it. You know.
All right, I think we left off here.
The foreign film, Dirk. The foreign film.
Damn that horn.
Going back to horn.
All right. Ken says who's grabbing 4 Flies on Gray Velvet 4K from Severn?
Definitely.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to, man, for sure.
I don't know. I haven't made up my mind yet.
That shameless release is just so great.
I fucking texted Brad immediately when I saw that shit last night. I was like, fuck.
Yeah.
He's wearing a sweatshirt so you get the 10% discount.
Yeah.
All right, Emerson Hayden Holland. Gizmo, Ken Carlson, of course. 4 titles I want from the new bunch from Severn, but I'm wondering if I should wait till they drop the price.
You have to wait till next summer if you want them.
It's gonna be a while.
He says my NYC that Warriors imprint is the major want.
They're making a standard edition, I believe. That's not the box.
Yeah. Okay, man. So Columbia Classics Volume 3 is around $83. Anthony says the Warriors is fantastic. eBay for the Volume 3. Hey Ken, Gizmo, Wild Wrangler, Caveman, KB, Philip, Coco, and Anthony. Saying, hey, my number 5 movie is Taxi Driver, 1976. De Niro, Foster, Sybil Shepherd, directed by Mark Scorsese. Loneliness, Violence, and Paranoia all rolled into one.
Oh yeah,
yeah, man, it's a good one, man. That shot at the very end. You know, he has that's a great fucking shot. Great shot. Yeah. Hey, Anthony, The Warriors, great movie. Everybody's liking Ryan's pick. Anthony says, "What's up, Sydney?" KB said, "The Warriors sparked a lot of gang violence and
sect creations."
Sect creations.
Yeah.
Cindy said, "What's up, Anthony?" Gizmo said, "I have not seen Warriors since I was 10, I think. I need to check it out again. Thinking how much they censor movies back then, I'll probably be shocked."
Yeah, probably.
Anthony, if you've not seen Showgirls at least 2 times a day, you must jump off the stream and start working on it. Which, Allie, what's going on, Allie? Dirk's sleeves are so sick.
Oh,
he's got it going on. Wild Wrangler says, Suspiria soundtrack, Goblin. First 15 minutes of Suspiria is the best 15 minutes of film ever created. Me and the guys did an entire stream dedicated to Showgirls. That gives me a reprieve for a while. Yeah, you'll be both, man. I am off the Showgirls stream for a while.
Forever.
Time served.
I remember, I knew it was a bad movie, but I didn't remember being that fucking bad. I mean, it was.
I see it back there. It's in a pink case. I see it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's on the shelf. You know, I can't fuck.
I saw it on your room tour.
I can't fuck up my pink, Super Freak collection. Because I said Anthony saw it more. I know. I talked to the guys, and I was told you all loved it. 10 out of 10 made me happy. Oh, out of 10, I give it a C minus.
I'd give it a 10. I'd give it a 10 out of 1,000.
Out of 10, I give it a C minus. Anthony said Holland. Gizmo said yes. Cronenberg fucked up the rating system for us.
I guess an inside joke. We had a stream, and it was like, "What?" We had a stream on Crimes of the Future, and we were. I said, "What would you give it out of 10?" Everybody go around, and fucking Anthony's Hormore said, "I'd give it a solid B."
Yeah.
Fucking Dirk goes, "I'd give it a 2.5 out of 5." And, and it just, I don't know. I guess
Could my instructions have been clearer?
I couldn't. Yeah. It could not have been clearer. Fucking Anthony, B. I'd give it a B.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. Right, Monkey said The Warriors is a pretty good film. My top second, 1979. Monkey said film. Benicio the Horror Cholo. What's going on, man? That Goblin soundtrack is like no other. Yeah, I know. I knew there can handle Brian as far as Vinegar Syndrome goes. Him and Brian's got similar taste.
Yeah.
They've got some killer movies.
He's got a great collection.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Showgirls is A+ for tits. All right. Wild Wrangler is I think he just stroked out.
Udo Kier voice for Suspiria. Udo Kier's an actor.
Okay.
A real
maybe I just started out.
accent.
All right. Horcholo says, "Oh, that's such a cool ass name, by the way. Horcholo is just a fucking cool name."
Right.
You know, I got that slip too. Love the slip. All I know is adding Christmas Evil to the list for the holidays.
Oh, you won't regret it.
Yeah. Christmas Evil. John Waters. Love this movie. I heard.
Mm-hmm.
I always wanted to kill Santa after watching that film. It's like a fetish in the film.
I think Santa's from Norway, so
yeah.
Horcholo's the sick ass shirt. Ken says, hopefully Vinegar upgrades Christmas Evil to 4K.
I think that would be an awesome one to do, a legacy 4K like they did with Mad Men this year.
Yeah.
And just surprise everybody.
It's one of their first titles, so I don't see why not.
Yeah.
I'm sure at some point it'll happen. Horcholo says, Changeling, one of the best ghost films. Hard to argue that. By the way, I order Santa Kill movies to All a Good Night, Red Christmas, Mercy Christmas, and Christmas Bloody Christmas. Seen any of them?
I've seen To All Good Night and Red Christmas. I like 12.
I don't think I've seen those.
I like To All Good Night. Red Christmas is okay. I haven't seen the other.
I haven't seen all of them. No.
Gizmo said, yes, The Changeling is one of my favorite films. George C. Scott is my scream queen. Kamen says, my bodyguard, Adam Baldwin, the victim from bully attacks to hook up with a poor recluse no one would pick a fight with. Him, Baldwin agreed, is the storyline as we watch their friendship grow.
That's a great movie.
It's a great movie.
Yeah. Andy fan, what's going on, man? Howdy, guys, man. Glad you guys are still going. I'm about to head to lunch here, but I am confident you will still be going when I return. I'm good bet. Changeling is solid. George C. Scott is a top 5 actor, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Incredible.
My number 5 is Invasion of the Body Snatchers. Creepy and atmospheric, awesome practical effects. And Anthony, don't use big words when I got to read this shit. Effects, and you get Donald Sutherland, Jeff Goldblum, and Leonard Nimoy. One of the best endings in horror as well. Okay, it says 1980 above for my bodyguard.
Yep.
Busting out the Clint box set.
Yep.
Outlaw Josie Wells, awesome Clint Eastwood movie. What I never seen the Eastwood movie is an action Western drama. I turned off the sound now so I don't get any spoiling going on. It is a Western. It's a full-fledged Western, badass. Yeah. I mean, Gizmo, if you watch that movie, you'll almost be considered an American.
Yeah.
So just saying. Right. City of Banks, Gizmo, it is a Western. 1979, The Muppets. Who isn't Kermit's about being green and his love of Miss Piggy.
It's a classic.
I see on the poster there is a monkey. Have he noted a movie with a monkey? I think I seen a comedy or something with him and a monkey. Yeah, he's In Which Way But Loose, Any Which Way You Can. Both fucking hilarious movies.
Right turn here, Clyde.
Yeah.
How did that movie
monkey ate on my goddamn Oreos? I love Ruth. Ruth Gordon, is that her name? She's great in that. Goddamn baboon. Caladena says, what up, guys? Absolutely terrifying. Gizmo said, yeah, I knew Santa when I was a kid. He used to put me on his lap and say naughty things to me. He was nice but smelled funky. Never thought I was going to fucking say that today. Good evening, guys. What's up, Barnabas? Appreciate you being here, buddy. Well, we were caught up, man, and we were moving on to round 2. If I can figure out how to get our ass back where we were. Hold on. Oh, not me. Hey, y'all.
Man.
All right.
Boom. There it is. All right. Number 4. Is that what we're up to now?
Yep.
That's it.
All right. So here we go. This is going to be an easy one for me because I'm not going to say shit about this movie because I know somebody else is going to have plenty to say. And he's becoming a really good friend of mine, and I'm not going to detract from that. So I only have a few. I'm only just going to show this movie.
Okay. Oh shit!
Bastard.
Hold on. Where'd you get that fucking yellow steelbook from?
Steelbook too.
Oh yeah. You got the hedge in there.
Oh yeah.
What's the inside artwork look like?
It's mainly the maze, the hedge maze.
Yeah. That's badass.
He's saying take the disc out, Brian.
I mean, I don't even like
with you, man.
Hold on. Jesus Christ.
There it is.
Yeah, that's stupid. Who would want that?
Feel better about that.
I used to have that steelbook. Fucking Liv Campbell stole it from me.
Yeah. Yes, you did.
So here's the only thing I'm going to say about my side of this, because I am going to defer to the other person whom I know is going to have this movie on their list. Obviously, this is a fantastic movie. I mean, in its own right, separate it from the book is really where I want to go. Stephen King, of course, I've said before, not only a crazy movie fan, but also been a crazy avid reader. Grew up reading King. I consider myself one of his avid fans. And he really did hate on this movie a lot when it came out. He's kind of come back a little bit on that, but I think you got to give him a little bit of credit. He was really early in his career at this time. He'd been writing for only about 5 or 6 years, and he'd only had a couple of major hits that have come out, or major successes with his writing. So I would imagine as a young writer, it would be kind of difficult to see something that you created that somebody else has adapted, and they kind of missed everything that you did. And he's come back around. He was in an interview just a couple of years ago where he said, he stands by his word that he thinks Kubrick totally missed what he was writing, but he said, in and of itself, he said, of course, it's an amazing film. It's a Kubrick film. How could you not say
I didn't
it's
realize
not an
he
amazing
said
film? He did. He said, and he said what I've always said. These are two, to me anyway, two very different storylines.
Oh yeah.
They might have the same underlying sort of idea about a guy that ends up in a hotel that's influenced by this hotel, but if in the essence of what happens to Jack Torrance is two totally different, separate sort of ideas. And in my opinion, honestly, Stephen King can write some dark stuff, but the Kubrick version of what happens to Jack Torrance is much, much darker. And I can wrap it up with just one example, and I'll reference the Playgirl scene. And that's all I need to say about Kubrick taking Jack Torrance and this idea of who he is, and then subsequently with this hotel and its mythos does to him to a much deeper, darker level. And so I think if you separate the two and you let it stand alone, obviously it's Kubrick, and he's of course he takes years to make a movie, and he drives everybody on set absolutely crazy. But this is what you get. And so I know there's a lot of controversy out there between the book and the movie. But I think if you just kind of let each one be its own
thing,
you get a much better appreciation for it. And I think if you haven't read The Shining, really go back and read it, and then if you watch the movie, and you'll start to see these sort of subtle differences, how these two character lines really kind of become their own separate entities. So I'm gonna leave it at that.
Oh yeah, man.
That's awesome.
Great pick, man.
Yeah, man. I figured that was brief.
Well,
Steel Thunder.
Dirk's over here going, that motherfucker, number 4? Really? Number fucking 4? If this isn't the top 2 for everybody on here twice, I'm never doing another one of these.
So I tried to butter him up at first.
Right.
So I'm just glad he's at least 4 hours away from me.
Right. Well, my number 4 pick is this is our final warning. That's one of the taglines of this film, and that would be The Omen.
Hell yeah!
So when I was a kid, man, the score, the Latin singing choir, chilled me to the fucking bone. It did, man. This fucking movie. So I was like, yeah, it just got me. It brought me into the shit, and then I'm realizing, and I was raised Southern Baptist, so like which I'm not now. I'm not saying that now, but I'm saying I was raised Southern Baptist, but watching this damn movie, I was like, I knew about Revelations and shit, and Antichrist and everything. And I'm like, man,
I'm laughing because
this had a whole different.
I thought you were raised like those people, the snake people. You know, like
the Pentecostal.
Yeah, I thought you were raised Pentecostal. That's why that's what I think.
We're not.
Church ain't over until
we're not Max Cady and Kate Fear. You know,
he just has an accent, Brad. He's not speaking in tongues.
Yeah, man. But yeah, that's what made it more frightening for me, I guess you'd say. The whole Damien Thorne and shit. But yeah. But I mean, let's see, where do I go? I mean, the whole quote, you know, the chick where she's like, "Look at me, Damien. It's all for you." You know,
all for you.
Comes off the fucking roof, and man, it's like, what?
You got all the kids watching that. It's pretty fucked up.
Hands onto the kids real hard. You know. Yeah. But yeah, man, just a great film. Still holds up, man. Peck, man, Gregory Peck, amazing actor.
Yeah, what a legend.
Yeah,
kind of a legend, yeah.
And the thing about it is, you know, his son, he agreed to take this role of a tortured father because his son committed suicide in 1975. So he agreed to take this role. So like a lot of that shit you're seeing is probably him dealing with that.
Drawing on it, yeah.
You know,
I'd imagine, yeah.
But so much crazy shit happened when this was being made. Lightning struck his airplane. Hold on, I got it right here. My bad. All right, I got it. Damn it. What the hell? Is that it? Yeah, okay. So I'm going to read this. The film seemed to fall victim to a sinister curse. Star Gregory Peck and screenwriter David Seltzer took separate planes to the UK, yet both planes were struck by lightning. And I mean, it was just wild shit was happening when this movie was being made. Let's see. While producer Harvey Bernard was in Rome, lightning just missed him. Rottweilers hired for the film attacked their trainers. A hotel at which director Richard Donner was staying got bombed by the IRA. He was also struck by a car. After Peck canceled another flight to Israel, the plane he would have chartered crashed, killing all on board. Yeah, it's fucking nuts, man. On the day, I know, yeah, one of the special effects people, they got decapitated just like in the fucking movie. It was a chick. You know, the dude that gets his the reporter with the photographer or whatever, reporter. Yeah. The chick got her fucking head cut off in a fucking car accident. I mean, just wild shit, man, with this movie. But
yeah, people talk about Poltergeist. Damn.
Yeah, The Omens.
On it.
Yeah, man. No. It's definitely some wild shit on it. But like, so a lot of people came out saying that the devil didn't want this movie revealed, made, and shit like that back in the day. The Catholic Church and all that. Uh-huh. I know that was a big issue back then. But a personal note on, huh?
It sounds like they may be right.
Yeah, right. But a personal note on this: when my mother was pregnant with me, her and my father went and seen this movie, and it deeply fucked with my dad bad. Let's just put it that way. But
it's all coming together now.
Yeah, right. And Gregory Peck was the highest. This became his highest paying role. He took a $250,000 pay cut to make the movie, but they guaranteed him 10% of anything it grossed. And he ended up making the most because this movie made $60 million. So this was his highest paying performance that he's ever done.
Kind of a gamble on his part for a horror movie, though, because you never know.
You might ruin that career, you know.
Doing. I mean, it's a classic movie, but it could have been a flop, and you know.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
It is.
that kind of shows you that. I mean, he obviously knew what he was doing. You know, he had his faith in it.
And I mean, like Mrs. Baylock, Billy Whitelaw, fucking amazing, dude. She is. To me, she is. She makes the movie along with Peck, you know. But and the kid Damien. I'm sorry, I keep going on and on, man. But Damien, Richard Donner picked him because he told all the kids to attack him like they were attacking what's her name, Catherine Thorne, and Harvey Stevens, which is playing Damon. He kicked Richard Donner in the nuts and scratched his face and shit, and started screaming at him and shit. So he's like, "Oh, we're dyeing his hair black." He's Damien. But yeah, man.
Maybe it's just me, but when I say this movie at a very young age, did you guys ever go around and check people's scalp for 666 to see if anybody had the mark?
Right. I grew my fucking hair out.
Yeah.
I just like that after this movie came out, every little kid that was a piece of shit, people just were like, "All right, Damien."
Yeah,
right.
It was referenced everywhere. And this movie won an Oscar, man. It won an Oscar for the score.
Yeah, and how rare is that for no matter what the category is for a horror movie?
Yeah, Jerry Goldsmith. I believe, Goldsmith. He won the Oscar for that damn Latin choir area.
Oh
shit.
yeah.
And I
they
think
could be
that,
singing about rainbows. It would be scary.
I think it's Shudder that had the series Curse Films. That episode of The Omen on that's really good. If you guys haven't seen that.
Yep.
Yeah, there's several more things I didn't bring up, but it's pretty crazy. But that's my number 4, man.
Nice pick.
Good one, man.
Appreciate it.
What's up, bro?
All right, my number 4 is a comedy. 1976 is The Bad News Bears.
Oh,
I love that movie.
I don't know who doesn't love this movie. You don't like comedy? I don't know. Basically, you got Walter Matthau, like a minor league pitcher back in the day, and he goes and he gets roped into coaching for this little league team, who's really shitty little league team, trying to get him to do better or whatever, and so he finds this girl or whatever who he knows. I forget how he knows her. It's been a little while, but he brings her onto the team, and basically she kicks the shit out of all the other kids that are guys or whatever, and they get all like butthurt about it. Pretty funny. He's Walter Matthau's just guzzling beer the whole damn movie. all different brands. If you see it in every different scene, he's drinking beer. He's drinking a different brand.
Whatever's on sale.
Yeah, whatever's on sale.
Beer that he found.
Yeah. I was reading the trivia on this one too, and Jodie Foster was supposed to play the Amanda character, but she dropped out to play in Taxi Driver, which is probably a good move on her part.
Yeah, right.
But and then Christy McNichol also was supposed to play the Amanda part too, which is funny because her and Tatum O'Neal starred in Little Darlings later on.
Huh.
This is just an iconic classic movie. It's just rooting for the underdog team, and just the shit that comes out of these little kids' mouths is always hilarious. I don't know. I can't even say the shit on the stream because it's so bad.
Right.
Some just the racist foul language that one little kid fucking says.
What's funny is when you mentioned that because I remember when whenever South Park first came out, and I think I was in the military, and I was at home, and we had some friends or family over, and they were talking about, have you seen this cartoon? Like all these kids on it are all foul mouthed, and they were talking about how it's new and it's never been done. And my dad and I both looked at each other like, have you not seen the Bad News Bears?
Right.
They're a hell of a lot worse than what South Park is doing. That was 30 years ago.
Yeah. And then the one motorcycle kid's Jackie Earl Haley, who's Nightmare on Elm Street, Freddy Krueger in the remake. But he's also an underrated movie, Little Children, that I love. But the film's poster art was drawn by Jack Davis, who's one of the founding illustrators for Mad Magazine. So it's kind of cool. You can kind of tell the art was.
Yeah, you can.
Walter Matthau was paid $750,000, while Tatum O'Neal was only paid $350,000. I guess she was a little butthurt about that. Another one of the actresses who was playing for the Amanda role was Sarah Jessica Parker. She got turned down.
Really?
Yep.
Huh.
Some of the pitching scenes with Amanda was made with the wigged male double being filmed behind the back. Yeah, I don't know. It's just funny whenever like all the different what was that? What was their product placement was like the bail bonds.
Chico's bail bonds.
Chico's bail bonds. Yeah.
Yeah, Chico's.
That always cracked me up. Yeah, I could just pop this movie in at any time, any day. Just have a ball with it and have a good time with it. I know the sequel's out in imprint, and they just announced that they're putting out the Japan one in February, I think. So that's pretty cool. I'll have to pick those ones up, but yeah, Bad News Bears. The remake isn't too bad either with Billy Bob Thornton. It's pretty good.
I love the remake. I like the catcher that's on keto, and he pulls out a Ziploc bag full of bacon in his pocket.
Yeah.
But I love when you meet Walter Matthau in that movie. His opening scene sitting in the car, and he pours out some of his beer so he can pour liquor into it.
Right.
And,
Yeah.
That just encapsulates the entire character.
I remember.
I love Walter Matthau.
And there couldn't have been anybody but Walter Matthau playing that role. I can't imagine anybody else pulling that off.
And James R. Haley plays such a little shithead in that movie, just like he just want to beat their ass, Which he did a good job. That's what it's supposed to be. But yeah, that's a hell of a pick, man. It's a good one.
Well, number 4, Cover Your Ears. 1980, written and directed by Stanley Kubrick. Obviously adapted from the book. I say written by Stanley Kubrick because it's so different. It changes so much. But adapted from the book by Stephen King. Shot mostly in the UK. The movie follows the Torrance family as the father, Jack Torrance, played by Jack Nicholson, takes a job as a caretaker at a remote hotel in Colorado, closed down every winter due to the severe isolation, the conditions, all that stuff, to get there. It's so remote. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to do something I never thought I'd do. I'm going to defend Stephen King for a second. I don't believe his criticism of the movie is because Kubrick didn't do his material and changed it and all that stuff. I think he believes that Kubrick could have done his material and it still would have been great. That's the whole thing. Yeah. Like you got a director like Kubrick, he could have made it just the way Kubrick had written it, and it would have been great. Kubrick,
and he did. And King sent him a screenplay, and I think if Kubrick had read it, maybe you could have had.
He's kind of known to be a prick. Yeah, I'm sure he took that screenplay, took one look at it, and went, "Oh, that's interesting."
Yeah, and they said he didn't. He wouldn't even read it.
Not even interested. I'm going to make this movie. I bought it. We're doing it. But this is an all-time. I mean, everybody knows.
I mean, he kind of insulted.
Everybody's seen this movie. It doesn't even need to be mentioned. Everybody knows this is a perennial, all-time great horror film.
Yeah.
There is, forget the stuff between Kubrick and Pussy Hands. What's his fucking name? Stephen King. Forget that shit. That's minor. That is minor beef between them compared to the fans' beef. When it comes to this movie, what's it about? Who's fucking crazy? Who's a child molester? Who's this? It's literally, there's so much shit. Jack Torrance at the beginning is reading a fucking Playgirl magazine, not a Playboy, a Playgirl magazine.
And most people don't know that until the HD version came out.
Yeah, and you go, Kubrick made the movie. It's not an accident. That's in there because
that's what I said. It was totally intentional.
Yeah, the clocks are wrong. There's so much continuity errors in it that he put it in there purposely to fuck with people. There's so much insane. The lore on this movie is insane, and that's what makes it so rewatchable. Right. Is because there's so much that could be going on, is going on, and Kubrick has said multiple things. He's given multiple answers. So
the fans are coming up with theories. You know?
Insane theories. There's
the whole
theories
interview scene where like it keeps changing time of day during his interview when he's in the office with that guy. It's like it's night, then it's day, then it's night again. It's like, was it 300 hours? What the hell's going on?
Yeah. So yeah, there's the lore, all the different theories, conspiracies. That's what I would call them, conspiracies.
Oh, they are. Fake the moon landing.
Yeah, there's the gold angle. This is about Nixon taking us off the gold standard.
Right.
There's so much weird shit in this.
Right.
But you take all that shit out, just like you were saying. Take all that shit, the beef with Spielberg, King, and all that shit. Take all that shit and throw it in the garbage. Just the movie as it sits. The unraveling, the deterioration of the family as they're isolated together, for months on end, and you just go with that, and then supernatural, maybe not, who knows, but that alone is terrifying, and it stands on its own, just those 2 feet alone, as one of the greatest horror films ever, and the tension the entire time, Jack Torrance is going further and further off the deep end, just the tension is just being ratcheted up the entire time. And then when it all breaks down, the imagery goes from 0 to 1,000 instantly. We all know the gay scene in the hotel room for like that. It's just the bear. There's so much weird stuff even with that. Like early in the movie, Danny's laying on a giant bear
pillow.
Yeah, there's a lot of all the bear, and then he's got a bear over his bed.
The woman's questioning him
all over the place.
Yeah,
it's just the rocket shirt. That's supposed to be phallic. Danny was getting raped by Jack Nick. I mean, we could go on and on and on. There's so many different ways this thing weaves. But like I said, I throw that shit out and I just watch it as for what it is and what's on screen. And that alone makes it an icon. And people quote this movie every day. It's endlessly rewatchable, and it's an all-time great for a reason.
Yeah, man.
One of the things I forgot to mention that because I'd never seen it originally in the theaters, and then where Alan and I live, one of our theaters used to do before pre-COVID, used to do like a throwback Thursday thing, and they played The Shining once, and the cinematography. I know this was one of the early uses of the Steadicam, but to actually see it in its meant to be full widescreen format was just. I mean, it added so much to that movie. Seeing it play out like it's supposed to on an actual full theater screen.
And I'm not a big score type of guy. I don't really care about scores that much. That movie there, seeing it in theaters, the score is its own character, man.
Yeah,
that might be cliche. I don't know, but that score in a theater added so much to that fucking movie.
Yeah.
So glad I got a chance to see that in theaters. But if you ever get a chance to see this movie in a theater with a great sound system, go do that.
I saw it in Dolby.
Aspect of the movie.
I saw it in Dolby when it came out, like right before Dr. Sleep came out. It was fucking amazing.
Oh, it's fucking out, man.
Yeah, Kubrick's the John Hammond of directors.
Yeah,
absolutely spared no expense. Everything's got to be done to the time. All that snow in the movie, that's all salt. They brought in semi-loads of fucking salt.
Yeah.
And just ruined the fucking earth. Just ruined the earth underneath it. Who gives a fuck? Build these giant sets, cranes, helicopters.
Right.
It doesn't matter. Whatever he wants, he gets somehow. And the movie is not dated in the least bit. It's stood the test.
It really isn't. Yeah. I mean,
it's timeless.
Yeah.
I mean, even the Afro porn chick over Dick Halloran's bed is like.
It makes perfect sense.
And just that little part, like just that one part, is that really happening, or is that the way Nicholson sees Halloran? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Here we go. The last 2 hours of the stream is just going to be us asleep and Dirk just going. Now, in the third act.
No.
And that fucking 4K looks so damn good.
It looks insane.
Oh, yeah.
Studio
it's
release,
my favorite 4K, man.
It's got to be the best studio release.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah, Brad, I couldn't fucking agree more, man. This is my next pick.
Why number 4? Why 4? Why are y'all doing 4?
I'm glad you bastards also did it.
Is this
too.
a conspiracy theory?
We don't even like the movie because it's number 4. It's not even good to us.
Yeah. Hundreds of fucking movies to choose from.
By the way, that is number 4.
Pricks. All you pricks.
Guys, you guys have already said so much about it. I got a few notes here, but one of the greatest horror movies ever fucking made. Jack Nicholson, he looks like a crazy fucking in real life. He's perfect for this part. I didn't write down the names, unfortunately, but there was a couple other actors that they really wanted to play Jack Torrance because they wanted somebody that thought it would be more interesting to find somebody that looked normal and watch them progressively get fucked up. Jack Nicholson looked fucked up from day one.
Instantly, yeah.
But that being said, he was made to play this fucking role. There's certain things he improv in the movie, like for example, he's in the big ass room bouncing the ball. He was supposed to just be in the room not working, but the bouncing the ball thing was all kind of improv by Jack Nicholson. Kubrick liked it, kept it in there. The movie had a $19 million budget, made $45 million in the States, 47 worldwide. One thing I thought was interesting, the iconic scene where, here's Johnny, he's axing the door down. The bathroom door was made to break easily, but Nicholson used to be a volunteer fire marshal, and he tore the door down too easy. So they had to make the door more reinforced because he was so fucking good at swinging that axe being a fireman. And everybody knows about this, but Shelley Duvall, and bless her heart, that's a unique looking woman. I'm just going to say that.
Olive oil, man.
Popeye's wife. You take that shit back.
Let me translate for the people that aren't familiar with Southern vernacular. He just said she looks like she's beat the fuck, that lady.
I'll bless her heart. There's nothing wrong with that.
God damn her.
She could chew the bark off my big fat log.
But she suffered exhaustion throughout the film. Jack Nicholson has come out to say that it's the most difficult role he has ever seen an actress take on. And Shelley Duvall, she had a hard time with this. It was one of the worst things she's ever done. She got physically ill throughout the movie. But Kubrick did end up saying she did a great job, even though he made her life live in hell. Because he made all the actors' life live in hell. He's such a perfectionist. And Brad already touched on this, but the snowy maze near the conclusion of the movie consisted of 900 tons of salt and crushed styrofoam to make this. They do such a good job. You feel cold. Watching that final scene as he's starting to freeze up, you feel the cold. They did such a great job shooting, and it's not even fucking snow. Stephen King was disappointed with the film. Said Kubrick's shots were stunning, but said that it didn't have any substance. He described it as a fancy car with no engine. That's how Stephen King referenced the movie. That was just him being an ass hurt. But there was little things Kubrick did he didn't have to do. Like, for example, in the book, and y'all correct me if I'm wrong, but in the book, there's a certain scene where there was a red Volkswagen on the side of the road. Stanley Kubrick made it yellow. And just little things, just to fuck with Stephen King, I thought.
And
why not make the fucking car red? Why change that?
You seen the red car in the car wreck where it's all smashed the fuck up, right? That was an insult dig to King saying, look, this is my vehicle, motherfucker.
Yeah.
That's your vehicle over there.
Well, I'm a big Stephen King fan. I like The Shining. But I mean, it's hard for me not to lean on the side of Stephen King because I'm such a huge Stephen King fan. But I respect Kubrick. Movies are fucking classics. I don't know where I stand on all that. And Kubrick was known for repetitive shots. The scene where it's just a simple scene where the tennis ball rolls out into Danny's toys took 50 takes for Kubrick was happy with it. Just to give you an idea, something that minor.
That's
Lloyd the bartender. I thought this was interesting.
50, right?
Yeah. Lloyd the bartender was originally supposed to be played by Harry Dean Stanton, but he was too busy. He was busy at the time filming Alien. So Harry Dean Stanton, I love Harry Dean Stanton. It'd have been interesting to see him as a bartender. I could definitely see that. And this was the second film adaptation of a Stephen King novel. The first was Carrie. You had Carrie, and then this one. So Stephen King was pretty new to the whole game. But yeah, that's what I got. Great movie. You know, Ryan already touched on the theater experience. Theater experience was one of the best ones I've ever had. I was a bigger fan of this movie. I had seen it 50, 75 times, but that was the best viewing of that movie I've ever seen was in theaters. So, yeah, guys, The Shining, I love it. It's an absolute, unarguably classic. It's just a great fucking movie.
You're funny. You talked about how he was, you know, he already was crazy before he even got there. I remember thinking that like the first couple of times I watched this movie, like if I was interviewing Jack Nicholson for this job, just for his mannerisms, I would have been like, yeah, we'll call you. Like, you're crazy motherfucker. Well, it's okay.
Harry
I'm looking for a long time alone.
Fucking movie. That guy sucks. I hate that actor. But I do want to get everybody's thoughts. Why everybody here, the sequel, What do you guys think of the sequel?
Oh, fuck yeah, man. I love the sequel, too. It's great, man. I think they did a great job with it, I thought.
I will say
it's good.
It's good. I'll say this. I love the book. The book was phenomenal. I don't think. I think they were in a really tenuous spot because I think because of all of the controversy between King and Kubrick, they were trying to play to two bases, both to King and to the original. And so to me, the movie came up a little bit short because I think that's exactly what they were trying to do. They were trying to keep Stephen King happy, and they were trying to keep everybody obviously respect for the original.
Both sides.
Right.
But I mean, I'm just a huge fan of the book. The book, Steve, he did such a great job at bringing that story all the way back around. And it's a typical King book. There's so much in it. There's so many nuances, and there's so many underlying themes. There's no way you can put that in a feature-length movie.
Yeah.
I kind of
Brian.
I think it's pretty great. All Ryan's points are valid, definitely. But the only part that takes me out of it a little bit is the Henry Thomas shit. Playing Jack Torrance.
Yeah,
But
I this day and age, I was back and forth on that too.
He did a great job.
I just I want a real actor. I don't want this weird it's synthetic thing because they could have superimposed it. They could have done that.
Yeah,
and that kind of takes me out of it too. So I'm like, but the Shelley Duvall broad, great.
good.
Yeah.
So I like it a lot. I'm a big fan of it. I love how Ryan said it comes back around. Yeah. But to be a successful sequel of an extremely celebrated movie 40 years later says a lot about the acting and the story and all that stuff.
Yeah, I thought Ewan McGregor did a great job.
I remember hearing that was coming out, and I'm going, "What the fuck are they thinking? Why on earth did they make this?" And I watched, and I went, "God damn, that was good."
Yeah.
I fucking really
I
liked
haven't
it.
seen it at the theater, but the whole time I'm watching it, I'm thinking, King was fucking butthurt. He couldn't help himself. He had to fucking write a sequel.
And it's a big departure in a lot of ways, but I do love, like I said, when it comes back and he goes I gotta go wake it up.
What it is, but it is kind of strange in a way.
It's more of a King. It's more of a King than a Kubrick.
Yeah.
It's much more King than
It's strange with the vampire people, psychic vampires.
Yeah. Man, they ripped that. They ripped Ethan Tremblay apart. I love that shit. When they ripped that Ethan Tremblay right in pieces. Love that stuff.
Yeah, me and Ryan watched Dr. Sleep here in the movie room here. We actually introduced the Shining to both of our wives, so they would watch the Dr. Sleep with us. You remember that, Ryan?
Yeah.
So we watched the Shining. I don't think it was a double feature, but I think we watched the Shining and then we watched that one maybe the next weekend or something. I don't remember, but
I think Mike Flanagan did
I was a fan of it. I liked it.
So, I think he did amazing job on the movie. But
yeah, I like that little girl too. She did a great job.
She really did do a good job.
Yeah.
All right, guys, we will move on to the chat and keep it rolling here. All right, already saying, what's up, Barnabas? Already saying that one. Anthony said, "What's up?" The cow, Rye the horror guy. What's going on? I really wish Elves 1989 would get a Blu-ray release.
Yeah.
Caveman saying hello. Everybody saying hey. Was that a bear or a dog suit? In The Shining.
Bear.
Yeah,
kind of a mix.
with a bare ass too.
Whatever Goofy is, that's what it was.
It's a dog in the book, right?
In the book, it's a dog. Yes.
Right. Yeah.
Just don't mention the fact that he was assless. He was wearing an assless bear or dog suit. That's just ordinary showing off of steel. No one need to talk about The Shining. It is just a fantastic to talk about.
Yep.
You make my number 4 movie is The Boys from Brazil. Gregory Peck and Laurence Olivier, directed by Franklin Schaeffer. If they survive, will we? Boys from Brazil. I've never seen that. Never heard of it. Wild Random says, great pick, Doc. Sidney Banks says, The Shining, great movie. I love The Shining. If I have the time, I always pair it with Room 237, Doc.
Yeah. I mean, that's a documentary about all the.
It's got a lot of the good conspiracy theory shit in it. Yeah.
Gizmo says, same as the picture on Brian's channel of Jennifer Connelly writing. She was one of my 400 girlfriends when I was 12.
Fucking maniac.
Yeah, we just talked about it. The child singing is creepy as fuck. I think every black metal band in the world is inspired from that film. Omen, sick ass movie, says Sydney. Hey, if that's what Kubrick had to do to get that performance out of Shelley Duvall, then that's what had to be done. Yeah, fuck Shelley Duvall. Do your job. Art sometimes requires sacrifice and mental endurance. Paul says, how's it going, fella? Sorry I'm late. What's up, Paul?
What's up, Paul?
I mean, Kubrick's done it to so many people, though. Not just
every movie he does.
Singled out, like, and it's like, bitch, you know, all these other motherfuckers had to go through some grueling shit, too. You know, that's what you got to do if you're going to be in a Kubrick film.
It's because
she's Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman.
Yeah, but
their marriage.
Nobody's going to feel sorry for Tom Cruise or Nicole Kidman.
Right.
You look at Shelley Duvall, you already feel sorry for her just looking at her.
Well,
her cheese is teeter totter on the side of a cracker anyway. She even got that job, I bet.
Well,
we've got her backstage with us.
Yeah.
She just returned to acting. She's got a movie coming out.
Awesome. I got her autograph. I mean, you know.
That's worth tens of dollars, that autograph.
Yeah. It's priceless to me, you know.
You have to go down to a gas station in California to get her.
I get her to autograph a copy of Suburban Commando for me. That's what I would get.
Popeye. Why not Popeye? Let's do that one.
I'd pay her to not sign my shit.
She had to wait for her break before she could sign your autograph.
I think she did a great job, man.
She did. It needed to be a particularly useless, feckless woman. It had to be. It couldn't be a heroine. She couldn't be a heroine. You have to be terrified for her because she is useless. This is a point. There's a reason
he's got to be
past her.
Effete and ineffectual, and only she could pull that off.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to try to read what Gizmo's saying here. Anthony's Horror and More. If you do that today, you are Harvey Weinstein times 10, and a little bit of Ted Bundy and Dahmer squeezed in a love bucket.
Yeah, but Kubrick had that name, you know. It's just, you're going to get a lot of money for the movie. So.
Yeah.
All right, Ride the Horror Guy. Wild Wrangler says David Warner RIP. For the Omen over The Exorcist. Hot take.
Yeah, I can see that.
Anthony says, I guess not exactly. Last day at school wasn't for lice. It was to check for the mark of the devil. That's funny, all.
Lice day.
I'm thinking last day. Okay, Bill said, going to cheat and mention two movies for this because I think someone else will pick. That Superman 1, the other 1978 film is Clint Eastwood, Right Turn Clyde, Every Which Way But Loose. Both solid picks, man.
Yeah.
Two more movies scare me was The Exorcist and The Omen.
This guy is such a fucking Clint fan. He even likes the goddamn monkey movies.
Yeah.
You got to do that right, man. They're hilarious, man. Yeah. We're going to meet a woman. There's no farting, burping, or picking your ass. And just the way you fucking Clint Eastwood's picking your ass, it's fucking gold. Anyway, Gizmo says Anthony's Horror and More. I was trying to look up the city you live in on Google, but I could not type it right. Wanted to check if I've been there. That's not creepy at all.
How did you not find fucking Detroit? Jesus.
All right, Bob's Blu-ray. Hey, we got a shit fix, man. He's not blocked anymore. We finally figured that shit out.
Hey.
What's up, Bob?
Hey
there,
Bob?
man. Okay, man, says smash that like button. 27 watching. At 22 now, but y'all do that, please. That'd be great. Say to Bob, goodness, I've never seen Bad News Bears. I have the limited fuzzy weird edition of that film on DVD. It's so ugly I can't have for display. We'll check it out. The fuzzy weird edition.
Fuzzy
it's
weird.
In his closet of shame.
I don't know.
Everybody's
Bad News Bears is a fun movie.
I think it was a jersey, but it was like fuzzy. It was like a fuzzy jersey. So the DVD case.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Gizmo. Let's stop talking about The Shining. It is good. Yeah. It's getting so old now. Let's see the picture of Conley Bryan.
No. It never gets old. We can talk about it for forever, man.
All right, Detroit, The Shining, The Simpsons.
Yeah, The Shining.
Paul says, yeah, attention to detail, creepy atmosphere as well. Anthony Hormore, I thought you said something like Winston or something. That's what I wrote down.
How did you get fucking
Hold your
Winston
horses,
from
Dirk. Check their scalps, Dirk. Shining number 4.
Yeah, no doubt.
R.I.P. Stanley Kubrick. Brad, you should feel guilty talking badly that he is in the ground. LOL.
Well, I'm telling you, that does bother me every night.
Yeah.
Number
4, Phantasm. Number 4 is Phantasm, says Anthony. This movie is batshit crazy. Angus Grimm as this tall man is great casting. Those floating spears that drill into people's heads were really fucking cool. Underrated movie for sure.
Yeah,
I completely agree with you, man.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
All right, Touched by the Angels.
Does that mean that
Pops,
could be...
was she ugly in the back of a mud fence?
What?
All right.
I didn't use the word ugly. I blessed her heart. Totally different. Totally different.
Totally
Any way you want to take it.
Oh, yeah, she's got a great personality, though.
Oh yeah, and she can dance. She can dance and sing really good.
Yeah,
you know,
personality of a dead moth.
Yeah, man. She made the honky tonk scene come alive. Boy.
She got a smile to break 1,000 mirrors.
she has like the fucking like vampire teeth from like that 30 Days a Night. You know, it's all of them. It's not just one. It's not just 2. It's all.
I thought you were gonna say Salem's Lot.
Right.
Salem's Lot, same thing. Yeah.
For a second, I thought Brad was doing his Norm Macdonald. The beaver teeth.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, like a beaver, like a.
Yeah, I was buffering.
Yeah, I sure hope that she ain't watching. I'm feel bad if she's watching.
I was just gonna say, welcome back to the Fuck Shelley Duvall stream.
Yeah.
Guess who said Anthony Horror and more? I think we drove past Detroit. We went from Texas Chainsaw location and back to New York. We took the north route.
The north route would take you through Detroit.
But I am not sure. Jamie Hart, what's going on, Jamie? I hope someone has mentioned Tourist Trap. I love that movie. Nobody yet.
That was a good one.
That was a good movie.
Yeah.
Gives me a cool man. It sounds like you had a fun road trip in the States. Jack is the Joker.
Yeah.
Fun house or nut house? James says, I'm here to defend The Exorcist 2 and Xanadu. Fucking Xanadu. I used to be so fucking pissed when I was a kid in HBO. I was waiting for something to come on. You would, all you had then was a fucking TV guide. And most of the time you just wait and it would show what was coming up next after the credits rolled on the movie on HBO. Every time it was fucking Xanadu, I'm like, fuck, Xanadu. They would play that bitch like 3 times a day. But anyway, my scarred childhood. Barnabas says, I believe that Shelley was chosen perfectly. I mean, her voice alone has that squeaky sound that kind of gets on her nerves. Works great for sending Jack over the edge being locked in there. And that one scene when she's told her cigarette, she's got a big ass ash. Like, come on, man.
Right.
Do
half the fucking cigarette. Yeah. It had to
right.
be, even that, I'm sure he was like, nah, don't flick that. He just wanted to grind it. He just wanted to ratchet it up. You know,
she had to smoke herself into like 4 levels of lung cancer to like do the 185 takes to get to that point.
Yeah. She's
Can't we just let it burn? No, you need to smoke it.
I need time. She said, I just need time to think. He said, you've had your whole fucking life to think things over.
Yeah, right. Yeah. He had everybody treat her like shit too, you know. So.
Yeah.
Hey, but I agree totally with Barnabas. She was casted perfect for that role. I mean, for what she needed to do, man. She has that look. She has the, the wide-eyed, freaked out. Yeah, she was perfect for it.
Yeah, I find that she's like Bambi. She's like a Bambi type thing. I find that I've shown that movie to a lot of women. And they're just like, oh my God, this is so boring. This is so unrealistic. I'm like, bitch, it's me and you there. What do you think's going to happen? Like in their mind, they're Rambo. They would fucking deal with it a lot better. She's like, that's so unrealistic. She would totally, I'm like, yeah, you'd get killed in 30 seconds. You wouldn't last as long as she did. It's just a strange thing that women cannot, get into that. They have no empathy towards that Shelley Duvall character.
All right. Well, this is to be determined with Demo Republican Crisis King.
We got a Democrat Republican here.
All right.
Bought it up.
So we are on to round 3 on that note.
Yeah.
And I'm back.
All right.
Oh, shit. All right.
You're up,
I'm going to
buddy.
offend more people with this number 3 pick, just like I did with my number 4 pick. Although everybody else jumped on board.
Yeah.
This movie's got to be in my top 5. It probably would have been higher, except for I can blame pretty much the last 3 movies that came out for it. I'm blaming the rest of the movies for why this movie is not higher on my list. And it stands by itself. It's really only just this movie. And that's Halloween. So what I have to say about this movie is I couldn't agree more with Brad. I think kind of what happened is this movie was great before John Carpenter became John Carpenter. You know, I like a lot of I blame Ridley Scott, John Carpenter, you know, a lot of these guys, once they started sort of reading their own press is kind of when they lost the art of their craft. The thing that makes this movie so good, not just as a horror movie, but as a movie, is its simplicity. This movie doesn't need a lot of flash. There's no fat in it. You don't need a lot of gore. There really isn't a lot of gore. It's just very simple. It's a great, clean storyline. It's one that you can follow. Of course, anybody that doesn't know, 1978 independent slasher film, Jamie Lee Curtis's debut film. Donald Pleasance, who's amazing in it, added to the National Film Registry. Everybody has seen this movie. But here's what I'm going to say about this movie. To me personally, the thing that makes this movie one of the all-time greatest movies, and especially one of the all-time greatest horror movies, American horror movies that belong in the American Film Registry, is its cinematography. The dude that did this, his name is Dean Cundy. He ended up doing, I mean, he did Psycho, he did all the Back to the Futures. It's his shots, it's his widescreen, zoomed out, sort of, he's like almost like an opposite Sam Raimi. You know, you're looking through a window and you see him, shadows pass on a wall. You know, the 4-second sex scene when his shadow passes over the bed. All of it is phenomenal. And honestly, to me, that's what made this movie fantastic. Of course, you've got John Carpenter's directing and writing. Deborah Hill, who wrote the dialogue, I think really sells it a lot too. But I think, you know, once Michael Myers joined like the, you know, Illuminati and started having to go to guild meetings, I'm done after that. And with the last 2 movies, you lost it. You lost the craft of storytelling. You lost the essence of what a slasher film is. So I'm not going to say much more about it. I got a feeling it'll be on other people's lists. But this will always be one of my all-time favorite horror movies, hands down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, to me, it's not even a slasher. To me, it's an atmospheric slow burn. And that's why it's so timeless, because it's not just another slasher. It has so much to it, and it's just done so well. And the score, where I would give credit to Carpenter, is the score.
Yeah,
you know,
completely agree.
Donald Pleasance.
Donald Pleasance is awesome in it. You know, Donald Pleasance did the movie because his son was a fan of John Carpenter's Assault on Precinct 13.
Yep.
And Pleasance didn't want to do it. He said, "I fucking hated Assault on Precinct 13."
Right.
It made no fucking sense. But you know, you kid, you got to do it.
Right.
And that's what he's known for now. That's all he's known for is fucking Halloween.
You know, and so the premise of the movie is this kid, you know, he's just the embodiment of pure evil, and he kills at 6. You know, the thing I always thought is thank God he grew up to be, you know, like 6'7" and 230 pounds, because if he was like 5'4" and like 110 pounds, he would have been fucked as a serial killer.
Yeah.
Yeah, if it was Andy from Child's Play and he grew up to be Alex Vincent at like 5'5".
Right. Yeah. You know, he was pure evil at 6.
And the thing is, like, that made it great was you didn't know why. You know, you didn't have to know why.
You didn't. That's the thing. You didn't. You don't. It's storytelling that it doesn't have to get complicated. You know, and I love Friday the 13th. I mean, it's hard to put these two together. It's like we've said before about other movies; they're apples and oranges. But what makes this movie great is the storyline is so clean. It's very simple. You got this kid. He murders his sister in the beginning. He comes back to town. That's it. That's all you really need to know.
Right. Stabbed his sister's tits. You know.
Listen.
That's a great one, man. Great choice.
All right. Well, New York has a new problem.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
All right. So this is my number 3. This is the film that I feel like this is Fulci's first horror film.
Yeah.
Let's put him on the map. I mean, he wasn't known for horror. I mean, I don't say put him on the map, but as far as the horror community is concerned, yeah.
Don't Torture Duckling had horror elements, but it wasn't a horror film.
No, it's a giallo.
Yeah,
a very strange, different type of giallo. But yeah. So it opens with this large, hungry zombie. You know, it's just I know Argento wanted to sue Fulci over this movie because he was ripping, like he felt like it was ripping Dawn of the Dead, but this was actually written before Dawn of the Dead. I didn't know that shit. I didn't realize that, but they called it Zombie 2. That didn't have nothing to do with Fulci though.
Yeah, that was the powers that be.
So that's why Argento wanted it, but he lost. He lost his
Nobody else has ever called Fulci derivative or a hack, but his greatest rival, Argento.
Right.
And I feel like Argento gets all the love, all the praise.
Yeah.
Fulci to me, man, I don't know, man. I've kind of leaned where I like Fulci more than Argento, just because the fucking everything. His zombies, man, are like no other zombie. It's fucking. They're coming at you slow. I mean, like all zombies. I mean, you know, I'm not saying that it's just like this red fucking coming towards you, and you're thinking, okay, these people are gonna escape this shit, you know, and they don't. They don't fucking escape this shit.
I honestly think that Fulci's a better storyteller with his zombies. Like there's zombies, and then the reason I love that movie is it's got a great storyline. You got this doctor who's well intentioned. And it's not just zombies. You don't know why they're zombies. They're playing into that whole Haitian thing. And
voodoo.
It goes back. There's a big nod to White Zombie.
Right.
The voodoo thing. Yeah. Let's see. The opening and closing scenes in New York was what I said a minute ago. Was to cash in on the Dawn of the Dead thing, you know.
Yeah.
So here's like one of my favorite, I guess, quotes of the film. The boat can leave now, tell the crew, you know. The shit with the zombie underwater with the shark. I'm explaining this shit horrible. The shit with the zombie underwater, man, that's fucking awesome. You know.
Oh yeah.
They just fed the shark.
Fight the shark, and it's competitive.
They fed the shark. They just got through feeding the shark, and then they gave him sedatives. And I think the shark didn't have teeth too, like.
Fucking zombies biting the shark.
Yeah, he rips his arm off and shit.
I just have this image of this toothless shark that looks like
he's full and he's doped up, you know.
Yeah.
It was a tiger shark still though. That's a tiger shark, man. And,
the abominable snowman when he gets his teeth pulled.
Right. The trainer. What's his damn name? Ramon Bravo, that's his name. Who played that zombie? He's the trainer as well. So, but yeah, it's just great visuals. That and probably, arguably the best scene from Argento, like special effects wise, is that fucking Splinter scene. Slowly fucking coming, man, and you're like, oh shit.
I mean, there are slow zombies, and then there are these zombies.
Yeah,
these are the slowest zombies ever done on screen.
Right.
It's just like, no, they're 2 weeks later, they're still walking on their way. Right. You know, you got plenty of time until you don't.
Yeah,
and then they still fuck you up. Yep.
And they fucking kill you different ways. You know, it's like, it's just insane. But so I got, you ever heard of voodoo from voodoo? Doctor, you got to be joking. That's kid stuff. I mean, voodoo is just plain superstition worship. Basically, it is a mixture of two religions. One, Catholicism, brought here by the Spanish conquistadors, and 2 African tribal rites brought here by the slave trades. Well, whatever that is, it makes the dead stand up and walk. I've seen it with my own eye. I mean, that's like a huge nod to the White Zombie, like I said a minute ago. But I'm kind of going in circles a little bit. But love this fucking movie, man.
Great pick, man.
Yeah, Fulci loves those impact shots. He has a doctor put down about 17 zombies with bags over their head just so he can blow their brains out over and over again.
Right.
There is no such thing as an off-screen kill with Lucio Fulci.
Right.
Yeah.
But The Godfather of Gore, if you've never seen that shit, check it out. Watch it. You're going to love it. Yep. I guarantee it.
Yeah, that's the first Blue Underground 4K I got, man. That thing looks fantastic in 4K.
It does.
Great release.
It does.
Underrated score, too. Very underrated score.
Yeah, it is. Mm-hmm. Fabio Frizzi, right?
Very rhythmic score that builds.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes it happen for sure.
Well, you may notice I'm missing a box set over there. It's gonna have to be Phantasm.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
My number 3. Fucking love the whole series, but we're talking about the first one here. The Tall Man. Just this crazy grave robber motherfucker. Creepy ass motherfucker. I wonder if I was tall. I didn't even look up how tall he really is in real life or was.
Definitely high 6s. I don't know.
Yeah. Brian, I don't know how you've never not gone as him for Halloween.
He goes every day as Halloween for him.
You can pull it off.
Yeah, I should. Boy. The story, is about Michael and Reggie fucking fighting off this crazy fucking all these different things and demons and all sorts of weird shit going on. This movie's just all over the place. It's hard to describe. It's very atmospheric. I don't know.
Score also.
Great score.
The coming of age film.
Here we go.
Coming of age film, yeah.
It's almost not a coming of age film. The kid almost doesn't get to come.
Right, yeah. It's an ending of age film.
You just kind of have to see you have to see to know what the fuck's going on.
Right.
That goes for the whole series too. Every movie goes into the next one, which is awesome too. But we're talking about the first one again. The flying ball scenes were simple special effects. The sphere was thrown from behind the camera by a baseball pitcher, and then the shot was printed in reverse. The ball attaching itself to the caretaker's head was filmed by sticking it on his head, pulling it off, and then printing the shot in reverse as well. So that was pretty cool.
Oh yeah!
What a clever way to do it too, because it works. I mean, even for a set late 70s, it's perfect.
Yeah, and it's pretty bloody for late 70s,
right?
Yeah. There's all sorts of blood that comes out of the fucking sphere.
Oh yeah.
The mansion that was used for the exterior shots of the mausoleum was also seen in Burn Offerings and View to a Kill.
I remember seeing that, man, as a kid, thinking that dude just fucked the tall man. At one part, where the chick is where it's the chick. My bad, man. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. No, you're good.
No, you go. When he fucked the tall man, and I'm like, no, I don't know.
I don't know about
that. Which Phantasm are you watching?
I don't remember that at all.
That was a tall man.
The film's original running time was more than 3 hours, but the writer-director Don Coscarelli decided it was far too long to hold people's attention and made numerous cuts to the film. Some of the unused footage was located in the late 90s and became framework for Phantasm 4 Oblivion. The rest of the footage is believed to be lost, though. The genesis of the story came in Don Coscarelli's dream one night in his late teens. He dreamed of fleeing endlessly down long marble corridors, pursued by a chrome sphere intent on penetrating his skull with a wicked needle. There was also a quite futuristic sphere dispenser, which out of which the orbs would emerge and begin the chase. So,
is that your favorite Phantasm?
Or first one?
Yeah.
Probably
okay.
So.
Most people pick part 2, but
part 2 is more it's more action, but this is.
But I I like the first one.
I like the first one the most.
Yeah.
That's a tough one. I mean, they each are their own.
They're all actually part two.
They're all a good time. I mean, Ravager is a little bit weak, but they're all still pretty fun. Even the fifth one.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's my
great all-time great prep scene in part two. They go and make all the shit,
making all the shit
together.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, I think that definitely beats like Evil Dead 2 in my opinion as far as the prep work goes. Like, when they're prepping to fucking go ham.
Who the fuck came up with that 4-barrel shotgun? That's awesome.
Right.
Except when Bruce Campbell says groovy. You know?
That thing's fucking badass.
And they're good guys. They paid.
Yeah.
Paid for all this shit. They bought
and,
it.
Reggie Bannister.
And they use different Michaels throughout the film. I mean,
one of the all-time great movie Cars too.
Yeah.
Great pick, man. I really like part one. I've seen part two more. I've watched part two quite a bit more, but I do like part one a lot.
We need somebody else to do the releases from now on. Like, what the fuck? Like that last thing they did with the poster and the slip and all that. What the hell was that?
Yeah. Well,
my Phantasm set's all fucked up. That book, whatever I got, if y'all remember the unboxing I did, that book was all fucked up. All the pages were falling out. The metal pin that holds the book together was all fucked up.
This one's
Did y'all ever try that trick with the hammer and the shotgun shell?
Yeah.
Did y'all ever try that shit?
This one's pretty cool. It's got the sphere inside, and it's got the booklet's real thick behind it.
Oh, nice.
You have to lift up the sphere.
Yeah, that's a much better release what I got.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Because I got the same one that Alan got, and it was all jacked up too.
I know Johnny has this one, but I think he has the other sphere that he has is bigger than this one.
Yeah, there's a DVD one where the discs are inside the sphere.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
I don't know.
Well, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, I've seen. I think CK showed his. They had that.
Yeah.
Are we really comparing each other's sphere size?
Yeah. That's a killer set, though, man. I like that.
Johnny's spheres were bigger.
Yeah.
Johnny has 14 editions of that. He has 14 different sphere editions of it.
He has the Romanian version.
Yeah.
The Pakistani.
Behind him. That's what his YouTube setup should be. Just a bunch of spears right behind
all the spheres.
Yeah, this one was like Region B, whatever, and then it was announced like the same time the Well Go USA one was announced for the US, and I just thought this one was cooler. So
yeah, it is a cool set.
Yeah, that's a hell of a nice box set, man. Much better than one I got.
Well, my number 3, made in 1979, directed by Ridley Scott, Alien.
Yes.
This movie's all right. I've been watching it for a while, man. This movie, like, I hear a lot of complaints. Some people are like, "Oh, it's so boring. Aliens is better." Your mother. This is, to me, it's not even close between Alien and Aliens. They're not even in the same universe. One's an action movie, one's a horror movie. You know, that's how I feel about it. And as Alan would say, you all know where to find me. The movie follows Ripley, played by Sigourney Weaver, a crew member aboard a gigantic commercial space tug called the Nostromo in the year 2021-22. On their way back from a long commercial voyage, they receive what they believe is a distress signal. They are required by galactic maritime law to investigate, so that's what they do under protest. Eventually, a crew member comes across a parasite that impregnates its host with a xenomorph, which is described as the perfect organism. Quote, its structural perfection is matched only by its hostility, unclouded by conscience, remorse, or delusions of morality. One of my favorite quotes from the movie from Bishop's Head. My favorite quote is from Bishop's Head. Severed head, the final thing he says before they shut him off and burn him: "I can't lie about your chances. You have my sympathies." And then he grins.
Right.
As Ripley kicks the fucking thing over. It's like the creepiest thing ever. That whole thing with the Bishop head and all that.
Yep.
Just the way he talks and his voice is all distorted on. It's great. I really enjoyed the look of this movie. I love the tone, the score, the bare bones industrial lighting which makes so much sense to me, being a long haul vessel like that. You know, it's not Star Trek. It's not well lit. You know, they would be trying to save power because, you know, who knows when they're going to run out. You know, it's a long ass haul. So I love that shit. Low lighting really helps with the atmosphere and the creature effects. I love all the set pieces, how everything's so massively overbuilt, clunky as fuck. And, you know, again, as I think it would be, it wouldn't be Star Trek, all these delicate little instruments. You're in the middle of fucking nowhere. Nobody's coming to help you. The shit can't break. We can't have the shit break. So it's all clunky and like steampunk and all, you know, I just love the set, all the padding on the walls and all that stuff.
And that 4K, man, it really
pops, man. It's got the 2003 director's cut on it, which is the superior cut in my opinion.
Yeah.
To me, this is quintessential sci-fi horror. There are 3 things you really need to have at least a chance at being a good sci-fi horror film, in my opinion. You need extreme isolation. Nobody's coming. Help is not available. You're on your fucking own. You need a real external, existential, physical threat. Talking real peril. This thing is not fucking around, the external force that's after you. And of course, number 3, the most important, you need flamethrowers. This movie checks all 3 boxes, and it hits the trifecta perfectly, and that's why it's an all-time great.
Fantastic.
It looks perfect. It still looks great to this day. The ships, Alan, cover your ears, look better than Star Wars. I just, everything about it is hyper realism, and you know, like I said, somehow it's not dated. I'm a big fan, and probably always will be. So definitely, if you've never seen this one, slap your mother. Check this one out for sure. You can get this for $8.99 on 4K, $7.99, something like that. So this is a good one.
So good, make you want to slap your old mama.
Yep. Slap somebody's mama.
That's a hell of a pick, goddammit. Fuck, man.
Where's the 4K at, Alan?
Yeah.
Well, now he's disappointed. Now you've upset him.
I pulled my box set. I think I have the 4K. I'm gonna say
I'm just fucking with you, man.
I'm sure the slip is.
I love this thing, man.
Brian, Brian threw for a loop.
Shit.
I mean, come on, man. This is a badass.
Brian will not be back for the next topic.
And
I go back and forth. And by the way, the ships in Star Wars are better than these. That's
I said cover your fucking ears, Alan.
Yeah, I heard you, goddamn it. But this is a fucking classic movie. It's a fucking, me and my oldest son would always go back and forth. I was an Aliens guy. He was an Alien guy. I watched Aliens in theaters probably 4 times in theaters when it came out. Fucking loved Aliens. I went back and watched this one. I had already watched this one before Aliens, but I didn't watch it that much. I didn't have a love for it until I watched Aliens. I went back and watched this movie with my son 4 or 5 times when he still lived at home, and he kind of grew on me. And I think now I could honestly say that this is my favorite Alien movie over Aliens. Yeah, I watch this one more than I do Aliens now. It's an absolute fucking.
Yeah, it's kind of like that same shit with Terminator and Terminator 2, you know?
Yeah, right. That's a good comparison. Same thing. This is definitely a horror movie. It's horror sci-fi at its best. Sigourney Weaver, this is the only Aliens movie in the franchise that she was not top billing. Tom Skerritt was the top billing in this movie. People didn't realize at the time that Sigourney Weaver was the badass that she was. And of course, whenever Aliens came out, you know, everybody went to go see it because of her. This movie stars Sigourney Weaver, Tom Skerritt, John Hurt, Ian Holm, and Brad, the robot head scene makes you want a glass of milk, don't it? It's real fucking disturbing. It really is.
Yeah.
Of course, Harry Dean Stanton. I'm a big Harry Dean Stanton fan. He's great in this.
The bukkake scene.
Right, and this is something that I thought was interesting. The blue laser lights that were used in the alien ship's egg chamber was borrowed from the Who. The Who was testing lasers for a concert on the sound stage right next door to where they were making the movie at. So they borrowed the Who's laser lights to use in the little egg chamber scene.
That's
cool.
That
was kind of cool. The facehugger was supposed to be painted green, but after seeing it unpainted on the set before they painted it, the human flesh tones would have thought that was a lot more believable and a lot more creepy.
Great choice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The dead face hugger that Ash autopsies was made using fresh shellfish, 4 oysters, and a sheep kidney. That's how they got that look. He's got that on the lab table there.
Yeah, definitely looks organic.
The chestbuster scene was considered the second most scariest movie moment, and Bravo's 100 scariest movie moments back in 2014. What I did not look up was what was number 1. So I'm kind of curious what number 1 was, and this was number 2. This is the first R-rated movie that sold toys that was marketed towards children. And that's really all I got as far as that goes. But guys, the movie's absolutely fantastic. It's claustrophobic as hell. You know, this movie, people always say that they're the bigger fans of Aliens, which was me for most of my life. But they're saying, oh, there's only one alien. Aliens, you got an army of aliens. It's more action. Yeah, it's an action movie. This is a claustrophobic, in space, on a ship. You can't go nowhere with this fucking, like Brad said, this perfect being, you know, and they made the blood out of acid, and that right there is just another extra element, whatever, of just being terrifying. They did a great job with the monster. The chest bursting scene is fucking iconic. Everybody, even if you're not a fan of the movie, everybody knows that scene. It is just an absolutely iconic shot. It's the way they filmed it, and I did read something that was kind of surprising. I always heard, and I've said this in previous, I talked about this movie in the past. That scene, I thought that the actors did not know the chest was going to do the bursting thing, especially that one actress, whatever, that has that look of fear in her face. She had no idea. She had the blood splattered all over her, but she had no idea that was going to happen. Supposedly, there's a DVD out there, a special feature, where they actually had to do a second take because the thing didn't bust out like it was supposed to the first time, and what you see on film is actually a second take. That kind of ruined that aspect for me a little bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, the movie's fantastic. I mean, I'm a huge Alien fan. I have a reason to like every single one of the Aliens movies, even the bad ones. Aliens 3, I can go back and rewatch it and still enjoy it. I like the whole Alien franchise. Obviously, 1 and 2 is where it's at. But when a new Alien movie comes out, you know, I go see it. I have a reason to enjoy it because I love the universe.
The story that they built.
Yes. And I'm just a huge fan.
I need to see 3 again. I mean, I saw it in theaters and it pissed me off, but you know, I was quite young.
I hated it at first too, but you know what? On multiple rewatches, it starts to come around.
It's fucking dark, man. You know, the Newt dies. You know,
exactly.
You know, it's a prison planet. It's a David Fincher movie. It's just
right.
It's not for Fincher to do that, but yeah, you know, hired hand. But it's timeless, man.
Yep.
And
3 different directors.
I don't think
first 3 films, you know. So
well, in another point,
yes, I do have this on 4K back there, Brian. I do have the 4K back there. I feel better.
Okay.
I was
all right. Great slip that I missed out on, by the way. But the difference is between 1 and 2. Obviously, Cameron's a master, one of the most decorated directors ever. They send fucking Marines in after, you know, this whole deal. In the first one, there's 2 mechanics, a goddamn flight officer. You know what I mean? They're not soldiers. They're, you know, they're just regular people. You know, they're truck drivers basically. You know, they don't, you know, they rig up some flamethrowers. It's not. Right. But 1 is plenty, more than enough. You know, so that's great.
And here's a little bit of trivia. Jonesy the cat. They actually used 4 Jonesies. There was 4 different cats they used in the film. I don't know why, but that's one thing I read.
If it was an Italian film, it'd be like 25, and because 18 of them died.
Right. Got to feed that.
Would punch 2 of those cats.
Feed me a stray cat.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, man. But Aliens, man, it's a classic that it'll be in my collection movie that I fucking adore forever, man. I just love it.
Hell yeah. I even like Alien Covenant. I know a lot of people hate on that.
Oh yeah, man.
I love all the later
ones.
People would give me shit for liking that movie, and I thought it was fantastic.
It's the most like the first one.
What about Resurrection?
Yeah.
Loved it too.
It's so Resurrection is good. You know, that's
Resurrection is the weakest one in my opinion.
It's weak, but it's a blast. You know, you get the mentally challenged alien hybrid thing.
She's a half alien and shit.
Yeah. Like I said, I got a reason to like all of them. I could watch any of them and be into it. You know, I understand. You know, the reason why people like these over the others, and people that are diehard fans, they shit on the other ones. But it's like, look here, man, they're good. You're not gonna top Alien. Aliens. You're not gonna top Alien. Any sequel you make is gonna be subpar. But it's still, it's an Alien movie. It's in the universe, like I was saying.
It's a sequel. By definition, they're going to be inferior. It's derivative.
Yeah.
All right, let's get caught up here, guys. And I don't know. I had a hard time placing where I was going to put that fucking movie at, by the way.
We're already
I had a hard time placing all this shit.
We're already 3 in, and we're only 2 hours in. So,
yeah.
You fuck this again, Brian. Damn it! Fucking 4 hours still left to go now.
Yeah.
All right. Gizmo said, yes, I wrote with Brad and told him I was just really shocked how sexy the redneck girls were in the state.
Yeah, he was in Texas, not Detroit.
I was just going to say.
That's how the geography is so confusing here, apparently. It's so big.
Yeah, I'm from Michigan, Giz, and I don't know which girls you're referencing.
Yeah, Texas is its own country, so
yeah,
let's just get that
it's
clear.
a sovereign nation.
Warren said, Olivia John, Xanadu, RIP. Jamie left. Tell us how you really feel, 4K. I'm not sure what she's referring to. It could be a number of things. Okay, it says 1977, the Kentucky Fried Movie. I know Ryan's a big fan of that movie.
I love that movie.
Halloween, 1978, great.
That's got a shot factory.
Yes, Kubrick needs
to. Does it really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
Shit, how did I miss that?
All right. Yes, Kubrick needs to thank Carpenter hard for Steadicam use in The Shining because of the masterful film Halloween. Halloween is gorgeous to look at. 100% agree. She was my biggest inspiration. R.I.P. I'm like, Olivia John. My number 3 movie is All the President's Men, 76. Dustin Hoffman and Robert Redford, directed by Alan Pakula, Jay Pakula. Endless sacrifice of risking it all, even their lives.
Great movie.
Star Wars, 1977. Jamie
really
Hart says Jaws. Jaws is 75, by the way. Jaws 2 here, but Jaws is 75.
Yeah, Jaws will be the next one.
Yeah.
Right.
Stay tuned.
Alan just likes Jaws on everything.
That might come up later.
It just, I know it was in the intro, but just hold on.
Well, that was Jaws 2 in the intro.
That was all Jaws 2 in the intro.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was all Jaws 2 in the intro. Abraham Lincoln in the helicopter.
Abraham
Lincoln. Jaws and Star Wars is on Pop's list.
Maybe.
Wild Wranglers. Love Us All on Precinct 13, 76. Austin Stoker, RIP.
Yeah. Gizmo
says
Shark Tits.
I guess he's trying to say Shark Tits.
Shark Titties.
Shark Tits, full frontal, sexy lesbian, vagina zombie, best shot ever.
Oh, wow.
Titties, you had an E in there and an extra T there. Gizmo.
Shark Titties, full frontal, sexy lesbian, vagina zombie. Damn. That's a mouthful.
Zombie versus shark.
Yeah.
Hell yes.
And I forgot something, so I write it again. Underwater shark. I'm assuming that over there they say tits as
there is he's trying to say titties, but before the zombie versus shark bout, there is a nude woman that goes underwater and she's got like a very thin bikini
zombie.
Yeah. And
she's
taking
topless.
pictures, right. And she you can see about everything.
Yeah.
You didn't even have to buy her dinner.
Yep. And they get all up in there.
Yeah. They're Italian. That's what they call them. That's why they call them that.
And they're like swimwear.
Or Brent says, Cannonball just watched for the first time a few months ago. Fun movie and needs a Blu-ray release. All right. Yeah, Brad said it's so fucking matter of factly. Oh yes, he's trying to say titties.
I speak Gizmo now. I understand.
Yeah.
Oh, titties.
Check out the stream we just did. Gizmo, Anthony. You'll explains a lot.
Appreciate it, Caveman. Gizmo said, I forgot something. Okay, he said that again. And he said it again. Okay, all right, if Fulcher was alive today, I would ask him one question. How the hell did you get that woman naked with a stuntman and a shark?
And somebody didn't touch on, he gave that actress hell.
And one answer, money.
Yeah.
He
gave her,
right?
Yeah.
He gave her hell, like, for sure. So.
Told that
give me that money, I'll get naked and wrestle a shark.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure there were some backhands involved, and get your ass down there and do this take again, bitch.
For the right dollar amount, you'll see my fat ass wrestling a track.
Phantasm was so great. I got to see it in cinema with a complete director's cut. I've never seen that version later. It's so great. All right, Coco said that he said, "Damn, Tall Man was only 6'4", and I'm 6'3".
Well, Hollywood, that's like 7 feet tall.
Well, I'm taller than the Tall Man, so about 5 inches.
So he can't call himself a Tall Man.
Wild Reynolds says Plymouth Barracuda.
Yep. Hell yeah.
Gizmo says Tall Man scared the living shit out of me when I was little. Tall Man, for me, his poster coming in twice.
Yeah, something.
Coco, yeah, I'm only 6'2". Our Phantasm 3 hours, not that long. 2022.
Yeah, right.
And he says number 3 is Alien. I love the slow burn of this film. The characters are all blue collar, very relatable people. Excellent dialogue all the way through. H.R. Geiger did a great job designing the alien. Yeah, I didn't touch on that, but basically, they had a hard time getting that past the studio or whatever because a lot of this shit is so sexual in nature. So they had to kind of like alter some shit so they could get it past the studio.
Yeah, S&M.
Yeah, he's a sick twisted bitch. I watched the documentary about it on his artwork that they did the alien on. He's a sick twisted bitch.
Geiger? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Alan said, that's right, Brad. Your mother is not close.
There you go.
Gizmo said, you should stand naked in front of the spear. It makes your body look hot.
Oh, shit.
It's like one of those.
Don't let every one of you motherfuckers is going to do that when y'all get off the stream.
I don't need a fucking spear to do that.
Funhouse mirrors. One of them funhouse mirrors that.
What's funny to me is he didn't just pull that out of his ass. He's actually done this. There's not that one. He's probably doing it right now.
He's trying.
I think he's doing it as we speak.
You know he has all those fucking props and everything. You know he has a spear.
Right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, he was sending me some pictures of some of the shit he's got in his room, and he's got some killer stuff over there.
Yeah, he does.
He's got an alien egg that I really want. I'm trying to talk him out of that. 2019 Alien 4K. So Eubanks says Alien, great movie. Alien is almost too good for the list. I would say it is not counted. Find the new title, or else everyone else picks will mean nothing.
Yeah.
Insano James show. Hey, brother, what's going on, Insano James?
That's my brother.
Wild Wrangler. Here, kitty, look up.
Yeah.
Katie says Alien is definitely my number 2. If you know me, you don't have to wonder what's my number 1. Or slap my mom, she would knock my block off.
I'll slap your mother for you.
Only thing that bugs me is the Alien got all the props for being the first gritty sci-fi that went into the realism on production design. Solaris was first.
I didn't know that Solaris was a remake.
All right, how's it going, everybody? Hey, Dirt. Does it say no James?
Man.
Yeah, that's my brother, man. He lives in
nice, man.
Okay.
That's awesome, dude.
What's going on, man?
Welcome, man.
Oh, it says Bravo's number 1. Looks like it was Jaws' skinny dipping scene.
Yeah.
I love Alien 3. I have a problem with half of Alien Resurrection, but it's one of the best underwater action scenes ever. Love Piranhas 1978. Ending film. Valve released chemical in water is milk. Alien 4 French film. I like all the newer Alien movies plus Alien vs. Predator.
Oh, yeah.
I think Alien Resurrection is super underrated. It's basically the show Firefly meets Aliens. It also has the great Brad Dourif as a scientist. Ron Perlman is badass in that too. Yeah, Ron Perlman's got a great line of that movie. He says, "You're going to learn that I'm." What does he say? He says, "I'm the one that you." I can't remember how does he say it. I'm the one that's with whom not to fuck.
Right.
Yeah.
The way he delivered it was great.
The dude with no legs and shit. I mean, it's
Right.
got some good shit going on.
Yeah.
And he's on the other dude's back, and I mean, yeah, it's fucking cool. But,
You get the tarred hybrid alien human thing. That's common gold.
Alien Resurrection has the best action scene underwater. Amen. Wendy is everywhere, gorgeous redhead. Wendy's is everywhere, gorgeous redhead. She makes a meat burger too. Wild Wrangler says Texas is Texas.
Yeah.
Yep.
What the fuck, LMAO? All right, yeah. All right, guys, we are caught up. Well, hold on, we got one more to pop down. Side note: the Air Force One Steelbook coming looks awesome. If you guys haven't seen it, yeah, Brad actually sent me a shot of that the other day, man. I'm definitely grabbing that.
Yeah, me too.
All right, guys, we're moving right along.
What? What?
I said a lot of studio steelbooks.
Oh yeah.
I think steelbook is the thing. I mean, that's going to be.
Oh yeah.
It's a hot item right now for sure.
Yeah. It's great if you like fucking steelbooks. But...
Going to our number 2 here.
Yep.
Moving right along.
Wow, we're already at number 2. Damn.
Yep.
All right, so kind of like I did with number 4, I'm not going to say a whole lot about this movie. I can't, because he's my best friend, and I have a feeling that I hope he's going to talk about it. If he's not, we're not going to be friends anymore. So all I'm going to say is I'm just going to show it.
That might come up.
1976, Rocky.
Yep.
Of course, written, starring Sylvester Stallone. I don't want to say a whole lot about this movie. You know, he wrote it in 3 days. Everybody knows the folklore that everybody wanted to get their hands on this movie, but Stallone was adamant about starring in it. And they put up a lot of big stars that they wanted to do it. He stuck by his guns, and he took a big chance on it, took a big pay cut, and it paid off. There's a lot about this movie I could say. I'm not going to say it, but to me, there's a reason why this is considered one of the greatest films of all time, or one of the greatest sports films, or one of the greatest American films of all time. And it's because it's transgressive. It moves beyond, including all the additional movies, including Creed and the newer movies. It moves sort of beyond in its ethos and its themes. At the time, if you talk to there's a lot of film sociologists that talk about this movie, and at the time that it came out, they claimed that it was sort of it was remonstrating like a perceived threat to white masculinity coming out of the 1960s. That's not really what it's about. It's actually holds a theme of rugged individualism, and to say that actually takes away from Apollo Creed. All of these guys are standing alone, and that kind of becomes the theme, even including in Creed. If you watch the Creed movies, if you watch Rocky 3 and then Rocky 4, it's all about the individual and the individual's fight. And that's just something that really hits home with me. And I think that's what sells these movies, is the fact that he is a regular guy, and it's his sort of solipsistic sort of way of seeing himself in life, and the fight that it takes to get there, and the fact that he doesn't want other people to have to fight like he did to get to where he is. And so, it's not simply just the American ideal. It's more the individual's ideal. Whether you're coming from the inner city streets of Philadelphia like Rocky did, or if you're already a successful, boxer, kind of like Apollo Creed was. If you really look at both of them, they're both talking about this ideal of this rugged individualism. That's all I'm going to say about it, because I have a feeling other people are going to want to talk about it. This movie is definitely in my top 5. It will always be probably my top 5 of all movies, or top 10 of all movies. Just fantastic. I'm just going to leave it at that.
Oh,
yeah. Yeah.
And
we can keep on talking if you want to. I can talk about that motherfucker all day. So, all right, we'll move on.
I've already stolen up people's thunder.
All right. Well, my number 2 is going to be, listen, you fuckers, you screwheads. Here is a man who would not take it anymore. Taxi Driver.
Hell yeah. Oh, fuck.
You talking to me?
Yeah, you talking to me?
Damn, look at that.
Yeah. It's a great release.
Oh.
Yeah, man.
Such a good fucking movie.
I got to show it off a little bit, man.
Yeah.
Got some shit going on in here.
Peter Boyle in the bottom right.
Right. Look at Scorsese in the back seat. I love that fucking scene.
Right.
Yep.
What an iconic scene, too.
Yeah, man. Speaking of that scene, I'm going to go ahead and read some of that dialogue. But Well, so he said, I'm gonna kill her with a 44 Magnum pistol. I'm gonna kill her with that gun. You ever see what a 44 Magnum pistol can do to a woman's face? It'll fucking destroy it. Just blow it right apart. That's what I'm gonna do to her face. You ever see what a 44 Magnum would do to a woman's pussy? Now that you should see. You should see what a 44 Magnum pistol would do to a woman's pussy. But anyway, that's how we're gonna start.
Good intro. Good
Scorsese, intro. Everybody.
Yeah, Scorsese, man. This is probably my favorite Martin Scorsese film. Period. It's just she just got so much shit going on. This guy, he's not from New York, you know. I think he's from the Midwest, right? I believe. Anyway, he's just sick of seeing all the fucking scum and trash and shit every night. He's kind of like there's some other shit going on too, like mentally. You know, he's severely isolated type, isolation type shit. So it's like Paul Schrader, who wrote this. This is like his personal story, like the shit he was going through. And so it's dealing with, like I said, loneliness. Let's see. My bad. Kind of touched on all that. Yeah, I'm like drawing blanks. Damn it. What the hell? But no, yeah, man, it's just this guy, man. He's driving a cab, fucking every night, seeing all the bullshit. He's got a clean come off his seats in the back seat and blood and shit. And he's just sick of the shit. So he just snaps one fucking day and decides he's gonna be a fucking hero. You know,
be a vigilante.
Yeah, and he gets the. I mean, what was this fucking guy thinking? I mean, he takes Sybil Shepherd's character, takes her to a fucking movie. He's like, you want to go to a movie? Take her to a fucking porno, you know? I mean, just this dude's like,
Gizmo's in the chat going, well, isn't that what you do?
Right. She's like, and he could have had her, man, because she was into him, I felt like. But, you know, the whole shit, man. Jodie Foster, 12-year-old prostitute. I think this might have been her first role. I mean, I'm not for sure on that, but yeah, the same guy that did the score for Citizen Kane did the score for this. So he did the score. At first he refused to do it because he thought it wasn't going to be a success.
I wish he would have refused to do the score.
Citizens, why is that?
That's a horrible fucking score with the fucking jazz trumpet the whole time.
Oh, you don't like it?
Oh, I hate that.
I think it sets a tone, man, of like cabbies in general.
Fucking,
like
a jazz trumpet. I mean, for that dark of a movie. I mean, I don't know.
Great. It's fucking awesome. Shut up. It's me. It's my turn.
Damn. If it had been jazz flute, that would have been a lot different.
Jazz flute.
But it's highly influenced by the European cinema of the 60s. It's like a noir type shit going on. But yeah, man, if you've never seen this shit, check it out. It's, in my opinion, the best Scorsese.
Hell yeah.
Made.
Great pick, man.
Taxi Driver.
That's a great release too, man.
I love
That's
that
a good
release,
movie.
dude.
Yeah, man. I got this for like next to nothing. Yeah. It's awesome.
All right.
Right here,
two for me. Two for me is going to be, I'm not going to take this slipcover out of the steelbook case, but Suspiria for me.
Yeah.
Fucking nice.
Yeah.
Fucking love the Goblin score to it. I don't know, Dirk hit on pretty much most of it already. I love the whole scenery, everything about it. Just, I don't know, just my introduction to Argento. The whole Three Mothers trilogy. I like all three of them. This is my favorite of the three, though. Even though it's I don't know. Even though it has that kind of like a hanger of an ending to it, it doesn't really wrap everything up. Like
with the wind.
Yeah, with the wind. With the wind. Yeah. But that scene where the girl falls into the fucking pit with all the fucking the barbed wire pit and shit. That's insane to me.
Right.
The hanging.
And the hanging at the beginning. Yeah.
Intro, opening.
Yeah, that murder scene in the beginning, the stabbing.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah.
The blade going into the heart.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
And then all the fucking maggots going through the whole place and everything. Just something with those like 70s giallo and Italian horror movies. They always use fucking maggots, and it always creeps me out.
Oh yeah.
It's just, I don't know. They just gather maggots and use them for film. I don't fucking understand what they're doing.
Yeah. Some parts though, like when they're falling.
Yeah.
You know, like that's the thing about Argento. He's not as bold as Fulci in that sense.
No, he's not.
Yeah.
But
Fulci's like, you're gonna put maggots in your mouth.
Yeah.
You're gonna put in,
Yeah. Unless it's his daughter. If it's his daughter, he'll have her do
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, Argento's more stylistic than Fulci, but Fulci's definitely more for the gore.
Right.
Yeah, I don't really know what else to say about this. I like the movie.
Great movie, man.
Great movie. Great release.
That is badass.
That is a badass release.
But yeah, I haven't.
Yeah, I didn't touch on it really. I mean, I kind of got lost of words too, because it's like it's an experience. It's not really like, you know, you can't. It's hard to explain Suspiria. You know.
Yeah.
Right.
And if you watch the
movie,
movie,
it's hard to explain it separate from the other two movies. I mean,
yeah.
You know, but it does stand alone. It's just you can't really discuss the plot. I mean, it's not going to make any sense.
And towards the end, when you see the witch and shit, it's fucking nuts.
That voice, damn.
Yeah.
But the colors and like the motif throughout the whole thing, I mean, it's classic Argento.
Yeah, I got to pick up that 4K. I'm sure it pops even more, but this is still the 4K restoration.
Yeah.
I watched the 4K just recently. It was crazy.
It's awesome. Yeah.
But that score gets stuck in my head, and it got stuck in Coco's head for like a month after she watched it for the first time. Fucking love that shit.
That's something neither one of us touched on, though, is that damn scene with that damn dog, you know?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
With the blind man.
The blind guy. Yeah.
That's fucking awesome. And that like you said, the Goblin score, but it sounds like fucking. It sounds like witches, you know.
That's like.
But
yeah, this is. I mean, my favorite Argento is still Phenomena, but this is my second favorite.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I'd agree with you on that one. That I think it'll always be my favorite Phenomena.
Phenomena, Suspiria, then Tenebrae for me.
And a lot of people put Tenebrae at the top of that list, and
Tenebrae is my favorite.
Yeah.
But Suspiria, like, it's going to be in my top 5, but it's not. It's probably not even my number 2 for me. But I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But it's definitely the one that made me watch his whole shit. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one that'll get you hooked on the Argento films.
Yeah, it got me hooked.
Yeah.
Yeah, goddamn.
Hey, you skipped me. You skipped me.
Oh, fuck. Hold on. I ain't. Hold on. I got shit to say. Go ahead.
I was going to say,
oh, Brad, you're still here. Sorry,
Brad.
Pissed him off.
My bad.
You can tell me to shut up.
Fuck you, Brad.
I got some shit to say, so go ahead. I'll wait.
I'm the one that said Rocky was number 2. Goddamn.
Yeah. Did you say Rocky 2?
Or Empire, or whatever the fuck it is.
Empire.
1976, directed by Tobe Hooper. Eaten Alive.
Oh, yeah. I knew
Hell yes.
It's a badass, super retarded movie that everyone should own and love. Takes place in Far East Texas, near the Louisiana line. It's shot on a studio lot in Los Angeles, California. The movie follows Judd, a local entrepreneur and owner of the Starlight Hotel, and all the struggles of, the struggles and the plight of being a small business owner in America.
Yeah.
Judd is this great guy. He's got, some issues. He's a war veteran, and he's just trying to run an honest local business. And people keep showing up, problem guests, and he has to deal with them accordingly. And Judd is this lovable, whore-hating, one-legged Jesus freak, complete with giant crocodile and scythe that he carries, most places. Judd likes the simple things in life. Constantly listening to Grand Ole Opry style gospel music and snorting headache powder. Played by Neville Brand, who was a war veteran with severe PTSD and extreme alcoholism.
Water brain.
To the point of wet brain, which is right before death type throes of alcoholism. He seems at points in the movie to be legitimately confused and unaware of where he is during the movie, and it just adds to his performance. He sticks a man in the neck with the scythe, and it cuts back to Judd, and he looks appalled, like, "Oh my God, why did I do this?" Like he woke up in the middle of a flashback type thing. Like I said, just adds to it. He looks like, "What did I just do?" Like he believes he literally impaled this man with a scythe, looking at the effects. There's so much bizarre shit going on in the movie beyond even Judd. There's this strange couple that shows up. The wife has long blonde hair and she's wearing a black wig for no reason. They've got some weird, really bizarre shit going on between them. At one point, the husband is just reaching at her with like a clenched fist and this crazed look on his face. He starts barking at her at one point. I mean, it is insane. They have the world's most annoying kid that you are literally rooting for the crocodile to eat the whole time. She won't shut up.
That's the little girl from Halloween, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
I
never
think it
gets
is.
flushed out.
You're right.
It never gets flushed out what their problem is, because the chewing and swallowing convinces, eventually people just keep showing up, and they're all going over to the rail to feed the crocodile, and it's great. Never gets old. As the movie goes on, more and more guests show up, more and more guests get fed to the crocodile. It's really classic old school horror, all practical effects. By the end, Judd is almost a tragic figure, but in a crazed sort of way. He just wanted to hang out in his room with all his guns, his porno mags, his Nazi shit all over the walls, listen to old gospel music, and be by himself. But instead, over the course of the night, his pet monkey dies. He gets his wooden leg shot to hell, and his reputation as a local business owner is ruined forever.
My pet monkey died. My leg shot to hell.
The only piece of trivia that I thought was interesting with this was if you watch the movie closely, the crocodile was various sizes because it kept swelling and then drying out, and in the water, the props. So they would be 1 minute it's a 12-foot long, next minute it's 18 feet long, crocodile, and they just kept using it over and over again, and it just didn't matter. It's just an additional plot piece for him.
It was like a big sea monkey.
Yeah. It's a great one, and it's a really slept on Tobe Hooper. And pick up this Blu-ray. It looks like a 4K. Definitely check this one out.
Oh yeah,
it's awesome.
Another Blu-ray looks like that Taxi Driver looks like a 4K too. Blu-ray.
Yeah, it does.
People forget about that Tobe Hooper movie.
You should pick it up.
Yeah, definitely pick up a copy.
It's like $9 during any of the Aero sales they ever have on the UK sales.
Yeah. I just added it to my list.
And it's like right after TCM when he made it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So.
Are you done now?
Oh, I'm done. You ready?
Okay.
Sure. Better be mind.
I didn't want to cut you off again. Sorry about that. All right.
Yeah.
All right. I just switched my pick whenever I was waiting. Well, I just switched my pick live.
Oh shit! He called an audible. What the hell?
I ain't gonna say what I switched, but I had to switch it because I couldn't fucking.
You can't do that. We lock it in.
God damn it! I can do what I want to do. It's my turn, Dirk. Shut up. That's what you're supposed to do.
Damn.
You know what I'm just playing with.
I'll take my channel and go home.
You guys better stop it. Somebody's gonna start crying.
Right?
Yeah.
All right. I'll explain at the end of the stream my thought process on this, but my number 2 pick is going to be Rocky 2. I mean, everybody knows. Everybody fucking knows. I mean, you know, I could just come on. It's one of the most fucking inspirational fucking movies. I've talked about this movie at length before. I mean, everybody knows my thoughts on it. I'll try to keep this as brief as I can because we could just end the stream right here and I'll just talk for a fucking hour if you want me to. But this movie was directed by Sylvester Stallone. It came out June 15th, 1979. The story of Rocky, just the story, like Ryan was kind of saying earlier, the story of how Rocky made this movie is almost identical to how his character is in the movie. This movie really should have never been made, and to be successful as it was, yep. I mean, fuck, he was making $38, a fucking week as a fucking usher. Before he got a chance to make this movie, he had to sell his fucking dog, for $50. They ended up buying the dog back, and the dog, was in the fucking movie. Buckus was his real dog, whatever. But he had to sell the fucking dog. He was so broke. He kind of fucked himself now because he sold the movie. Was Irvin Winkler and whatever that fucking other guy's name is, Charkoff, whatever. He sold the fucking rights, for $350,000, which is goddamn because that was a lifetime of money back then for him.
Yeah.
And now he's fucked. Creed 3's coming out. I'm twisted on that motherfucker because I do like the Creed franchise. I do like Michael B. Jordan, but if Rocky's not going to be in it, and they better not kill him. They better not kill him in this movie with him not even being on the fucking in the movie. They better not just have his grave. That's going to piss me off. And that's going to shut the fucking YouTube down. So hopefully that don't fucking happen. But the movie was a fucking huge success. It had a $7 million budget. It made $85 million. Made a ton of fucking money. I mean, it put Sylvester Stallone on the fucking map. Here's a few quotes. Here's a few interesting things about the movie. When Rocky is training for the fight, he's sparring with a smaller, quicker fighter. The sparring partner is played by real-life champion Roberto Duran. After the bell rings, signaling the end of the second round, Sylvester Stallone and Carl Weathers are seen pushing, shoving, taunting, and ultimately being pulled apart by the respective cornermen. They continue to taunt each other before returning to their corners. Stallone revealed later they were actually angry with each other and were not acting at that point. Several blows that were supposed to miss landed in carefully choreographed fight. When they spent months meticulously planning out, went off track during that scene. But he liked the reaction the scene produced. He decided to leave their momentary breaking of character in the viewing audience, and never realized the two actors were really quite livid with each other. 800 school children were used for extras in the scene where Rocky's running up the steps in part 2, which now is called the Rocky Steps, not the Philadelphia Art Museum. It's actually the Rocky Steps now. It's officially called. Sylvester Stallone's infant son, Sergio Stallone, played the newborn Robert Balboa Jr. The role would later be played by his elder brother, Sage Stallone, which, died a few years back in Rocky V. Sylvester Stallone began working on Rocky 3 script immediately after completing Rocky 2, with the intention of the series being a trilogy. Originally, he had no plans to make a fourth film. Apollo Creed does not smile once throughout the whole movie. In the first film, Rocky becomes angry with Gazzo's driver, suggests to take Adrian to the zoo because retards like the zoo. It's a quote. Insisting she is just shy. In this film, Rocky proposes to Adrian at the zoo, which I never really picked him on that, but that's kind of fucked up.
Take her to the zoo, Rock.
Yeah, take her to the zoo. Chuck Wapner, the real life inspiration for Rocky, was offered the part of a trainer named Chink Weber, according to Wapner, if I'm saying his name right. He read for Sylvester Stallone, but did very poorly. The character was deleted from the script. The name Chink Weber ended up being used for Sonny Landham's character in the movie Lockup. So, kind of cool.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
So, Rocky 2, man, it's inspirational as hell. The final scene, first off, the best part of this fucking movie, me and Brad has talked about this before. that when Adrian's in the fucking coma and she comes out of that fucking coma, whatever, I'm getting, God, look at this. I got goddamn chill bumps. She can't fucking see this. How much I love this fucking movie. When Adrian comes out of the fucking coma and looks at them and just says win and that music starts.
Yeah.
Fuck y'all. That's the best shit movie ever. I mean, goddamn, it gets my goddamn ass hairs raised. It's badass. It gets me going, son. It gets me going.
Yeah.
And there ain't no other fucking movie like that does that. I mean, I could. It's unbelievable. I watch these movies again for the stream just in case because I wanted to. I mean, I've seen them so many fucking times. And we'll talk later. Then the end of the stream, honorable mentions what my thought process was here. Why I just changed my pick. But Rocky 2, the only reason why it ain't number one is because. So, but that's all I'm gonna say about it. I could continue on.
I could have honestly seen Rocky 1 being number 2 and Rocky 2 being number 1.
Right.
I think it really goes, you know.
Yeah.
But
that's how it goes for me.
It really is hard to put them in that order.
Welcome to my misery. God damn it.
Yeah.
Welcome to my misery.
No, when Adrian, the whole movie is, you know, pissing all over the comeback. You know, we're gonna make tons of money. We're running out of money, and she's like, "I don't care if you're fucking brain dead and you're blind and all this other shit." And she realizes that she's fucking it all up. You know, Paulie tells her, you know, that you're fucking with his brain. He's gonna lose. You're gonna make him feel like a loser.
Yeah.
And and
the
whole turning point.
Speaking of Paulie, one thing that I read, this was actually from part 1, but Paulie was acting like a wino. He was walking down the street filming a shot of actually trying to be drunk walking home, and there was an actual wino in the street that came up to Paulie and says, "What are you doing? You're supposed to be drunk. You don't even look you're drunk." And so Paulie had a wino from the fucking street of Philadelphia give him an example of what it was like to walk when you're really fucked up, and basically he uses this guy's walk whatever as Paulie. And if you know in part 1 when Paulie's walking home to the house him and Adrian live in, whatever, he does a great fucking job of looking drunk.
Yeah, he does.
So he got it from an actual wino. All right. That's all you motherfuckers want to hear about Rocky, I'm sure, so I'll shut up. But all right, we will catch you. But we're always I got to remember the fucking order everybody was in. I think that was right.
There you go.
Right.
Yeah, you got it.
There you go. You got it.
All right. Let's catch up on the chat real fast, guys. I think this was it right here. All right. Dirk's brother. I like AVP Requiem. Yep. I got a nice box of the AVP movies also. Insano James, the part where the predator alien impregnates the pregnant woman in the hospital's pretty fucked up when it comes back to when the woman has birthed 5 alien bursts out.
Yeah, I think that version of the creature, the hybrid, wants pregnant women only.
Yeah.
Like if I remember,
they have to be pregnant. Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, making a Drago spinoff.
Yeah.
Alan's like, I don't know how to feel about that.
I mean, I'm gonna watch it. I'll definitely watch it, but I mean, I'm just gonna keep on saying it'd be better if Rocky was in it. I mean, come on, man. I mean, just I don't know. The part Rocky played in those Creed movies, there was no fucking reason why he couldn't play that same part in Rocky 3 or in Creed 3.
Speaking of which, Dirk or Brett, did you guys watch the last UFC fight last week?
No.
Yeah, so Sylvester Stallone was there. So was Mike Tyson.
Oh yeah?
Yep. It was pretty fucking cool. Yep.
Oh,
It's
damn.
the whole argument with Rocky. If in a world where Sylvester Stallone exists, and you're going to make a Rocky movie or a movie in the Rocky universe, why not have him play Rocky? It's the same argument, but it has worked in the past where the most recent Mad Max movie,
right?
Mel Gibson's still alive, still acting, still with it. In a world where we have Mel Gibson, why not have him in it? And it still turned out good.
Right.
So who knows?
Yeah.
I like the trailer for Creed 3. I think Creed 3 is going to be good. But I just hope, and Sylvester Stallone has come out and said that, he wishes them all the best, but he doesn't like the way they took things. He would have done something different. And as soon as he said, I would have done something different, it got me worried.
Yeah.
This is his baby. This is him. But Rocky is Sylvester Stallone. And for him not to agree with the way this movie's going, it's got me a little worried. And like I said, if they kill this motherfucker off, y'all all going to hear about it. Y'all going to have to tell me to shut up. You might have to block
everybody's ass.
Right.
So,
listen, you're all on point to help me talk them down.
Well, you don't know how right Sylvester Stallone's mind is right now these days, anyways, too. So
yeah,
he's getting older.
Well, no, he's got a new show, Tulsa King. If you haven't seen Tulsa King, they got one episode out. It's fucking badass.
And, really he was at the fight to promote that. If you haven't seen it, check it out.
No, he's still,
getting into that TV money. That's where the money is.
Right. Yellowstone.
Big long run.
Y'all check out Tulsa King. That first episode I enjoyed the shit out of it. Not just because I'm a Stallone fan. It was a good show. All right, so this is number 2 movie is Kramer versus Kramer. Yeah, that's a good flick. Dustin Hoffman, Meryl Streep, directed by Robert Benton. Divorced, the fight to the finish. Yeah, I had just got divorced first time I seen that. I was in my depressed mode and I rented that movie. And it hits home. It hits home. Rocky, one of the all-time great movies. Rocky 1 and 2 is insane good. I have to watch the second. Every time I watch Rocky 1, it's close to the best ever. Yeah,
I do love the difference between Apollo Creed and 1 and 2. It's totally different at the press conference and everything. He's just goes.
He's all business in part 2.
Not a fucking joke. Yeah. Come November, you're mine.
Yeah. Gizmo said, yes, Taxi Driver is that remake of Joker. It would have been a perfect film if it did not steal everything from Joker. I want to reverse that.
Yeah.
Watch Taxi Driver and Meet the Parents. There's a double feature for you. St. James. That's fucked up. Damn, son. I think he's talking about dirt. Talking about what a 44 will do to the genitalia. Thank you, Dirt. Anthony Swordmore says, I love the scene in Taxi Driver where the guy is showing Travis all the guns and he's trying to pick the perfect one. He ends up buying 4 of them. Breaking Bad pays homage to that scene. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Magic Hands says, great picks, guys. Can't go wrong with any choice. All these are good picks, and you can't argue any of them. Muhammad says, my top 5 favorite movies for this period are Raging Bull, Justice for All, Alien, Apocalypse Now, and The Shining.
Justice
Solid,
for All,
man.
I'm not familiar with that.
And Justice for All, that's the one with Al Pacino, right? I'm out of order, you're out of order, everybody's out of order. Is that what I'm thinking of?
I don't know.
I'm not really sure.
Maybe I'm thinking of something else.
I just don't want to say the wrong thing. So.
Gizmo says Suspiria is perfect. First 15 minutes, great for the next hour, but the ending is so short that I always get shocked when it ends.
Yeah, that end. I mean, the
way
the payoff is. I mean, it's still awesome to me, but
I agree.
It could have been done a little better, I think.
All right. We will now use the power of the Continuum Transfunctioner to banish you to Hoboken, New Jersey. I like Inferno 1980, Wild Wrangler. Spears like a fairy tale. Tenebrae is the best. Stun Dog scene is so damn good. Italians and their animals.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Age Argento wants a Suspiria prequel. My name is Buck.
I mean, Asia Argento basically looks just like Argento with tits,
Scolder, what's up, Scolder?
What's up, Scolder?
All right, Anthony's number 2 is The Shining. You guys have basically said it all. I'll just add the score to the film is incredible and really sets an ominous tone for the entire movie. Because I'm not a big score guy, man, but I fucking love that one. I mean, I ain't saying I don't like scores. I don't get into scores and shit. I'm
the same way. A great score, I'm like, oh, this is awesome. A bad score, I'm like, this ruins the whole fucking thing.
I think you're into scores more than you think you are.
Everybody. You just don't see. Yeah.
Right. It sets a lot of shit.
Well, honestly,
you're right.
Brian,
you're right.
That's what makes it a great score because it shouldn't.
Like you can't watch Jaws without the score.
If you notice the score, that's that's either for good or for bad. If you notice
exactly
the
score, right.
But now, I guess a better way for me to say it is I don't geek out over the score for the most part. I do appreciate Jaws. Superman. I mean, obviously we're gonna find out in a minute. Superman, I just rewatched. Well, as soon as that fucking music starts, it gets my fucking, because it's childhood nostalgia. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Brian. I guess it's more I don't geek out over it. I appreciate it, and I notice the ones that are great. But I don't sit there and.
But I think that's what makes a good score. I mean, there's
scores.
great scores, but what makes a good score is the movie be a lot different if it wasn't there.
Yeah,
it does its job. It enhances the.
Yeah, like try to watch Halloween without the score.
Yeah, I feel like sometimes we don't notice how much the score affects the film.
Right.
Yeah, you're right. I'll give you that. You're right on that. But
Halloween without the score would.
The Shining stands out for me as when I think in theaters, it stood out to me.
Yeah.
I mean, the score in Standoff at Sparrow Creek.
Oh yeah,
unmatched.
Fantastic. It's almost like it wasn't even there.
Yeah. I can't even hardly remember.
Yeah.
I mean, it was subtle to the point of being subtle.
Yeah, it's just you don't even notice it. That's how impactful it is.
I don't know what that guy got paid, but it should have been something.
The guy with the cowbell.
Yeah, more cowbell.
More cowbell.
Yeah, more cowbell. Goodness, it's a beautiful movie about the love of a man and his pet in the south of Texas. Reminded me of Flipper.
Yeah.
What's up, Trini?
Come on, Trini.
Hey, Trini.
All right, and say to Scolder. Hey, back. Hey to Trini. They said hello. Said Eubanks Rocky 2, great movie. I think Stallone was in soft porn before Rocky. I heard it from a friend. Yeah, it was
Heard it from a friend.
Mother had to make ends meet. He had to make ends meet. You know. It was I can't remember. It had some stupid ass fucking name.
Yeah, but, I can't remember. I've looked it up several times and I forget it every time.
Yeah, party at Angels or party at
something like that.
I can't fucking remember, but.
And a lot of people misquote it as being like a full porn. It was not a full porn movie. It was like a Cinemax knockoff.
Well, in that case, why even mention
it? They tried to add that, make that lore.
Hey, Anthony Scolder. It was Kitty. It was Party at Kitty's.
Party
it had Kitty in the name. Yeah, something like that.
Yep.
Party at Kitty's.
And no, I've never seen this film, so y'all know. Never seen it. I'm a big Stallone fan, but
like,
I need to see.
He's like, I own several copies, but I've never watched it.
Never watched
it. I just have to have them to complete the Stallone pantheon.
Yeah, no, that's the one I don't have. Said my great uncle was a drunk. He would drink what is in barbershop jar combs. If he did not have a beer, he fell asleep in the park with some woman he left her.
Oh damn! I knew a guy that used to drink rubbing alcohol. He called it rub-a-dub-dub.
This was right before he went blind.
Right. I was just he was drinking it because he didn't know what it was.
Well, nobody would give him a $1, so he'd go get another beer, you know.
Is that a fact? Rub-a-dub-dub?
Yeah.
I don't think he can make that up. That's got to be true.
Yeah, that's got to be true. There are people that drink shampoo and all kinds of.
Oh, I could tell you stories about shit that people did that you wouldn't. Shooting up Windex.
We'll drink Listerine.
I'm not going to say his name because he's not alive anymore.
He's no longer with us.
Right.
Yeah.
He was a year older than me. So.
Shit.
The shit just got dark.
Yeah.
And Gizmo changes it. Thank you, Gizmo.
Yeah.
I definitely want to make love to us. Oh, no, dude, what the fuck are you doing? I can't read that shit.
Oh, I was just waiting for Alan to read it.
Whoa!
It's in the comments, damn it.
What is going on here?
That's a Dumb and Dumber quote.
Okay.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. That motherfuckers want me to read that. That's why they put that out there.
Yeah.
All right. David Tracy. So Paul. Dumb and Dumber. All right. I would love to see you guys do a show like this, picking top 5 favorite 1950s sci-fi movies. I love his old black and white alien / world is going to end movies. You guys may not be into those movies.
Yeah. I was trying to get them to go back.
I'm not, but I'd be willing to check some out if the guys want to do it. I'd definitely watch some to try to pick a top 5. But
well, you got some,
I haven't seen 5 to pick a top 5 probably.
Well, just so you know, they're in your collection in the Screen Factory.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. I got a lot of those motherfuckers I've never seen.
Yeah, everyone.
You said right there on the shelf. I have no excuse.
And,
it'll give me a reason to watch them. If we did, hey, if you guys were down, it'd give me a reason to fucking watch them.
This Island Earth is also is a great one.
I'm out of town that weekend.
I'm out of town that weekend.
Wait, when is it? I'm out of town.
I'm out of town. Can't make it. Sorry.
Also really like Rocky Balboa and how the fight looks like something on pay-per-view.
Yeah. Absolutely, that's my favorite Rocky. I love how real they made it. Really? They tried to make it real.
Are you serious right now?
I'm absolutely serious. That's the closest. Like when the fight opens and the champ is fat and out of shape and he's still whooping his ass all over the ring, you know and then he hurts himself. I just love it. They tried to make it as realistic as possible.
Yeah,
instead of Rocky
like an
holding his own at 55 versus the heavyweight world champion 33-0.
Right, pummel you. Right.
Yeah, it wouldn't be pretty, and they wouldn't even sanction that fight. It wouldn't even happen. Even an exhibition.
Right, that's what I was just saying. It would be it's like the exhibition fights that happen now with Tyson and all these. It's not a sanctioned fight. It's
Roy Jones, Jr.
Exactly. It wouldn't be Tyson versus Fury. Tyson today versus Fury. It's Tyson versus Roy Jones, another old guy. You know, that would be the equivalent of Mike Tyson versus Fury today. Everybody knows that he'd get killed.
Right.
He's 55. I mean,
yeah. Tyson Fury wouldn't do that shit anyway. I don't think.
For the money, maybe.
He might. This is Idol, like his hero or whatever.
Yeah. You give me enough money.
He's named after him. Yeah.
I'll take one punch from Mike Tyson.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're
kind of easy on Jones. We're going to start talking about boxing. I mean, we better move around.
All right, I'll try to tune more on these live streams, guys. Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Taxi Driver's okay, much better than Basket Case. Not my favorite from Scorsese there.
Yeah, it's mine.
Thomas said, "You're correct, Pops. The Justice for All is a courtroom drama with that quote you mentioned." Okay, I thought it was. Saying James, it sucks Halloween ended. They killed it. Have not seen it yet, but heard multiple sources that it did badly. Yeah, it's
watch it.
Yeah, don't get me started. It's bad.
Yeah, man. Halloween.
I feel like Halloween kills though.
Yeah. We could talk. Yeah.
All right, Back in Time, baby, my sweet baby. Louis Gossett is also a fat ass floppy box Midnight Sting that I talk so much about. If you see it on Blu-ray somewhere, please buy it. Now, Midnight Sting, I wonder if he's talking about
he's mentioned that
one with James Woods.
That's a different one.
Is it?
It is.
That's different.
No, it's not Midnight Sting. That's a different. Louis Gossett Jr. plays a different boxer. It's not called Midnight Sting. It's what the fuck is it called? He's in the chat out me out. Diggstown.
Yeah,
Diggstown. That's what I'm talking about. Or if it's called Midnight Sting over there.
It's a different one.
Midnight Sting though.
There's a Midnight Sting.
Midnight Sting over there?
I think so. Because I looked it up the other day and I've seen Diggstown and Midnight Sting.
Yeah, Diggstown is a fucking great movie, dude.
There's
great
a Blu-ray release.
So I guess it is the same movie. But Diggstown is fantastic.
Yeah.
I believe that's right. Because I looked it up. He mentioned it the other night.
Yeah.
Yeah, Diggstown is great, man. That's a great movie.
Yeah.
All right, for me, Diggstown is also called. I love Diggstown.
Man. There's Blu-ray releases of that, I believe.
That was like a blind buy rental. I saw the big James Woods fan and Lou Gossett Jr. fan, and I dug that movie.
The Blu-ray's out of print.
Oh, it's OOP.
Yeah, Kino.
Really?
Yep.
Damn.
So I was in there watching.
Guys, we are only 3 hours and 1 minute in, and we are on our number one. Got to be a new record.
2 hours to go.
Right? How do we stretch this out?
Go for 4.
Well, Dirk still got to talk about his number one pick. That's going to take a while.
Come on. Alan's got Rocky at number one here.
He's
I'm
getting
sure
ready for it right now.
That's an hour and a half alone.
Right?
Cry breaks and everything.
Cry breaks. Oh, hell. All right.
Nobody thinks he's going to win. Everybody turns their back on him.
And he still loses. My number one pick, I guess we're 3 hours, and I don't really know what else to say, but Alien.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's cool.
Nice.
This is a film
That's
arena.
a badass release, man.
Yeah, Alan got to see this.
It's made of platinum.
Yeah, it's
hand hammered.
Number 929 of 1,000.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
a sweet release. Steelbook.
It's number 3 out of 5.
Right.
I had this commissioned in Italy.
What can I say about this movie? Brad stole my thunder on this movie because everything Brad said is exactly what I agree with. What makes this movie a great movie is
flamethrowers.
This movie sort of, although it's a sci-fi movie, it's a horror movie. The reason why this movie I think will always be a legacy movie is that it actually appealed to all audiences, and it actually pulled people into the genre. I think Star Wars gets a little bit of credit for that because I think a lot of people went to see this, but this is a movie that's gritty and it's real and it's simplistic, and it's believable. You've got characters that truck drivers are a great example. These are just regular, normal people, and you completely identify with them. And I've said this about movies before. It has a lot less to do with the alien than what happens to regular people put into an exceptional or unbelievable situation. And you get that. They sell this. Of course, that's Ridley Scott's directing. But it's also the acting. It's also the cinematography. Think about it. The first 6 minutes of this movie, there's zero dialogue. There's zero score. And you really do get sucked into it. It's just interior shots of a ship. And I agree with Brad completely. They used old aircraft parts to really sell it. And it's claustrophobic, it's dirty, it's gritty, and you have these people that are faced with this situation. There's a lot of underlying themes here that we could talk all night about when it comes to reproductivity, to gender, and things like that.
Right.
To me, this movie's got a lot of. Who could have made this movie is Cronenberg. It's got a lot of Cronenberg sort of underlying themes to it.
Didn't like the chest burst? I'm sorry, man. The chest burst. Didn't it come from like Shivers? Is it right?
Shivers. Yeah. It's supposedly inspired.
A lot of people think that.
Yeah. But just the alien, the way Geiger, like it's got the mouth, comes out of the mouth. They said a lot of that's, it's got a very Cronenberg sort of esque element to it. But you take regular, Dan O'Bannon, who wrote this, for all of the campy shit that he did later on, I think it's the writing that also really sells this movie.
Yeah.
Awesome. And again, I think it inspired, and for Ridley Scott, unlike what happened to John Carpenter, I think Ridley Scott bought his own press for a little while, but he's really come around at the end, and he's tried to go back to more storytelling. And a lot of people hate on the last couple of Alien movies, but I think he's tried to go back to more storytelling and less CGI. And like Alan said, you could debate Alien versus Aliens all day long, but I think if you just take this movie at its surface level, without all the budget that Aliens got, it's tense, it's gritty,
the suspense is off the charts.
The suspense is off the charts. Yeah. There's I don't really have anything to add that anybody else didn't add, except for James Cameron. Apparently, about the scene at the end where Ripley's nude. Apparently, James Cameron took a lot of umbrage to that and said, I would have never made that. It's unnecessary. And Ridley Scott came back, and so did Sigourney Weaver, and said the whole point of that is to show man's vulnerability. I mean, a lot of the underlying themes of this movie are technology and humanity and our vulnerability to ourselves. And so it really gets missed in this movie. Yeah, it's a horror movie on its surface, but look at the acting, look at the actual reactions to these people and how they come together. I mean, there's a whole scene. What really sells this movie is there's a whole scene where they're arguing about how they're going to get paid, right? And that whether or not they're going to get a bonus. And that instantly ties you to these guys that like they're just trying to do their job. And they're worried about how they're going to get paid and whether or not they're going to get paid and are they going to get paid fairly.
Right.
And you would think like, what the fuck does that have to do with an Alien movie? But that in and of itself
grounds the characters.
Yeah, it sucks you right into these
absolutely.
guys.
Yep.
And it's just it's those little subtle things that really I think ties you into this universe, and you kind of forget. Oh, I'm watching a movie about a face hugging alien. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So anyway,
yeah,
top
they
one
want to be They want to be paid for their work and nothing more, nothing extra.
Right,
You know,
right.
If you want extra, I want extra money.
Yeah,
right.
We
gotta go rescue some other ship. I didn't sign on for this.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to get home.
Give me my space credits. I'll do it.
Right.
But yeah, it's definitely like you said. It's form. It's function over form.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not designed to look cool. It's a work vessel.
Right.
It's it's an industrial work vessel. It's I love the padding. I love everything about it. But the thing with the later ones that I disagree with these other people that say, oh, they're getting too far away. In the first movie, Bishop is fond of this creature. He very much enjoys the creature. He has admiration for it, and he speaks glowingly of the creature. That carries right into the new movies as well.
Exactly.
Oh yeah. I mean,
the AI is obsessed with these perfect beings.
Greed
don't eat the bathroom.
Too,
they don't eat. All they do is their job all day long.
Right.
You know,
and it makes perfect sense because that's, I mean, in that the ideal is to breed this genderless, this blend between technology and humanity or technology and some biological sense. It's almost like before they even knew that this was going to be a franchise, they were already predicting elements that would make sense.
Yeah.
The writing is clever. Obviously,
the way the alien does when it basically rapes the human.
Exactly. Right. So I mean, it's got it's one of those movies. I think I've talked about other movies. It's got some great, really powerful underlying themes, but it doesn't throw it in your face. Right. It just kind of lets it sit for what it is.
Well, the face hugger throws it in your face, but.
Yeah, it does. It really does.
Yeah. No, I know what you mean, though.
But anyway, great movie. Yeah, no, I read the same thing, Alan. I'm right there with you, man. I'd always heard that the chest burst scene was done in one take. I had no idea that it wasn't, and that that was actually Ridley Scott's hand coming up. Apparently, what they didn't tell them was how much blood there was going to be and where it was going to go. That's how they sort of caught him by surprise.
Yeah, and that DVD special feature, I was incorrect. It's not actually on the Aliens disc. I can't remember now. I read it somewhere. It's on IMDb, but basically there is a DVD special feature. I think it's the same guy that did Alien. He talks about it on one of his other movies about how it was a misconception that was a one-take shot. So it's not actually an Alien DVD. He talks about that on. It's some other movie. I have to go back and see what it is. But yeah, that was news to me.
I'm with Brad. I think Brad said that he liked the director's cut better. I agree. Apparently Ridley Scott, he stands by the original. But there's a lot of elements in the director's cut, I think, that got left out that really set the mood for this movie. So
yeah, I enjoyed it, man. The director's cut for sure.
Oh, I thought so too.
That 4K is amazing.
Oh yeah.
Well, like in the director's cut,
except for the one gripe I got about the 4K is you can see it's a guy wearing that suit.
Yeah, they apparently went after like great lengths to that's why you don't ever really see it face on, or you only see it briefly in profiles, because apparently Ridley Scott was terrified that it would be obvious that it's a dude in a suit.
Right. But back then you didn't notice it. But in high def, now we got high def and 4K and all,
What were you gonna say, Brad?
The director's cut makes more sense too, because Ripley basically tells them the quarantine protocol, I'm not letting you in. The answer is it's a negative.
Right.
And I understand that you're going to die out there, but they're in place. And then once the other broad gets her chance to run up on Ripley, she slaps the shit out of her in the director's cut.
Yeah, and apparently that
real human reaction. In the original cut, it's just kind of like, you were just doing your job. That's not what would fucking happen, bitch.
I was reading in the trivia, apparently Sigourney Weaver kept backing up and it wasn't real. So Ridley Scott told her, the next time you do this take, really slap her. So she really did slap Sigourney Weaver, and so her reaction is real.
Yeah.
But I agree completely. Like that whole there's so much foreshadowing that was lost in that whole, this is why we have these protocols. And this is sort of like how we protect the humanity of the ship, and then it gets lost.
Yeah, we need to protect the ship. Nobody's coming.
Nobody,
and
right? We're
if he doesn't open that door, or if Bishop doesn't open that door, which he knows what he's doing by opening the door. He knows
Right.
that's exactly what he wanted to happen. If that door doesn't get opened, they live. The rest of the crew lives.
Right, and that's what. Yeah, I think that a lot of the storyline gets lost on that in the director's cut, and so I don't know. I prefer the director's cut, but
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, man, that's one of the greatest movies of fucking all times.
Oh yeah,
it really is.
Aliens is shit. So, and I agree.
Everybody get a snack.
Yeah, man.
do it, Brad. All right.
All right, man. Well,
number 1 is Ernest Goes to Camp.
Rocky. Right. All right, so my number 1 is.
We should have all done Rocky. We should all done Rocky just so Alan can't talk about Rocky.
Right.
I mean, y'all said everything. Fuck it.
That would have been a really interesting rule. Once it's been mentioned, that's it.
Yeah.
Right. Well, this
Well,
is
he would have just like I'm not going to repeat everything you guys just said.
Right.
My number 1's Rocky.
Yeah, whatever.
Thanks for coming.
This is the most iconic horror. It says it's. I mean, here's the tag. Here's one of the taglines from the iconic horror from the number 1 best-selling writer. You know, but I would say iconic horror from the best filmmaker ever known to the world. But anyway, that's going to be The Shining, and it's the same.
Hell yeah!
No way.
That still looks familiar.
Yeah, man. And by the way, I appreciate the shit out of that, Alan.
Was that signed by Alan Crumb?
Yeah,
I should have signed it for me. That'd been funny as hell.
I got this too. You know,
Oh, dude,
That's badass
awesome.
right there.
Hell yeah! Oh,
it goes on my for my movies and shit. But
That's fucking creepy, man. That's cool.
Right?
Yeah, Dirk, you sent me a link to that. I meant to get that damn thing. I forgot about it. I gotta go and grab that. That would look great on the shelf holding up movies.
it's a
Yeah,
book
it's a
in. Like
It almost looked like
I
a.
need that, dude.
I keep it on my shelf. Like you know, The Shining stays beside it all the time.
If you look at it straight away, it almost looks like a tiki mug.
Right?
Yeah, it does. Yeah. I'm gonna need
That's
you
a
to
fucking fucking
let me know where
nightmares
I
right
can
there is
get
what that is.
that. Right? I need that.
And
Yeah,
I actually
gotta
thought
get
about.
that, dude.
I actually thought about painting it, but then I was like, man, I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna keep it like it is. Yeah. So I'd have to get the flesh right and everything, but I also want to show this, man. I retired this wallet. A friend of mine made this wallet for me, and I used to carry this all the time. But you can kind of see.
Scrotum.
He was a leather. Yeah. He made this wallet, and
that's pretty cool.
But you can see I used to work with it, so. But he even put that shit in there. But like I said, I retired the shit out of this wallet, man. This to me is like a reminder of my alcoholism. That's why I would carry this wallet. You know what I mean? Because I mean, like, I'm not speaking for something for nobody else. I'm just speaking for me. I had to do something different. But anyway, that's what like the big part of The Shining is to me is about alcoholism.
What's that? Hearing it, Brian?
No.
Sorry, you're cutting in and out, Brad.
No, they're completely different creatures. I'm like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, man, with that shit.
Yeah.
But anyway,
we never mentioned that Jack Nicholson's character is a recovering alcoholic. I didn't even put that together.
Right. Yeah.
Right, and that's
which is also like semi autobiographical because King was at the time too.
Yeah.
He was an everything alcoholic.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he wasn't just an alcoholic. He was a cocaineaholic and everythingaholic.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm gonna read this thing that I wrote right here. So, y'all get ready.
We're ready.
Do it, man.
Go for it, man.
All right.
Do your thing.
The Shining to me is the greatest film ever made. 10 out of 10. Perfect, my all-time favorite. It's layered so deeply and things hidden in plain sight that you notice something new with every watch. It also is about addiction, alcoholism, lust, selfishness, isolation, mental health. Could be the greatest ghost story as well. Maybe there's abuse, but who truly will ever know? That's what makes it great. King was pissed about what direction Kubrick went, and Kubrick didn't give a shit. I think King knows how great it is and doesn't want to admit Kubrick made it better. When this came out, it was definitely not of its time and still isn't today. Bad reviews when it first came out, but it has inspired so many filmmakers to try and replicate, but they fail miserably. Its ambiguity is done so well to make you think. It stays with you. I'm sorry. Yeah, wouldn't it? That's still with me.
Page 2.
Yeah, page
you got
2.
it.
All right. So many iconic images: the twins, Danny riding his big wheel, bloody elevator. By the way, I don't know if y'all ever noticed about the bloody elevator. Have you ever noticed? It looks like two eyes.
Yeah, looks like
a mouth.
Yeah, mouth.
Yeah.
Okay. A lot of people don't know that.
There's a lot of mouths. There's a lot of red mouths. You know,
Right.
with the bears and all that stuff. It's
right.
Child pedophile stuff. There's just a million fucking angles.
Right.
Everything like gold, and there are a million different ways it could go.
And let's see. So, Jack's face through the axe, chopped door, frozen Jack, black and white photo at the end. That is a huge question mark. The old lady with bowls in room 237. Shelley Duvall seeing ghosts. Bear costume. I can go on and on. The score is meticulously designed, perfect for each moment. Shelley Duvall's performance gets shit on, but I disagree completely. And Danny Lloyd's performance is hands down the best child performance ever put on screen. Jack is reincarnated. Also, recently watching, I thought about Jack being frozen. Could he be thawed out and come back again? Why not? You know,
right?
So many props are placed for a reason, and Kubrick, and in this Kubrick film, Kubrick's IQ was between 160 to 200. There's debates on that, but regardless, 140 is genius level. So yes, he was on another level than most. Danny's Apollo sweater has been said it was Kubrick's apologizing for filmmaking the fake moon landing, but maybe it means hope for the future, but that's just one take. There's also a new theory I just recently heard that was pretty damn interesting. There's two Jacks. Have you heard this theory?
No.
So Jack is like the Jack you see at the beginning, like he's kind of like he's not lost his mind, right?
Right.
Well, the Jack that you see that's all crazy and shit, he's writing the story.
Oh, I got you.
You know that scene where he's looking at the maze?
Right.
And he sees Danny and
in the maze when it zooms down in on him. Yeah, when they reach the middle of it. Yeah.
So there's an argument that that's his idea and he's writing the story.
Oh, so he's
so I was like, damn,
that's interesting.
Yeah, it's like I just found this the other day. I was like, damn, I hadn't heard this one. So
yeah, maybe he's there alone and he's writing this idea. Yeah, because he's looking at the model of the maze.
Right. And there's other shots where she comes in the room and he starts bitching at her, and then she's gone and then he's still writing.
Right.
So I don't know. That's
interesting. I hadn't heard that one.
Stuff. But yeah. The Here's Johnny, that was from Johnny Carson. I think somebody mentioned it. Did you mention that, Alan?
No, but I didn't know
was
that.
From Johnny Carson, Jack Nicholson. That was improv, and Kubrick let it go.
Yeah.
But the Here's Johnny scene took 3 days to film and 60 doors. So he went through 60 doors with that damn axe. In King's novel, the hotel burns. In Kubrick's film, the hotel freezes. So just some interesting things. And my favorite quote of the movie is darling, like Wendy, darling, light of my life. I'm not gonna hurt you. You didn't let me finish my sentence. I said, I'm not going to hurt you. I'm just going to bash your brains in. Going to bash them right the fuck in. But, yep. And anyway, that's my number one, The Shining, man.
Hell yeah, man. Well done.
If you've never seen it,
go to hell.
Fuck yourself. You know? Go get it now.
And I have to say, Dirk, I really like the fact that you had this whole thing to the whole speech was, look here, motherfucker, agree with me or we gonna have a problem. You meant that shit you just said. I dig it, man. Good job.
Hell yeah, dude.
Well, I can't follow
Good
that
analysis, Dirk, man. Seriously.
I don't have all those notes and shit like you guys do.
Right.
I'm off the cuff Brian here.
Welcome back to Off the Cuff Brian.
Off the cuff Brian and Cook too.
Well, my number one is one that I really thought that one of you guys would at least mention this movie by now. But it's 1978's classic George A. Romero's Dawn of the Dead.
Okay.
That's my number one.
I'll talk about it in the
but yeah, this movie I just grew up on. It's badass in my opinion. I don't care what Brad says. But
yeah, and I left something out too because I thought maybe somebody, I didn't want to.
No,
yeah,
I love The Shining a lot too, but this one just like I just grew up with this one a little more.
Right.
Yeah, the zombies in the mall, that's a concept that was never done before this movie, and it really works. Just this group of people hiding out inside of a mall, trying to fend for their own lives and everything. And I love the score is great. The effects by Tom Savini are awesome. The cast is great. Ken Foree steals the show as the main lead pretty much. I like the guy who plays Flyboy too. He's also pretty awesome. Yeah. This everybody loves Night of the Living Dead gets a lot of praise for being the first zombie movie, but this is my favorite of the George Romero zombie trilogy.
Agreed.
Day of the Dead is really good too. It's really
my favorite.
It's almost tied with this to me.
Yeah.
But this one just goes a little bit higher for me. I know it's a little bit campier. The makeup effects weren't the best. Tom Savini was going for he was trying to put the makeup kind of like black and white makeup on him, but it ended up turning like a little bit bluish in color whenever it showed up on film. So he was a little bit disappointed in his own work there. But yeah, when his group of motorcycle gang comes in the movie, that's what some of my favorite shit was whenever they're trying to terrorize the zombies, and it's just really fun too because they're like fucking with the zombies and like acting like they're not going to be eaten and shit, and then they just get torn apart.
Right.
Yeah, just I don't know, the whole thing, from the beginning of the movie, whenever it starts out just with that beating score in the background, when they're trying to escape that house and everything, and then get to the helicopter and get to where they need to be at the mall. It's fucking badass to me. So many just iconic zombies in this movie, like the Hare Krishna zombie. I like the one zombie that just walking towards the helicopter and then you see his head get spliced off.
Right.
Yeah, that's a great shot.
Yeah, it's great. There's a lot of great shots like that.
Did y'all go to the theater recently?
No, I didn't. We didn't go to see the 3D one.
Okay.
No, I'm not a big fan of 3D too much.
Right.
If it was
I'm not either, really.
If it was just a regular showing, I would have liked that a lot more. But yeah, it wasn't. It was at Regal too. So, but anyways, yeah. In the opening scenes, whenever the black zombie bites the woman on the neck, that's iconic too, because it's like
that scene.
Yeah.
He totally just chomps her neck, and you don't expect it, and it just goes from there.
It's disturbing to watch.
Yeah, right. That's like that was pretty iconic because it's like the first like big chunky gore scene like you probably seen in a zombie movie like ever back in '78. So right. I don't know, it just paved the way for a lot of stuff.
So let me get this straight. You like the Argento cut the best, right?
No. No, I like the theatrical cut the best.
Right.
Out of all three. The director's cut's a little bit, it's good, but it's a little bit too extended. Got some stuff in there I wish wasn't in there, but I mean, it's cool to see, definitely. But the Argento cut's my least favorite, for real.
Right.
So Brian, let me ask you, the Dawn of the Dead remake, where does that stand as far as this one here? Are you a fan of the remake?
Really solid. I love that. It's my favorite Zack Snyder movie, honestly.
I like the remake. I prefer it.
I don't prefer it. But I do like the running zombies.
That's a really tough question because the remake
me too. I got
the remake brought back zombies. Really, I mean,
yeah.
Kind of they had sort of been dying off.
There's a lot of zombie fan service in it. I think they're
right
now better.
Exactly, that's a great point, Brad. It was kind of like early fan service. So I mean, that's a hard one. I don't know.
And they did a great job paying homage to that movie as well. I mean, I think they did a great job with it. It's one of my favorite remakes. I love that movie, and I'm torn because there's reasons why I like either better.
I don't know.
So,
I don't know if I can say.
Yeah, and they even got Ken Foree back in the remake doing the when there's no more room in hell, the devil walked the earth. That's the iconic phrase there.
Right.
Dirk loves that character. That's why he likes that remake so much.
Yeah,
he's talking about all the reasons that hell's come.
Right.
That whole speech.
Yeah, right. That's exactly right.
Yeah, but the remake is great. But it doesn't touch this for me. I can pop this in anytime and I just eat the shit out of it. I love it. Yeah, and we met Ken Foree at the convention recently, and I've seen him years past, and he's a really awesome dude. I got him. I have one of these drawers here. It's behind the laptops. I can't really pull it out right now. I got a screenplay of Dawn of the Dead signed by Ken Foree, and I also have a DVD signed by him as well.
I thought you was gonna get him to quote. What does he say? What's he say? Jack Grizzly or what?
And I'm Joe Grizzly, bitch.
Joe
Grizzly.
That'd have been killer, man, if you got that.
Yeah. We got video of him saying that at the convention, so look out for that video whenever we edit it out and everything.
Yeah, man.
But
look forward to that.
Dawn of the Dead is my number one.
Nice, man.
Yeah, man.
I've almost picked that set up 100 times. I've almost bought it.
It's the one Romero. It's just I'm not trying to shit on nothing, man. It just don't do it for me. That one, but yeah.
Well, this set you could get the thick ass motherfucker, but the only difference is the CDs and then the couple booklets. Right. But this has all the discs that are all three of the cuts and the bonus features and all that shit. So
all the delicious discs.
No need to pay $400 for the other stuff.
You don't need the CDs really. I mean, you can go with the books if you're.
Well, I got that set, whatever, but I mean, it wasn't $400 when I got it.
No, Alan bought it day one, so he paid regular retail.
It's a cool ass edition. Don't get me wrong, but I like what I got.
It's got like 8 discs or something. Something insane.
Yeah, it's got a shitload of discs. I mean, I don't like Brian said. I don't give a shit about those soundtracks that are in there.
Yeah.
And the novel there's a novel in there, and I'm not gonna ever read that. But it is what it is. When it came out, I had to have it, and I did a me.
It's a fucking badass piece.
I did a me.
So, Brad, who's next? Mary, you're next, right?
Yeah, I'm next.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Whenever Rocky's involved,
I think Brian's looking for
something. Yeah, hold on.
That's okay.
Whenever Rocky's involved, Alan loses a little bit of control.
He loses a little bit of control.
Shit.
I've already talked about Rocky too. I'm good.
Yeah, I'm back.
I'm waiting for Brian to pull off a scene from like Naked Gun where he goes in the bathroom.
I'm seeing if I can find that screenplay somewhere in here, but I don't know where it is.
Oh, the screenplay?
I'll keep looking for it. You do your thing.
Ryan, you need that blanket in your movie room.
I do. I definitely do.
Creepy Company.
Creepy Company.
It's like $40.
It's happening as we speak.
You can get off me, motherfuckers, if you want to.
Oh, hell no.
You got us all intrigued now.
Right? I
don't know what the thing is. That script, babe?
Where's that little black medical book? I'm getting that little black fucking medical book.
Pin. I don't care.
Well played. That was awesome.
No, we moved it somewhere for the hurricane.
Three times.
I thought I put it with our social security cards.
No, fuck.
Birth certificates.
Oh, well. Get it off me. I don't know where the fuck this thing is.
Brian's like, get off me, damn it.
I like when they're evacuating for a hurricane, though. Coco's got it down. We need our social security cards, birth certificates, and I need that goddamn screenplay.
I need that screenplay. We are not leaving without it.
What about the dogs and the cat? Fuck them.
Well, my number one is going to be a surprise to no one. You know, it's an all-time great. Won every award there was to win. It swept the Oscars in '77.
Beast in Heat.
Bitch.
Number one.
Bitch.
Would you think I was going to pull something else? Or? No. That is a great movie and everyone should own it. An awesome Nazi exploitation documentary on there. Pick it up at the Severance sale this Black Friday. My number one is from 1976, directed by Alfred Soule. Alice, Sweet Alice.
Oh, damn.
I don't know how many people have seen this movie.
Yep.
You like that more than Eating Alive?
I like it more than a lot of fucking movies, man. I'm a big fan of this movie.
Okay.
Takes place in a shot in urban New Jersey. Alfred Soule gets a lot of respect from me because he is the one director that admits that he took inspiration from other movies to come up with this.
Oh,
you know, he says that Don't Look Now was a huge inspiration. Psycho was a huge inspiration.
Psycho.
You will not hear many directors, if any, say that. You know, have John Carpenter's ass say he took inspiration from anybody else. You know, never will happen. So this movie follows Alice, a 12-year-old Catholic schoolgirl, whose younger sister Karen, played by Brooke Shields, her first movie at age 10. Brooke Shields' character Karen is murdered during her communion service at a Catholic church. A packed service, a bunch of people there. She's murdered by a masked figure in a yellow raincoat. It becomes pandemonium. People are getting trampled there. I love the way this movie is shot. I love how violent everything is. Like I said, there's a stampede. People are getting stomped out. I mean, it's pandemonium as it would be. I mean, with what happens. From there, it becomes this oddball mystery full of red herring, which, you know, I love. Old man with mystery stories. With this bizarre cast of characters, including this disgusting landlord who's a shut-in with dozens of cats. He's filthy, and he's constantly trying to rape 12-year-old Alice. You also get the religious fanatic maid constantly scrubbing the floors and, you know, frantically praying for everybody. Compulsively praying, endlessly. The nun, there's a scene where there's a horrific incident happened, and the nun is just like a million Rosemary's just in a row. Just like, I mean, everything about it, like it really plays with the religion thing.
Right. That's always tripped me out, man. Like, to pray so many times for.
I'm sure the Catholic Church is not a fan of this,
right?
At all.
Yeah.
And of course, Alice herself, she's a special kind of crazy. It's like Mommy Dearest meets Buffalo Bill. I mean, she's fucking. This bitch is fit for a straight jacket. She has this psycho shrine in her basement, in the basement of the building she lives in, a Halloween mask collection, and of course, pet cockroaches. Because why not? It has a really like insanely ominous like orchestral score. that kind of carries the movie. You get like, you're not going to get Cyndi Lauper in this. I mean, it's really dramatic, dark shit. All these quick cuts back and forth. And like I said, everything is so violent. There's, nothing is subtly done. Every character, when they touch something, they grab something, everything is violent. The funeral director just tosses fucking Karen's 10-year-old body in the hearse, like literally, like it gets air. It's all done on purpose. The Alice at one point attacks her fucking landlord with a live cat. She grabs it by a head and swings it at him like it's fucking nunchucks. And it was a real cat, a real live human cat, a real live, cat on screen.
Real live human cat.
Human cat, yeah. A human house cat. And, PETA, where you at? Suck on that fucking hairy dick.
Right. Damn it.
It is a mystery. Like I said, I don't want to talk too much about it. I don't want to spoil anything. I have a feeling a lot of people haven't seen this movie. It is awesome. It's batshit fucking crazy.
Great slasher.
I love how this movie plays out. Everything about it. A little trivia here. Alice, the character of Alice, is 12 in the movie. She is played by Paula Shepherd, who was 19 during the filming. She's some kind of like midget, or she's like a dwarf, thing, but she does look the part. Again, shit would never fly today. You can't have a somebody with some kind of disability play a kid. That doesn't work. But yeah, kid actors suck, and it would be difficult for a kid to play this role. So it really works well with the the whole midget thing. But yeah, really slept on. I don't understand why people don't like it more, but it's a great one. Alice, Sweet Alice.
That reminds me, I forgot to mention. I know that was way back, but the whole shit with Jodie Foster and Taxi Driver, the scene at the end, her body double was her sister, and she was 19. So I thought that's kind of a crazy coincidence of that shit. If you notice that scene though, and you know that, go back and watch that scene when De Niro goes in there. You can tell that's a 19-year-old girl, versus a 12-year-old Jodie Foster. But yeah, man.
I need to check it out, bro. I've never seen that. I know the movie. I've never watched it, but I have to pick that up. Is that an Arrow release?
Yes.
You got that?
Arrow release, yeah.
So that's a great movie. So where I did my for my third and fourth year med school, I was in that area of New Jersey, which is Passaic County, Morris County, where they filmed a lot of that. And so there's a lot of movies that were filmed in that area. And one day we were just kind of looking up, things that were filmed here. And so obviously Sopranos. And so we were seeing all the film sites. And this movie came up. Lean on Me was filmed in Paterson, New Jersey, for those of you that know that movie. And so we were like right in urban, worst part of New Jersey. So we this was back in the days of, I don't know, for those of you, the tech geeks out there that know what Pirate Bay was, when you could actually torrent and download movies. So I found that movie. There was like three of us that watched that movie. No, not at all. Dirk's uncle wouldn't know.
Yeah, Dirk's uncle. That would be great too.
So I was the only one that liked that movie, and that's how I knew there was something wrong with me. I was like,
yeah, there you go. You've been touched. I mean, if you're like
Alan, we should watch it. We'll put it on the list, dude. You would really like it.
It is, like I said, I don't think people understand how crazy it is, and they watched it. People, I think they watch it, and it's kind of like off on in the background. But I mean, if you really watch it and pay close attention, it is fucking nuts.
It's a very dark, crazy ass movie. But it's a great, story. It's just, I really liked it. I thought
it's an awesome one.
I agree. It's a way underrated movie.
Yeah, I'm gonna check it out, man.
It's got a slipcover too, by the way.
Yeah, I know. There's a book in here. You could read that.
There you go.
There you go.
I won't read that. I'll look at it and put it back in.
It's the doll head.
I'll look at the pictures and put it back up.
The whole thing. There's a poster in here too.
That's an Arrow release?
Yeah. It's the doll head.
It's not the original art, right?
This is the original art.
Let me see.
This side. This is the other side's the Arrow art.
Okay, I could have sworn there was a different. Maybe that's it. But
yeah, it's with the bag full of her like her.
I remember renting that. I rented that shit a long time ago on VHS.
And the whole Catholicism sort of underlying elements in that movie.
Yeah.
Y'all see the I mean, they always go after the Catholic Church in horror movies.
Yeah.
You notice that?
I mean, it really is. It's like it's low hanging fruit but
yeah.
Yeah, it's fanatical, but the characters are also flawed too, because you can get away with anything. You just gotta, play the game and pay the money and all that stuff. So
yeah, exactly.
Murder, you can be forgiven literally for murder. And
right,
we're not gonna call the police.
Rebirth of redemption. I mean, that's what makes it such easy fucking
patron.
It's got an alternate title called Holy Terror. Also,
Holy Terror.
Shit, what version is that?
Yeah, I like that artwork.
88 films.
Yeah,
this is the 88 films one, but I have the I have the Arrow one too.
Yeah, because they've got Arrow on Orbit.
Anyways,
Arrow's going to be having a Black Friday sale. I wouldn't jump too soon. You know how that's good. That goes.
So y'all motherfuckers ready to talk about Rocky? Y'all keep on talking.
I knew I was seeing Alan. I was like, yeah,
never.
He's like, what the fuck?
Talk about. Go ahead.
All right. Obviously, number one's Rocky.
Yeah.
I'm done. That's all I gotta say.
End of stream.
Yeah, directed by John G. Avildsen, whatever. I think I said his name right. He's one of the great ones. But he directed Karate Kid. He's just fantastic at making movies like this. These inspirational sports movies, whatever. So like I said, they did a great job picking him for director, I think. But the movie, listen to this, guys. The budget of this movie was $960,000. And all these movies we talk about the budget, whatever, and this is the first one I think I've done. The budget was $960,000, and the studio didn't want to pay that much, whatever. They actually cut the budget back, whatever, because they wanted Robert Redford, Ryan O'Neal, Burt Reynolds, Nick Nolte, or James Caan, one of those to play Rocky. But Sylvester Stallone basically sold the script to Irvin Winkler and Robert Chartoff, whatever, for $350,000. But the only way he would sell it to them was if he starred in the movie. Everybody knows this.
Yeah.
So, obviously it made Sylvester Stallone a household fucking name. And not only that, Sylvester Stallone, I got the note back here. It says prior to his breakthrough role in the film, Sylvester Stallone was earning $36 a week as an usher. I said that when I was talking about too.
Crazy.
Motherfucker was struggling. Selling his dog, this kind of shit. And not only did he sell his movie, starred in this fucking movie, it won Best Picture. Let that soak in for a minute. Best fucking picture. That's a Rocky story in itself.
Right.
And it's pretty fucking impressive.
Yeah,
it's pretty fucking impressive. But yeah, it's I got a big paragraph that explains all that. I just kind of gave you all the highlights of it. I already told you the dog Buckus, whatever the movie was, his dog he sold, he bought back. He bought back for a much higher rate, by the way. He only sold for $50. The guy sold it back to him for a much higher price. The monologue which Rocky delivers after turning down Mickey's offer to manage him was completely improvised on set by Sylvester Stallone. He has since explained that he was heavily influenced by the fact that the bathroom of the tiny apartment in which they were shooting really did stink. Remember, he said it stinks. So
my house stinks.
In the film, the poster above the ring where Rocky fights Apollo shows Rocky wearing red shorts with a white stripe when he actually wears white shorts with a red stripe. This was an actual mistake by the props department, and they could not afford to rectify it. So Sylvester Stallone came up with the idea for the scene where Rocky points out the mistake himself. The comment about Rocky's robe being too baggy came about the same way. The robe delivered to the set was far too baggy for Stallone. So rather than hope people wouldn't notice, the character himself simply points it out. This is the highest grossing movie in 1976. It's the first sports movie to ever win an Academy Award for Best Picture. And I said this before, the Philadelphia Arts Museum steps are now known as the Rocky Steps. Ranked number 4 on the American Film Institute's 100 most inspiring movies of all time. What the fuck's 1, 2, and 3? This is number 4. You tell me right now what's 1, 2, and 3. I need to know that. As of 2015, and due to this film, Sylvester Stallone remains alongside Charles Chaplin, the only other person in film history to have been the sole writer of an original screenplay, to have starred in the leading role of the same film, and to have been nominated for Oscars for both. By coincidence, Chaplin had been one of the co-founders of the original United Artists. Orson Welles also was nominated for Oscars for writing and starring in Citizen Kane, but he had a co-writer. In the fight at the end, the guy that rings the bell is Stallone's dad. Stallone's dad is the guy that rings the bell in the final fight. What else do I got? I'm just reading notes now, guys. I could just go off my fucking cuff and just just talk about it. But anyway, at the end of the filming, Stallone, after the movie was over with, he kept the two turtles, Cuff and Link. And as of June 2019, he still has these two fucking turtles. I want to say that it's one of the Creed movies, I think, that it shows the turtles. It's the same fucking turtles from the first Rocky movie.
Rocky Balboa.
Yeah. And I already said the part about Burt Young actually got a wino that showed him how to walk drunk the right way. But guys, I've said this before. Maybe there's somebody out there that hadn't heard me spew this shit before. My favorite part of the entire fucking movie is when they bring Rocky in. He's just a club fighter, just a local guy. They bring this guy in, whatever, and they offer him a shot for the heavyweight championship of the world, the greatest title in the world. And the way the camera zooms in on Rocky's face, if you watch this movie and pay attention to this, it zooms into Rocky's face, you see every single emotion he has in that scene. And anybody out there, and I ain't trying to get too fucking campy or too goddamn emotional. No, Brad, I'm not going to fucking cry. But I might get close.
It ain't over yet.
But everybody's got their thing. All bullshit aside, everybody's got their thing. There's something out there that somebody wants, somebody needs, somebody has got a dream about. So anybody can fucking relate. Everybody's got a fucking dream. You can relate to this. You have a guy that's down on his luck. He's never caught a fucking break. And now he's being offered this. And now he's like, I'm not good enough for this. So his first reply is like, I don't think so. No, I'm not going to do it. And just that goddamn chill bumps. It's unbelievable. Fucking chill bumps. I ain't even bullshit. It's the best thing ever put on film. I'm done.
Yeah.
It's badass. So the Oscar goes to fucking Rocky.
Yeah.
So yeah.
You think about it, he's a journeyman at best in that scene. And he's offered a fight with the best guy on the planet, baddest man on the planet. First thing you should be thinking is no. Of course,
that's what he was. He's not good
I'm
enough.
Not ready. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready. I'd love to have the opportunity in 2-3 years when I'm at my peak. But and I really love that.
He thought he was being called in to be a sparring partner.
Yeah.
I'm gonna spar with the champ, man. I won't throw no bad punches or anything.
Yeah, I'm a ham and egger. This guy's the best.
Right.
And two, when he tries to get Mickey to be his coach, for being in his corner for the thing, and he slaps him in the face. He says, "What do you think the champ would do to you?" And he goes, "Oh, hurt me bad." He goes, "Hurt you permanent."
Right.
That's what he would do.
I
love that. I do love that it was a flub. I didn't know that thing was a flub in part 1. That's the most important scene to me. When he says, my trunks, or you got the, can somebody change it? And he goes, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
He felt about this big when he said that. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, I just lost my fucking train of thought. You fucked me up on that. I lost my train of thought.
Burgess Meredith slapping him. Burgess Meredith slapping him, and he'll hurt you permanent. That's what I was talking about.
Yeah, fuck it was. I had a fucking thought. It just fucking. Anyway, fucking movie's great. If you watched it, everybody's watched it. Go watch it again. It's badass. Oh, I know what I was gonna say. Whenever the Apollo Creed's like, oh yeah, we're gonna get this guy. It'll be like a goddamn monster movie. The Italian stallion versus Anyway, he don't give a fuck. You got Burt or Tony Burton. The Duke, whatever, basically saying he's watching the news. He's being his trainer. He's watching out for Apollo. Apollo's like, oh, this is just gonna be a fucking bullshit fight. He sees him on the fucking news, punching the fucking side of ribs.
Yeah.
And he sees this motherfucker's got, this motherfucker's serious. And so he says, hey, champ, you need to come, look what's on TV over here or whatever. And I ain't worried about it. I'm gonna count my fucking money and be a star.
Too. Yeah.
And just the Tony Burton's face when he's watching that, you're like, oh shit, this guy might be for real. That's another great scene.
So I want to toot my own horn here for a second and point out something. Given how passionate Alan is about this movie, how many times he's watched this movie, I pointed out something to him recently, which I discovered myself for the first time, that he didn't know or hadn't seen or had picked up on in Rocky. And I'll just leave it at that. So when Rocky's in the locker room, and he finds out that his locker has been locked and changed out for somebody else, there's a sign in the locker room that I hadn't ever seen before, and I was just watching it to get ready for this stream. And I asked Alan. I figured Alan's got to know about this, and we were watching a movie together, and he hadn't. And there's a no kissing sign in the men's locker room in Rocky.
Yeah, I never noticed it before.
That's crazy.
Yep, look it up.
Sign in the men's locker room says
watch
no
the
kissing.
movie. You'll see it. There's a sign on a pole that says no kissing in this men's locker room.
Well, they were in Philadelphia, right?
Burgess eat your stuff.
Alan, what did you find anything out when you looked it up? Is it just because of what Mick says about, like, stay away from women?
The only thing that I found was it took me to some forum, and everybody was saying the same thing, and they were doing the same thing we're doing now. What the hell's that all about? They were going back and forth. Nobody knew. So
there's got to be a reason. I mean, why would it be there? There's got to be. Anyway, I can't believe how many times I've seen Rocky. I've never picked up on the fact that there's a no kissing.
I've never seen that either.
Yep.
That's crazy.
Maybe that's slang for biting, because in boxing, biting is actually very common. Happens all the time. What else can you do? If you really get mad, what else can you do? Your hands are gloved. You're in a clinch. Right. That happens a lot, actually. So I don't know. Maybe that's slang for biting.
Maybe.
Call it kissing.
Maybe.
The city of brotherly love.
Anyway, I thought that was interesting. I mean, it's clearly there for a reason. I can't imagine that.
Alan. Alan just over there musing to himself about Rocky.
Listen, it was a proud moment.
I'm looking at the chat. I'm trying to get back to where we left off on the chat. All right.
Or maybe it meant they couldn't have their girlfriends in there.
Yeah,
before a fight. Fuck their head all up. Shit.
Well, that's kind of there is a scene where Mick talks about that, like, women, you stay away from women, they're going to get in your head before a fight.
Mm-hmm. Right.
But it
women
like
weakened knees or women weakened legs.
It seems like such a weird state, to have something like that in the locker room would make sense, but just a very simple no kissing.
Right. Yeah, it is strange.
It's a very strange thing that I can't believe I'd missed up until now.
Yeah. And when you showed it to me on the image you showed me, I was like, I've never noticed that. And I've watched that movie probably more than any other movie.
Yeah, I had to actually back it up. I was like, did I just see what I think I saw? Is there really a no kissing sign?
All right. And St. O. James says, going back, you can see the alien embryos going down her throat in the hospital. Epic. Wild Wrangler's a great wallet.
It really is a great wallet.
Elevator.
Appreciate
Coco says, well said, Dirk. I love how you put so much emotion into your explanation / picks, the shiny rocks.
Thank you.
I agree. All work and no play makes Dirk a dull boy. Says Gizmo.
All work and no
KB says, perfect prose, Dirk. Personal and introspective.
Thank you, man.
Great job, Dirk.
Yeah, right.
Deep, Dirk. Growing up, Ken Fourier was always Keenan's dad. Great Hall and Oates. KB says, great pick, Brian. The Z's remake really surprised me to another good one. Yeah. The Z's, what a dumbass. Gizmo. I like Day of the Dead better, but I like Don also. Great pick. I wish Kate Mara did a sexploitation movie. Brian Conley is not behind your computer. Alice, Sweet Alice, creepy. Yeah, I got to check it out, man. Brian's got me intrigued.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
Alice, Sweet Alice is good. One of the few slasher films in the 88 slasher collection. So many bad movies there. Creepy warehouse masks scene, Alice, Sweet Alice.
Oh, yeah. That's a great scene.
You can get Alice, Sweet Alice from 88 Films right now from 88 Films for €9.
I don't know if that cat scene is going to be in there because it's, they got a big problem with animal cruelty in the UK.
Yeah. Our Pops,
Arrow, for some reason,
you got a
UK,
cartoon and the bonus feature.
It's in the UK version, Arrow, of the 88 films one.
And Pops, you got a cartoon and the bonus feature of Inside the Horror you can read. Hold on.
Inside the Horror.
Show these off.
If you open any of that, I don't know. I'd be careful. Who knows what's on the inside there?
That's why I give a man some. Find them here. So Gizmo out there in chat sent these to me. For anybody that hasn't seen these, I'm gonna make myself full screen for a minute.
I'm about to put up a thank you video that I'm gonna recognize Giz into.
Yeah, this was directed by our band Gizmo there. Like you see, it was nice to send this to me, and I got something to send out to the guys here. Inside the Horror.
Yeah,
I've not had a chance to watch these yet, buddy. But I hope to get Inside the Horror really soon.
Man.
And you got the Winter Siege.
I heard it here first.
And you got, I guess, Horror.
Horror.
I guess that's how you pronounce it.
Right on.
Inside the Horror and Horror.
So, bonus feature Inside the Horror you can read. Yeah. Cool. I'm going to check them out soon, man. But yeah, I appreciate you sending those to me. I told him he should have fucking signed them for me. I could have resold them. Make some money. All right. Wild Wrangler says communion title.
Yep.
Rocky is so good they even made a real life statue. Yep. I am very proud to say I finally got to see that fucking statue. That was a bucket list. Just watched the Blade Runner 2049, and the story is so full of plot holes. It's like throwing $500 million at the original and hoping 5 million sticks. Give us the other side of the coin. Blade Runner 2049 is the world's longest commercial for druggy McSleepy Eyes Gosling walking around doing retro shit for 14 hours.
Hey, there's a worm farmer in there too. You forgot to mention.
I haven't seen it. Like, I need to watch them back to back.
I liked them together, but
I remember going, "Hey, it's not bad at all." I don't get the thing, but whatever,
Yeah.
He will forever be known as druggy McSleepy Eyes.
Yeah. Druggy McSleepy Eyes Gosling.
Anthony says, my number one is Halloween. This film has been talked about ad nauseum. Just want to say that Loomis is one of my all-time favorite characters, and I think without Pleasance, this film loses what makes it so special.
Yeah.
Michael can't talk.
Great Burgess Meredith's a great actor. Yeah, let's talk about Rocky some more.
Get up, you son of a bitch.
Cause Mickey loves you, goddamn right. Yeah, people hate on that fucking movie, but that fucking scene, when he's having his goddamn brain fuck ups and that one scene, fucking badass.
Yeah.
And no goddamn, when he goes back to the fucking gym, he has his flashback when fucking Mickey gives him his fucking cuff link.
Yeah.
All right, moving on. All right, so we are up to our honorable mentions. Let's go back to our other screen here. Y'all don't want me up here. All right,
doing our
what you got for honorable mentions there, buddy?
At 4 hours, we could talk for.
Man, I'm telling you, we're getting good at this shit.
Yeah.
All right, one of my honorable mention.
Oh yeah.
So Brian, I went back and forth on this between your pick and that. I watched them both twice, so 4 times total. The only reason this one ekes out a little bit is the storyline. I like the voodoo part of the zombie. And of course, it's got, so obviously I'm a little bit.
It's more medical. That's why he likes it.
Exactly right. Yeah, I'm a little bit more preference to the doctor who's curious about reanimated tissue and he's trying to figure this whole thing out. I don't know. It's just the directing, the storyline, the way the zombies are. I love the zombies in this. They are exceptionally slow moving, but that doesn't that doesn't save you in this world. So we've said enough about that. A lot of people like to hate on this movie. I get it. The second one's probably better than the first one, but
oh yeah.
So Amityville Horror.
Right.
So the reason why this is in my honorable mention and it almost made it into my top 5 is this movie did, or the acting and the directing did what I think what Stephen King was trying to talk about with The Shining. You really buy that James Brolin is just a regular dude and that Margot Kidder is just a regular person. and that they get into this house, and then they sort of are transformed by what's going on in this house and the paranormal activity that's happening there. It is campy. The ending is campy. It was made by a independent studio, so not an independent film per se, but an independent studio. It was one of the most successful independent studio films of all time. And what makes it a great cult classic movie is the fact that it was panned by critics at first. It's just a great movie. I mean, Brolin, the acting in this, Brolin is fantastic. Margot Kidder, unfortunately, who she's no longer with us. She battled her own demons, both off stage and on stage. Who I think she sells it in this movie as well. Based off a true story. Weirdly enough, I just found this out. So Ronald DeFeo really actually shot and killed his 6 family members in this house in Amityville on Long Island. He just died last year. In obviously still in custody.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah, it was a letdown. Started after this, the whole thing that started this was the George Lutz and his family moved into this house after the murders. They're the ones that claim the paranormal activity, and then just sort of go ahead and cue the lawsuits after this for the rights to the movies and everything else, and that just kind of takes away from it. But if you just leave it for classic ghost story storytelling, which I'm kind of with Brad. I'm not huge on that, but kind of like what I said about Alien, it's just take a normal family or normal people and put them in an abnormal situation, and that's kind of what sells this movie. So anyway, I'll leave it at that. It follows a horror trope, but I think it's well done, and I think it's a classic. Is the second one better? Maybe, but it's still a great movie.
Rod Steiger, man.
Oh yeah,
Oh, man.
absolutely.
He's badass.
He believes that shit, you know,
Right?
Like in real life. So he's like, he's over the top, man.
And that's what lets him go over the top, right? And a lot of, if you look up, that's what a lot of people talk about this movie is it's over the top acting, over the top directing, over the top story, over the top screenplay and dialogue, but it works. I mean, Brolin sells it, Kidder sells it, Steger sells it.
Yeah, have you watched all the stuff on that release yet?
Oh yeah.
You seen the stuff with Brolin and Kidder, and
Kidder? Yep, exactly.
They didn't really care for each other or whatever.
Oh, they hated each other. Yeah.
Right.
If you dig into that, apparently, they just were kind of.
You don't see that though. You can't tell it really.
Oh no. Of course, this is the movie that I brought. Just a weird little tie-in. This is in real life. This is one of the things that that would go on to do the Conjuring universe. What are their names?
Oh,
Ed and Lorraine
Warren.
Yeah. Warren, yeah. They investigated this, so part of that whole. If you buy into that whole Conjuring universe,
and they were some scam artists too.
Yep. And I think she died just recently too.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, she did. Because there's a guy on YouTube that he'll show you their museum. Have you seen this shit?
No, I haven't seen that.
Look that shit up, man. He's got
of all their little things.
He's got Annabelle dolls like a Raggedy Ann doll, right?
Yeah,
some shit like that.
It's like a real Raggedy Ann doll, and it was
out.
missing. It was missing one day. He said, it
I've
wasn't in
only
the
got
case
one-
and shit.
I've only got one gripe with Amityville, and I do love Amityville. I've got it.
Yeah.
How do you shoot all those people in their beds and nobody gets up?
Nobody wakes up.
Yeah.
It's funny that you say that because Brad will get this reference. So there's a great book by Truman Capote called In Cold Blood. And it's the true story. It's kind of like Amityville. It's a true story of these two guys that break into this farmhouse in the middle of nowhere, Midwest America, and murder this entire family. And it's sort of the same situation. It's like, how did nobody get up in the middle of this and either run and hide or, fight back? But that's a great question. I don't know.
Yeah. Because, it really happened.
Yep. And, there's a lot of speculation about and I'm not going to get into it about like this guy was maybe schizophrenic, or there was a lot of abuse going on or something like that.
Or some shit. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, how does a shotgun go off twice and yet 4 more times?
Yeah,
right.
You just hang out.
You know damn well that wasn't no birdshot.
Yep. Dad's hunting close to home tonight.
I mean, if you've ever fired a gun in a house, it's loud as fuck.
Right? Especially a 12 gauge. Shit.
Right.
So, Brad, you fired a gun in the house before?
Many
I was wondering the
same. Hundreds, probably thousands of rounds in a house and houses. Used to take all those gun courses and shit. It's loud as shit. And the flash and everything, if it was dark like that, you'd probably be half fucking blind by the time you got to the next bed to shoot.
Apparently, the real story too is he didn't even report it until the next day. Like, I guess he went to like a bar that was near the house. This was like 24 hours later, and he kind of like started hinting that something was wrong, and then they went and they found everybody dead. This house still exists, still sits.
Neighbors never made phone calls. It's in a neighborhood, that house.
Yeah, they of course the Lutzes claim that all the paranormal activity. Now the people that bought it after them owned it for 10 years, and they said the only thing weird that ever happened was all the damn people that kept coming by to look at the house.
Yeah, I've seen the movie. I never read the book.
Seen the movie.
I've seen the movie. It's black and white. Like
the book's fantastic, man. Even if you're not really big into books or reading, it's one. I guarantee you, it's a book that you'll start and you won't be able to stop.
Put it down. Huh?
The story just sucks you right in immediately. Just a great story. Truman Capote really was fantastic.
Yep.
Despite his quirks.
Yeah, the movie I remember, man. It's
it's funny. I've never seen the movie. I've only ever read the book.
Yeah, Philip Seymour Hoffman. That's in black and white.
Yep.
Yep. Good picks, man. Solid.
Yeah, man. Hell yeah. All right. Well, I'm going to start off with this one. And that's going to be in heaven. Everything is fine. You've got your good things, and I've got mine.
There we go. I know what it is.
Nice. Eraserhead. Yep. Inspired.
This movie, man, this movie grows on you. You got to, like, the first time I watched this shit, I was like, what the fuck is going on with this guy, man? He's like super hyper fucking nervous. But anyway, like I got a whole thing about it. I'm just gonna. It's not long, but best way to describe this film is, first off, forget reality. This is a surreal nightmare inside an abstract world. At the core, though, to me, it's the hardship of early parenthood, realizing you have a bitch for an old lady, and this extreme nervous Henry, and he's confused as shit. Henry has no answers to any questions. He's stuck with this abomination child and has huge resentment toward it. Maybe the lady in the radiator is suggesting a way out. Henry is terrified. Eventually, he finds peace. The score is eerie and is at least 50% of this film's effectiveness as far as the constant nightmarish feeling. Trivia. Got some trivia for you. Stanley Kubrick made the cast of The Shining watch this film to get in the mood for filming a horror picture. Mel Brooks saw it and asked Lynch to do The Elephant Man.
Yep.
Lynch accepted. George Lucas asked him to direct Return of the Jedi. Of course, he refused. Could you imagine that shit? Lynch doing Return of the Jedi. This film took over 5 years, and Lynch had to live in Henry's room for over a year, and Jack Nance kept his hair the same for the 5-year stretch.
Damn.
Yep. So, I think Siskel and Ebert, they praised the shit out of this movie.
Yeah, they love that movie.
Which
a lot of the critics did.
Very surprising to me. But
right.
But yeah, like I said, it grows on you. So that's my first one. It's also my favorite Lynch film. So.
Really? Yeah, I'd agree with that.
And then the second one I got, You can lock the doors, but you can't lock the madman out of your mind.
Oh, man. Hell yeah.
Nice. It's a good Blue Underground, too.
Yeah, that's good, man. But, yeah, let's see. This is the trivia I was going to tell you about, Alan. I was talking about the other day, about Joe Spinell. So, Joe Spinell, like, knew Stallone. And Stallone he called him the kid. Spinell did. And he would give Stallone money to take care of his family and stuff. And like at one point, Stallone wanted to quit, and Spinell's like, "Nah, man, this is gonna be great. You know, this is gonna be awesome. Stay with it. Stay with it." I didn't know if you knew that. I'd never heard that, but
yeah.
And then he went and made the Rocky. Made Rocky.
Yeah, he was Gazzo in the Rocky movies, yeah.
But he tried to get Stallone. He tried to get him on in The Godfather, and they passed on him. Yeah. Everybody passed on Stallone, but Spinell was trying to constantly push Stallone. I didn't even know all that shit, but that's just like a little side note, Maniac. But Spinell, I mean. But yeah, man, just love this damn movie. It's special effects from Savini's got the best. In my opinion, it's the best head explosion in cinematic history. That was done in New York. That's complete fucking like, man, just crazy shit. They had a car ready, you know, as soon as the blast. I mean, they had threw the gun in there and got the hell out of there.
How do you blow your fucking unfit head off? You know,
right? But let's see. Yeah, porn stars were hired to keep the cost down. From William Lustig, because he made porns too, and just trying to see the Daria Nicolodi was supposed to be the main actress. I didn't know that shit. They used footage from Inferno, the helicopter scene in Inferno. They used that shit in Maniac. And yeah, I've already covered that shit, but yeah, man, it's just basically about it's got all the tropes. Spinell wrote it. He was covering all the serial killers at the time, like Ted Bundy, John Wayne Gacy,
right?
And he found the same thing that, you know, they all had trouble shit with their mothers and shit.
Right.
It was also described like the opening scene on the beach was like, just imagine Jaws in man form. You know, that's how they wanted to be. They wanted Frank Zito to be like Jaws in man form. So that's kind of like just how it started, the whole shit. Anyway, if you never seen it, man, check it out. Maniac.
That's a great movie. It's a great movie.
Oh yeah.
I warned you not to go out tonight.
Fucking love that movie.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Nice picks, man.
Appreciate it.
All right. So, you know, I got to go with underrated stuff.
Yeah.
This was in the video in the beginning of the movie, at the beginning of the stream, and that's Up in Smoke.
Yes. Yeah. I love that movie.
Damn it. Oh yeah, man.
And if I can put this
when
one out
when I was getting that scene to add, I ended up watching like a 10-minute clip, and I just forgot how funny that fucking movie is.
It's fucking
great. Sitting them riding in the car, get pulled over by the cops, is fucking gold.
Yeah, the whole thing, like how they meet and everything, is great. He picks, hey, you ain't no chick.
Right.
They start smoking that big ass fucking Labrador. It's got some Labrador in it. Yeah, the whole movie's fucking great. I love the whole bit whenever they're visiting their buddy with the fucking scar on his face and everything. Isn't that Tom Skerritt?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is.
I think it
I
is.
just watched the right around the scene that I copied for the intro.
I forget his name.
The whole movie in a while.
Stacy Keach as the cop is great. I love him in these movies. The second one, he turns into a lizard. Yeah, and their whole fucking when they're crossing the border, and the whole van is made of weed and everything.
Is that Doberman? Is that the one? Or they're talking about Doberman and shit?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The dogs hate the weed.
Yeah.
They start smoking the dog shit.
Which movie do they go overseas and they get mistaken for Burt Reynolds and Dolly Parton?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody thinks they're Burt Reynolds and Dolly Parton the whole movie.
Yeah, the whole damn thing is fucking funny though. I don't know. A lot of this stuff is just taken from their for this movie, the first movie, anyways, is taken from their stand-up comedy bits, because they did a lot of stand-up stuff before they actually did the films and everything, and became famous from that. And they had a lot of like albums on vinyl too for their comedy. A lot of funny shit. Yeah, Cheech and Chong Go Up in Smoke is my first honorable mention. And then my second one is kind of in the same vein as Amityville Horror, but I mean this is earlier. This is 76. That's Burnt Offerings.
Oh yeah, great pick.
Yep.
Karen Black, Oliver Reed, Betty Davis is in here, Burgess Meredith. Yeah.
That's a great movie, man.
That's a great movie.
That's a great double feature with the Changeling.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Good point.
Yep. I guess Betty Davis, like, I was reading that she like loathed Oliver Reed, like detested him throughout the whole filming of this movie. I don't know why, but like,
damn.
Yeah,
he's the best part of the movie.
He fucking hated his ass. I don't know.
Yeah, he's the best part of the movie to me. You know?
It isn't very gory. There's only like one bloody scene in the movie. It's just this house is just like gives off these vibes, and it just kind of takes over these people that are there for the summer. They spend like, I think it's $900 for renting a country mansion for the entire summer, which is like unheard of. Even in the 70s, it was a crazy deal. But yeah, this is just an underrated horror movie, man. Nobody talks about it.
A lot of people have missed that one. Yeah,
it's great.
Yeah,
great movie.
It's I think Kino still has it on their sales and stuff, so check it out.
Oh damn! Oh, it's a Kino library.
Yeah, it's a Kino. It's got
nice.
I'd grab that.
Check that out. Yeah, right.
I thought I already had it, but
good picks.
I forgot to mention one thing about the Maniac, man. Like, so Joe Spinell became a real bad alcoholic, drug addict. You know, when he died, he had the head. You know, have you seen the end of Maniac where they rip his head off and shit?
Yeah.
He had his own fake head sitting on top of his TV. So when the cops came in, they seen his fucking head on the TV, and they were all fucking confused and shit.
My favorite is whenever he fucking screams and they're ripping his head off, and you hear the vocal cord shit going off. I love that when he's screaming.
But when the cops came in his apartment and he was really dead from real life.
Yeah,
they was confused as fuck, and that's kind of like everybody that knew Spinell was like, well, he fucking probably got a kick out of that shit.
You'd love that. Yeah, right.
All right, Brad, what you got?
1979, written by Paul Schrader. Hardcore Scott. Takes place in a shot in Michigan and Southern California, both on location.
Indicator.
Yep, it's an Indicator title.
Is that that's a good
movie?
movie?
If you're wondering, this is number 14 in the line. And white with red around it.
Yeah, I've looked at their titles. There ain't enough of their titles for me to jump in it, but yeah.
It's got to have at least 30. Movie follows Jake Van Dorn, played by George C. Scott, who's this ultra square, super religious local Grand Rapids business owner in Grand Rapids, Michigan. He's the kind of guy that would he's very, very religious and very soft spoken, which is odd for George C. Scott. He's the kind of guy with probably fucked fully clothed and just pulled his dick through the slot kind of guy. That conservative, that square. Anyway, to the point where he wants to change the color of the ad copy, and instead of going George C. Scott will go, I want it blue. Like they start to argue, and he's like, I kind of think blue would be better. What do you think, Karen? She goes, well, I mean, I don't know, I kind of like the yellow. And he's like, blue, yellow. I don't know. He tries to make it her idea to change it blue instead of just. He's very non-confrontational, not your typical George C. Scott. And as the movie goes on, that changes obviously. He sends his daughter away on a mission trip to California. She never comes home, and she's 16, and he decides he's going to hold up his business and go after her. And it becomes this like super depraved fucking odyssey through the sewers of Los Angeles, and he finds out stuff he doesn't want to find out, and he unravels and becomes George C. Scott, full tilt, fucking crazy ass, 100 miles an hour on 11, drunk as fuck the whole time, shooting the movie, hit the person, and it's a lot of fun. It's just an awesome movie, great character piece, and like you said, just imagine the Quaker type guy, and you see what all the stuff in the background and the sleaze places he goes, and how uncomfortable he is, and people keep showing their dick to him, like, and he's just like every time he's just like, God damn,
one more dick.
Like, why did I do this? Like, you can keep her, kind of thing. But this is a badass movie. Not a lot of people have seen. And the other one, the original Mad Max.
Yes,
which is a badass movie. Really underrated. I don't think people quite get how good the acting is in this, and how great the story is, and how it becomes what it is. And it's the origin story, obviously, for Mad Max, the Mad Max franchise. But he's a normal, as close to normal as he can be at the beginning. Family man, all that stuff, and he ends up leaving the force because he starts to enjoy it too much. He starts to become sadistic almost, and he tells his higher ups that, hey, I can't do this anymore because I'm going to become one of them. I don't care about right and wrong anymore. I just want to, I want to be on the road, doing the shit that they're doing almost. Right. And, what happens if I run out of these guys, kind of thing. And he just gives it up. And obviously his past catches up to him, and he becomes Mad Max, even to the point where, like, one of the last lines in the movie is somebody screaming at him, "You're mad." And I've always liked this one. I've always thought it was insanely underrated, and
I agree completely. There's a lot that gets missed in that movie.
Yeah. Brady, see, that's what I opened my intro with. I'm a big Mad Max fan. Love that movie.
Yeah. It's really underrated. It's strange that people don't care for it like they do the others. But
yeah. I was introduced like most people probably with the Road Warrior, and I went back and watched Mad Max. I've seen Road Warrior in theaters. And then I had to. Yeah. I watched Mad Max on home video, a dozen times after that. But
yeah, well, right down to the final showdown and the very last things he says. He basically says "go," right, and then gone.
Are you placing another order, Ryan?
Yep. Yes, I am.
All right.
All right. Well, I guess now I can kind of explain the reason why I changed my pick earlier. Me and Brad had a few discussions about this. This was a weird set of years for me because two of my favorite franchises of all times are in this. Obviously Rocky. The other one, obviously, anybody watches my fucking channel. I got a fucking Stormtrooper over there. I got a Darth Vader and a fucking Yoda and a Chewbacca over there. And my old setup, I had 3 Star Wars posters behind me. I'm a huge fucking Star Wars nerd. You got to understand, guys, I'm 51 years old. I'm older than anybody else on this panel. I was dead center Star Wars when this came out. I got vivid memories of going to see Empire Strikes Back and I'm 6'3", but I was however old I was at the time. I remember having to lean the seat up and sit on the fucking seat to see over the guy in front of me. And I felt like I wouldn't see this movie last week. It was a vivid fucking memory. It was one of the best theater experiences ever. We went and got tickets early. I took the day off of fucking school. Me and Mom went and seen it because I was fucking 9, 10, however old I was. It was just, I was a Star Wars super freak growing up. There wasn't a time that my mom and me would go to the store. Every conversation started the same way. You're not getting anything. And I would go look at the toy section. I would find a goddamn Star Wars toy that I didn't fucking have. And I'd always debate. Oh, they may not have it no more. I always, walked down that fucking store with a Star Wars toy. I had every fucking toy you could think of. I had every spaceship. I had every fucking whatever. If I would have got in 40-year-old version and all that stuff and never opened anything, I'd be a fucking millionaire right now. With all the shit I had.
Yep.
A lot
has changed. A lot has changed since then. If you can see behind
the problem I was having with
the
problem I was having with this stream is I couldn't put Rocky 2. Originally, what I was going to do was I was going to take my favorite of the Star Wars, Empire Strikes Back and Star Wars, and I was going to take my favorite of the Rocky movies, and they were going to stay in my top 5, and I was put the other 2 as honorable mentions. I couldn't fucking put Rocky 2 as an honorable mention. Couldn't do it. Losing sleep over it. So I had no choice with the movies I picked, whatever. Because this is the thing. I don't think Star Wars and Empire Strikes Back are better than Alien. Okay? That's the reason why these movies did not get ranked, because I have such an affection for them. These movies, if 51, I look at them, like Dirk was saying earlier about nostalgia, complete with fucking nostalgia goggles. I hear the Star Wars theme. I watch these movies. It's my childhood all over again. I introduced these movies to my kids as they were growing up, whatever, and us going to the theaters to be able to take them to see the sequels, the prequels, all that shit. It was a cool fucking experience to be able to introduce this to my kids. And anytime a new Star Wars movie comes out, it's a family fucking experience. There's the whole fucking gang's going. Even now, even though I know people hate on the fucking prequels, the sequels, all that shit, whatever, I got an affection for all of them. But this is probably the sole reason why I'm the movie freak I am now, is this franchise right here. And that's why it's really fucked up that they're in my honorable mentions. They should definitely be 1 and 2. Rocky's got to be 1 and 2. I had to do something. And I couldn't put either one of these, whatever, ahead of Alien, because Alien is a much better movie. This is more nostalgia. It had to be on my list. It really should have been in the top 5 people that know me, that know how much I love this franchise. But looking at these other movies and looking at these movies again, I couldn't say these are better movies. These are movies that I have, like I said, this is why I love movies so much, is this franchise right here. But this stream isn't what's your most nostalgic movie, it's what's the better movie. But for these are still great movies. Star Wars, Empire Strikes Back. Empire Strikes Back is my favorite. Just so you know, Empire Strikes Back was my number 2. Star Wars is going to be an honorable mention. The movies are fucking iconic. The things George Lucas did with these fucking movies broke fucking ground. You know, Imperial Light and Magic, whatever, all had to be created, whatever, because of all the shit they were doing. This is no bullshit. IMDb, y'all know I go there to get my notes, my little tidbits for movies, whatever. I print this shit out at work, whatever. And when I got busy on Friday, so I went and just copied all the fucking notes and just sent them to a Word document, and I printed them out. It printed out 84 pages on my fucking printer at work. But the notes between Star Wars and Empire Strikes Back was 84 fucking pages of IMDb notes. Jeez. The movie's fucking beloved. I mean, you can't deny that. The problem I have now is that when like, for example, when the prequel came out, which is episode 1, when it came out, it was a big deal. It was huge. It was a fucking iconic thing. Oh my God, another Star Wars movie. We're so oversaturated with Star Wars now, it's kind of lost that specialness that we had back in the day. We had the original 3 Star Wars movies for years. We were done. And my son at the time would have been about 9 when they came out with episode 1. And being able to take him to a theater to see a Star Wars movie, we had already watched the 3 VHS tapes a dozen times. To be able to take him to a theater to be introduced to Star Wars in a theater like that, a brand new movie I'd never seen. It was amazing. Like, to me, personally, it was just fucking amazing. I have such a love for these movies, such a respect for these movies. I'm not going to bore y'all with all the fucking notes I got here. I'm not going to read y'all 84 fucking pages in the fucking notes on these 2 movies. I got a couple things that I kind of highlighted here just to talk about. Empire Strikes Back was the highest grossing film of 1980. And like I said, my notes are all fucked up now because I've been fucking with them all night. So I got 84 pages of notes mixed between Star Wars and Empire Strikes Back. The movie was such a financial success. This was for Empire Strikes Back, that it recovered its $18 million budget within 3 months of release. Just to give you all an idea of Star Wars Episode 5, The Empire Strikes Back, had an $18 million budget. It made $292 million in the States and $538 million worldwide. So it was obviously a fucking hit. Now, that being said, I'm all fucked up here. All right, this was kind of interesting. George Lucas was so sure this movie was gonna be a flop that instead of attending the premiere, he went on vacation to Hawaii with his good friend Steven Spielberg, where they came up with the idea of Indiana Jones and Raiders of the Lost Ark. So George Lucas didn't even go to the premiere. He thought it was just going to be a big fucking flop. George Lucas' decision to accept the lower salary on the movie in exchange for full merchandising rights was considered a fool's gamble on his part. Toys based on movies had never been a major money earner. Everybody knows that Star Wars toys were fucking ridiculous. And so this motherfucker had a 40% share in the toy market of Star Wars. You have any fucking idea how much money he made from that?
Yeah.
So that was obviously a good fucking decision.
Hell yeah.
Anyway, I can't find the goddamn notes here, but in a nutshell, Steven Spielberg and George Lucas, whatever, they had a fucking bet. Steven Spielberg said, no, this movie is going to be one of the biggest movies ever of all time. George Lucas says, you're crazy. And basically, they bet on it that whoever won would get like a 2% share of the profits of the movie. Well, Steven Spielberg obviously won. So Steven Spielberg to this day, well, now that Disney owns it, I don't know how that fucking worked, but according to IMDb, it said to this day, it was like 6 years ago. Basically, Steven Spielberg is 2% royalty from Star Wars because he won a fucking bet with George Lucas that it was going to flop.
Even that,
the guys.
Shit ton of money.
And something else funny that just kind of stuck in my craw when I was reading all this is Kenny Baker that played R2D2. He was in the fucking R2D2 can or whatever. A lot of times, motherfuckers would break for lunch, and they would forget this motherfucker was in the R2D2, and he'd be like, "What the fuck? Y'all motherfucker forgot about me again." I thought that was pretty funny. But guys, everybody knows about Star Wars. I know there's people that hate it now because it's so oversaturated. Guys, raised in the 70s, raised in the 80s. Yeah. Raised in the 70s, raised in the 80s. These movies changed a lot of shit. They changed a lot of shit, and I love them, dude. This set is fantastic. Also, just saying.
Yeah.
But I could go on for a long fucking time.
I didn't get to see Empire in the theater, but I did see Return of the Jedi in the theater, and that's huge fucking childhood.
Yeah,
nostalgia.
Alan and I talked about this. We have similar stories. The first one I saw in the theater was Empire, and it was the same situation. My two of my cousins took me to see it. I remember barely being able to see over the seat, and it was just iconic. And then when I went back and watched Empire and Alien, it killed me to not have it in my top 10. But there's a difference between nostalgia and right. What I think makes a great movie.
What pisses me off, and maybe it shouldn't piss me off, I take it personal, but maybe I shouldn't, is people that are 25. Okay, let's just pick a number. Say people that's 25, a fucking kid, they started fucking 2 years ago. They get on their fucking high horse and they say, oh, these new Star Wars movies are trash. Star Wars is trash. And they get on there and spew their fucking bullshit.
Yep.
They wasn't alive back in the fucking day. They don't know what this franchise means to motherfuckers like me. We're getting another Star Wars movie. We look past some of the shit. They could have done better. Rian Johnson could have done better, but they give a lot of fan service in these fucking movies.
Right.
I'm not going to fucking lie. When I watched the fucking trailer when fucking Han Solo was coming back in Chewbacca, and them motherfuckers popped on the trailer and says, Chewie, we're home. I started fucking tearing up. I ain't going to fucking lie. It was, it was almost like my first piece of ass. That's how good it was. They were coming back.
The franchise.
And so motherfuckers that are 25 and they get on have an hour-long fucking live stream about old Star Wars is garbage. Well, fuck you.
Right.
You have no idea what you're talking about. You're fucking bored when I watch this movie.
It's different when Star Trekkies fans versus Star Trek. Star Wars fans. I remember that's a big deal, But,
Empire is a really good movie. Beyond nostalgia, it's a really good movie.
Yeah,
right.
The franchise sold for $4 billion. There's something to that. Disney bought it for $4 billion.
Right.
So
that's got to tell you something.
Right. There's something there, and like I said, it isn't best movie. It isn't our top 5 best movies ever. It's top 5 favorite movies. So I didn't. We don't talk about what you're going to show. I just jokingly said, yeah, you're fucking it's the easiest one ever for you, Alan. Fucking Rocky 1 and 2, fucking Star Wars 1 and 2, and fucking Alien. I just said
that was my 4 right there. There's one like them. So I'm gonna fuck because that I had a lot of movies I want to talk about. Fuck Friday the 13th, Halloween. Right. Definitely should have been somewhere in my mix.
Yeah, exactly.
They're like 7 and 8. or 8 and 9. I mean, they're right there, but I couldn't.
So
put
how
Star
do I
Wars. Couldn't put
separate
them ahead of the
Halloween
Rockets.
from Friday the 13th? But
You know, I couldn't take The Shining or Alien out of it. So where does that leave me? You know, I can't sit there and say that Friday the 13th is a better movie than Alien. I can't do it. I love it. I love the franchise.
Right.
Goddamn, I got a Welcome to Camp Crystal Lake fucking sign right there.
Right.
I fucking love it. But you know what I'm saying? I don't know.
Right.
But like I said, Star Wars for me, the reason why it's honorable mention, it was all nostalgia. The movies, I watched the first one now. Luke Skywalker's a whiny bitch. You know.
Whoa.
Yeah,
I'm just saying he is. I mean, first he turns out to be a bad motherfucker, but in Star Wars, the first original Star Wars,
I like.
You know,
my personal
he's
favorite.
on there whining about getting off the planet. He's a whiny little bitch.
Really
he turns
is,
out to be a badass.
Yeah, Return of the
You know,
Jedi is my favorite out of the original trilogy. I mean, I know that's probably blasphemy to a lot of people, but
I like the first 30 minutes of Empire or the first 30 minutes of Return that wraps up Empire. But other than that, I'm not a huge fan of Empire.
I like Return of the Jedi. I think this is the fucking Ewoks. I didn't give a fuck about the Ewoks.
Yeah, once they got
no. I'm talking about the shit with Darth Vader at the end.
I like the Ewoks.
Oh yeah.
Brian,
the Ewoks. They were even when I was a fucking kid, I didn't like the fucking Ewoks. It took a little too.
I'll watch Robert Davis as an Ewok all day long.
Yeah,
but yeah, I don't know, man. Like I said, this was a hard one for me. I'm kind of glad we're past it now, so I ain't got to fucking deal with any Star Wars bullshit for the next time because I had to include them. They're my favorite fucking movies of all time. You know, there's no way they couldn't be in here. But
Alan will finally sleep well tonight.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to labor over this decision anymore.
My son's gonna rewatch this sometime next week, and I can't believe you didn't have fucking Empire Strikes Back or Star Wars as your number one. You know, I drag these motherfuckers every Star Wars anything.
I picked Alice Sweet Alice as my number one. Alien is definitely a better movie than Alice Sweet Alice, but Alice Sweet Alice is my favorite.
Return wouldn't have been in this one.
Yeah,
that's 83, right?
For me, it's favorite.
Yeah.
One I want to watch more
after this. Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
So anyway, enough about all that. But yeah, like I said, that's my honorable mentions.
Yeah.
I had a lot of good ones I had to leave on the.
I did too, man. I mean, I cut some shit out.
Yeah, man, it just gets harder.
Couldn't put that in.
Right.
Oh, fuck, that's
damn that.
Hold on, Brad. Let me see that again.
Yep. No, I need to do that again.
All right. God damn it.
Yep.
Oh fuck! What? No.
Is that a DVD?
This one's pretty good too. This is one I really wanted to put in, but I rewatched this recently. It just didn't do the same thing. This one is Dick Moves.
Yeah, that's why I don't got that one.
Yeah.
I didn't notice it.
That is badass.
But I rewatched all these, and I was just like, man, I really enjoyed Mad Max more. I really love hardcore, so it was just like, but I thought those were going to be in my top 5. Like I pulled them right away. I was like, here's probably 3 and 4, and I watched everything and I'm just going, this is what I enjoyed the most. This is the stuff I wanted to rewatch. Right. I watched Alice Sweet Alice twice, and that's how it happened.
Yeah.
I did watch The Beast in Heat, because if I watched The Beast in Heat, that would probably been number 1 for sure.
Right. The Maniac, man, to me, just
Maniac crazy good.
I can watch that shit over and over and over and over. Never get tired of it.
All right. This is where we left off. I think I already read that one, but I'm gonna do it again. Gizmo says, is Dr. Ordinary a doctor for real? He is. He's actually my doctor.
He plays one on TV. He plays one on YouTube.
Right.
He plays one on YouTube.
Yep.
Yep. He's a gynecologist.
An amateur. He's an amateur gynecologist. Top seeded amateur.
He says my honorable mentions are Marathon Man and Rocky.
Marathon Man is really
Muhammad says
that
Dustin Hoffman.
Marathon Man. That's on Dustin Hoffman, right?
Dustin Hoffman. Yep.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Honorable mentions are The China Syndrome and Taxi Driver.
China Syndrome, great movie.
What is it?
Have y'all seen Island of the Fishman, 1979, aka Screamers?
Oh man, if you need a copy, I can let you. I got one. I'm willing to get rid of for nothing. Yes, I have seen it. It's a Sergio Martino.
All right. Gizmo says, I was checking to see if that infected bump on the head was filled with pus. If it had, I was going to name it after my ex Scylla, and bust it by. Okay.
He's that's Bubba Hotep.
Again, he's sober.
Yeah.
Well, to you and your friends and family, happy Turkey Day. Same to you, Wild Ranger.
Yeah, definitely, man.
Gizmo says, what movie?
Bubba Hotep, Franken Turkey.
Yeah. Wild Ranger's Franken Turkey. Peace out, guys. See you, man. Yeah. All right. KB says, In Cold Blood, Kansas Killers movies available on Criterion. Yeah, we read.
Yeah, I need to check that out. I've never seen it.
Even a big bitch cockroach like you should know, never fuck with a king. All right. KB star Robert Blake stars as one of the killers. Oh, something else about Star Wars that I read when I was reading my 84 pages of fucking notes is fucking Robert Englund and Mark Hamill were roommates.
No shit, I didn't know that.
Yeah, really? and Robert Englund, whatever, basically taught Mark Hamill into going to a fucking audition for Star Wars.
Really?
Oh, wow. Didn't know that. Yeah.
That's when he was doing Eating Alive or something.
He owes him half of everything he has.
And it's kind of
crazy. It had to been in the 70s.
He would have been doing Eating Alive.
You really think about it, Robert Englund has had the better career than Mark Hamill, even though Mark Hamill is iconic. You know,
funny thing, Robert Englund actually talked about that when we saw him at the convention last year.
I know he had to make more money than
because
he only did those few movies where he had that accent.
and then he went into like a lot of the voiceover and animated series and that kind of stuff.
Don't forget Body Bag.
Robert Englund did fucking 9 Freddy's or whatever.
Oh right,
yeah.
Yeah,
and the Mangler.
The Mangler had to make tens of dollars.
At least $25.
Robert Blake stars as one of the killers, Beretta. The guy who played Beretta was in that movie he's talking about. In Cold Blood.
In Cold Blood, yeah.
All right. Well, I know a guy who shot up his own house. Police came and got him, got out of jail, did it again. Lady in the radiator, strange scene.
Yeah, she's stepping on sperms. You know?
I don't know what to say. My mind was a complete fucking blank. I had no response. Sorry.
Have you seen Eraserhead?
I have not seen Eraserhead. I thought that was Tim Robbins my whole life. I see that cover. I've never seen the fucking movie. I thought that was a Tim Robbins movie that came out maybe in the early 90s. I had no fucking idea. The guy on the cover looks like fucking Tim Robbins to me.
Yeah.
So, anyway, you talked about it one time before, and I said, damn, I thought that was Tim Robbins. I didn't realize it was a 70s movie.
Yep.
First honorable mention is Animal House, another film that cannot get made today.
Yep. Oh, yeah. That's true.
It's the funniest movie.
I'm surprised that
he looks identical with Biden when he goes crazy eyes. Never seen it before.
Oh, fuck.
Up in Smoke is so fun. The scene when they're driving the car and get pulled over, one of the funniest scenes ever. It really is.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I downloaded that clip off YouTube for the intro, and it was like a 9-minute scene. It was the entire car ride and getting pulled over. So it was really funny. Evil Bong, Tommy Chong.
Yeah.
Dan Curtis. Oliver Reed was always drunk. Betty Davis, she said.
Yeah.
He's good in what is that? That The Brood.
Yeah.
Good in that shit too.
Mm-hmm.
I got the Criterion back there, but Brad told me it wasn't good, so I hadn't watched it yet. So I guess I need to.
Brood's great, man.
Sell it.
Brood's awesome.
I just ain't got around to looking at it yet. I'm Up in Smoke every night for reals. Great movie. The second honorable mention is Alligator. This is an excellent Jaws ripoff. Robert Forster plays it very straight in this movie and takes the role seriously. There's some great gore as well.
Yeah,
that was a great release effect this earlier this year.
Yeah.
Great movie.
Alligator is great. I thought hardcore was going to be gritty and hardcore, but it's a good drama story. Trini say, Brad, what you're saying is that I should watch my copy of Hardcore. You had me with Dick to the Side.
Yeah. Oh, you'll like it, Trini, for sure.
Hey guys, you want that hot dog? Wait, what was I doing? Darth Tater. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Oh,
you break it.
This motherfucker old. I'm under too much fucking pressure. Anyway, I got my fucking Darth Vader pin and my fucking Darth Vader hold that motherfucker up. Anyway, watch my goddamn video, you'll see it. Yeah, that's intriguing, wasn't it? Force is with you, Pops.
Yeah.
My late aunt and uncle took me to see Phantom Menace in 1999. And dude, when fucking Yoda fucking pulled out his goddamn lightsaber and Yoda fought for the first fucking time and started jumping around,
flipping around.
Yeah, I lost my shit in the theater. That was badass. Return of the Jedi was going to be Revenge of the Jedi. Yep, there's actually posters out there that has that.
That's true. Yeah.
Star Wars is great and can be a rewatch once a year. Only 4, 5, and 6. I'm not into Luke milking a cow.
Right. Yeah.
The blue milk. It makes so much sense now.
And that kid actor,
they make some bad choices, man. But it's true. All the bad choices they made. I'm gonna say this one thing. All the bad choices they made. There's certain fucking scenes when fucking Luke walks by fucking Princess Leia, who's fucking dead in real life.
Thank you.
Walks by her and looks at her and fucking winks at her. And that one fucking scene, it's just like, that's fan service. That's the motherfuckers that are 25 don't understand how much that scene.
Right. They don't exactly. Yep.
So
that's funny because I was talking to some people. This is total sidebar, but it pays right into that fan service. There were some people at work that were giving Ghostbusters Afterlife shit for the ending, and it's the same thing. Like, they'll never understand having Egon come into a scene where they can all like get together and I don't know. It's just like Star Wars started.
I ain't gonna lie. Not many things on YouTube pisses me off. I mean, everybody's got their opinion. I value everybody's opinion. I think everybody's opinion means something.
What channel specifically are you speaking about?
You talking about me? About the Star Wars shit? Yeah. It's all over the fucking place. Whenever the fucking sequel, when those last 3 movies came out, everybody and the fucking mama were goddamn Star Wars experts.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, that was stupid. This was stupid. That was stupid. Shut the fuck up.
I thought the remake of Thor was really good. I thought the JJ
they did enough.
Was one of the better ones.
All it is the exact same thing as episode 4.
But people still hated them.
Yeah.
I watched The Force Awakens, but I didn't watch any more after that.
There was a lot of things they did that I didn't agree with. Like, for example, when Luke was handed the fucking lightsaber and he threw it over his fucking shoulder, that was stupid.
Yeah.
But I don't know. There's things they could have done different, but for anything they did fucked up. They did enough fan service for people like me, old fuckers, whatever, that you could appreciate it.
I thought, man,
Kylo Ren was a fucking great character. I love Kylo Ren. Kylo Ren was a great character.
Why didn't J.J. Abrams just do all 3 of them? That's what
I don't understand either, because
that's what everybody says.
Yeah.
The Rian Johnson ones were definitely the weaker ones. I mean, I don't know, man.
All 3 of the original Star Wars are directed by different people.
Right.
So I guess that was the thinking for the even the Rian Johnson
get different visions or takes or whatever.
Yeah,
I don't know.
But I thought J.J. Abrams really laid the groundwork for the new generation. They're faster. There's an R2D2 type character, and there's a this and a that. I just thought that what he did was the smart way to do it.
Right. I mean, yes, you can argue that it's the same idea. It's all right. There's a planet-destroying planet. That's the whole point. Like,
same idea worked.
Same, right, exactly. The original idea worked.
Fucking's the same idea every time.
There's like tons of books, though, right? Aren't there like tons of books?
There are.
There are, and most
of different authors. Yeah, exactly.
I'm sure there's enough material you could keep it original.
And a lot of those storylines actually blend, and they actually work well. So it's not like individual authors saying, "Oh, this is me and my Star Wars world."
But that's Hollywood for you. They're gonna go with what makes the money.
It worked. Made a lot of money.
And another thing about Empire Strikes Back is Han Solo didn't know if he wanted to come back and do a 3rd movie. He wanted his character killed off in Empire Strikes Back. He's already did my heroic shit, kill me off, whatever. Well, they basically decided to because in case he changed his mind, they froze him in carbonite. Empire Strikes Back. That way, if he decided he didn't want to come back, okay, he's frozen in fucking carbonite. He's sitting in Jabba's hut.
It's safe.
Jabba the Hutt's place, whatever palace. But basically, if he wanted to come back, they had the option to. Obviously, he wanted to come back. Money talks. Yep. But that's why when he came back in the later movie, whatever, he basically said, "I'm coming back, but you got to kill me off." Yeah, that was the deal. So anyway, a little tidbit.
Well, I did love the people that went, well, I've seen this movie before. It was called A New Hope. Oh my God, you put that together?
Right.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Right.
You must be a screenwriter in Hollywood.
Yeah.
I've watched live streams where I've heard motherfuckers say shit and I'm hollering at the TV. And I don't usually do that on watching YouTube. I've realized that 80% of the people on here, and I'm probably in that 80%, are dumbasses. I didn't say it, but it's true. I ain't saying none of y'all are. None of y'all watching are. But I'm just saying that a lot of motherfuckers I see are. When it comes about certain shit.
Dumbasses.
You viewers are very intelligent people. You have made the right choice.
Yeah.
The right guys.
My 1,200 subscribers are fucking fantastic. I ain't talking about any of y'all.
My 11 subscribers, I love you guys.
Everybody
doesn't even do videos.
Not even shaving yet.
Doesn't even do videos. He's got way more subscribers than me.
Yeah, everybody subscribes a genius. Brilliant.
Motherfuckers ain't even shaving yet, and they're goddamn Star Wars experts. They were around in goddamn 77, 78. They know what it's like. They're OG. They're gonna fucking talk about my fucking Star Wars like they're some kind of fucking Cisco and Ebert. Yeah, suck my ass. Anyway. Yeah, it gets me hot, dude. It does. I watch some of that shit get pissed.
Stop bringing up Star Wars in the chat. He's starting to come unglued here.
Right.
Poking I was like digging that shit when I was a kid, man. But,
yeah, it was a special thing back then, dude. It really was.
Right. It was, man. And you had all the, like you were saying, all the fucking toys and shit. I mean, that shit was worth tons of money. Like you were saying.
Fuck G.I. Joe. Fuck all this other bullshit. It was all Star Wars for me. I had everything.
Me and Brian are the same age. And when we were kids, Star Wars just came back. They did the recuts and they added shit on. Same thing. We grew up with, they were brand new to us.
Yeah,
same thing.
Yeah.
Rediscovering it.
Yeah.
And they had all the toys. I had shitloads of Star Wars toys and all that stuff. Well, I didn't have a lot, but I had some Star Wars shit I remember.
Bro.
I'm surprised they didn't make those movies sooner.
Yeah.
That's a good point. It took them a while.
And we're going to get more Disney on. This is all about the fucking money. In 10 years, we'll have another trilogy.
All that shit was already written, long time ago. So
I think more movies could benefit with what George Lucas did.
That's
and
a good point.
Updated the graphics and stuff.
Yep. That's what they said too. That Lucas said that he didn't have the technology to do the first three.
Right.
Yeah. And something else George Lucas said was that, people would give him shit, whatever, about this and that. But George Lucas basically said, look, these fucking movies are made for kids. The people that are complaining about these movies now, whatever, these movies were made when these motherfuckers were 9, 10 years old. Right. And now you got motherfuckers 40 and 50 critiquing these movies that were made for fucking 12-year-olds back in the day, 10-year-olds.
You do realize
they're kids' movies, in essence,
You realize that this is a religion now. Star Wars.
It is a legally recognized religion.
Yes, it is. It's fucking crazy. It's insane. People go to a fucking Jedi school and shit.
I ain't going that fucking far,
Right.
When Alan turns
a real thing going on, though. People are fucking meditating, trying to be Jedi.
So the idea that you wouldn't go to Star Wars school is not that far off.
When Tom Cruise leaves Scientology and goes to Star Wars school, I'm in.
Yeah.
I was watching that. I was like,
that room video, and I heard that, and I went, "This nerdy bitch." Gizmo, it's Blue Underground, the one with the dick moving.
Yeah.
Mesmerizing,
That's
isn't it?
really fucking funny.
Yeah.
I have it too.
I can't look at it.
That's very disturbing.
Can't look away from it.
That's disturbing.
Gizmo said, "Have a good night." Moving back, not to go backwards here, but when Brad held it up, he's so matter of factly. Oh no, this was just a dick moves. On this
it
one.
is.
I wasn't expecting it. It struck me funny.
Yeah, speaking on that, you know, Joe Spinell, he wanted his face to be on the cover. He didn't want that shit.
Nobody wanted his face on the cover of anything, unfortunately for him.
Bless his heart.
That man sweats pepperoni grease. I mean, that is just an unfortunate.
That's fucking Ron Jeremy's long lost cousin.
Yeah,
that's true.
His
right?
Significantly less attractive younger brother.
Right.
Oh Jesus!
Damn it.
They chose to put his dick on the cover instead of his face.
That tells you a lot about his face.
That tells you a lot about his face.
Yeah.
And he dates a very attractive woman in that movie.
Right.
Yeah, he does.
Caroline Monroe and him they're not.
Yeah, only because her husband was the fucking backer, you know.
Yeah.
But could you imagine Daria Nicoletti in that fucking role?
She turned it down because she thought it was some kind of lesbian.
No, she was doing Inferno. She was doing Inferno.
They said that was her reasoning. She said she thought it was a lesbian movie or something. She didn't want to do it, and she did something else instead.
Really? What the hell? Yeah, that's.
Listen, have a good night. It's morning for me, so I need to get the dogs out for a big pile of shit and some pee. Nice stream as always. Thanks for sharing. Brian, Kevin Conroy, RIP.
Yeah.
Are y'all for or against the Second Amendment?
Next one.
No, we don't.
Next
We don't talk about politics here.
Yeah.
Great stream, guys. I'll catch you next time. They got this channel on cable. It's called CNN. Go watch that.
Yeah,
Ghostbusters Afterlife. I'm tearing up ending. Yeah, it was done well, man. It got me in theaters when I seen it. All right, I know I'm a dumbass. Is that the problem? I know I'm a dumbass. I'll be the first to admit it. I've proven that time and time again on these streams. Y'all should invite mid-level media to these streams. I feel like he would be a great addition to these conversations. All right, late evening, gents. Sorry I missed your stream.
Until next time, Chris.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, Chris. I appreciate you dropping by, man.
Check it out,
I appreciate
man.
everybody being here, man.
Watch the replay, man. I was laughing.
A lot of shit talking went on earlier. I would like everybody to look up at the timer.
Yeah.
See what that says.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
We're fixing it 5 hours. I don't think we should do it less than 5 hours.
Oh, we're 3 hours. We're only 3 hours in.
We're killing it, guys. We're knocking this one out. I'm just
there. It is, right there.
We just hit the 5 hour mark right
there.
Perfect. How many doubles we have?
Well, guys, I mean, what?
How many doubles do we have?
The Shining, Alien,
Shining.
The Shining, Alien,
Suspiria.
Rocky was a double.
Suspiria.
Me and Brian.
Rocky.
Zombie.
Yeah, Zombie was
Suspiria for me.
Okay. I was just checking. Quite a bit this time.
Guys, I'm going to close this thing down, guys. We were going for 5 hours. 2:30 in the morning. I got a big day tomorrow, so
Yep.
Last call.
We'll be back in 2 more weeks. So, guys, how are we doing this? We have, I guess we're going 70 to 75, or we're going to. That's the
6 years.
Yeah, this is the last one. I was going to ask you guys.
75 to 70. Yeah. The last one.
Yeah. So we got one more, guys. I guess 2 weeks. Everybody think they can do 2 weeks from now?
Yeah,
2 weeks.
And we'll do the top five of all of them after that, I'm sure.
Oh yeah,
absolutely. Right. Yeah, we need to do right.
Now that's obviously going to be all the ones we've picked.
Everything
put together. We got to pick 5 out of them.
Put your
5 out of your top 5.
I think it ought to be all number ones though.
I don't know. I don't know if
I don't know about that. I mean, my list might change though. Yeah.
East and Heat.
Yeah, it should be all. I don't think it should be all number ones because you might have a movie that's number 2. I don't know. We'll talk about it.
Things change.
We'll talk about
Things happen.
Yeah, true.
Okay, I was just saying, you're number 1, so you fucking lied to everybody.
Number 1 then. That was fucking weeks ago.
Right. Fuck Rocky. He's out.
He might change his mind and go, fuck it. It might be Star Wars next time. His time. Right. I mean, you think about it. Like Alan's the best example. He's over here analytically tossing and turning, rolling around, kicking his feet, and like Star Wars or Jedi or whatever the Empire might be number 1.
For all we know, he couldn't have. I mean, there's a possibility Armageddon won't be in his top 5.
Armageddon might not even make it anymore. You know,
right? Yeah,
who knows?
That's true.
When he gets down to nut cutting time, that'll be an interesting one,
right?
All right, guys, we'll be back soon. Been fun. Everybody have a happy Thanksgiving. Stay safe, all that stuff. And we will see y'all in the next one. Y'all be good.
All right.
I hope I'm back. I got warrants, so we'll see what happens.